thank you for joining us on this wonderful Tuesday morning. Looking at my wrist like there's a watch there. We're gonna be getting nice and cozy together here for the next 6 hours or so as we showcase a fairly newer game here. It's not even been out a year yet. Came out in February, and yeah, we're speed running it. It's a great time. It's a fun time. It's a sequel to remake Final Fantasy VII. Now I won't talk too much more because we got a lot of time here and we should get things going. So I'll get the run started and then introduce myself a little bit more, and then my commentator here. Yeah, no worries. All right, if we're ready to get things rolling, I'll count us down. And with that said, 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right, and we are off to the races now. Things are going to look a little, if you're not familiar with this game, you're going to be a little confused here at the beginning, and you're wondering, why are we playing as Zack? Well, it's part of the story in this case. There seems to be some timeline shenanigans afoot here. We're still not entirely sure what it means. We've been told to wait for the third game for kind of all our answers to be had, but decided to mix it up a little bit and kind of have us play as kind of Zack in a very basic sense here. Can only really just attack. He doesn't have any materia, no unique abilities or anything, so we're gonna ideally just jump in here and take these guards down as quickly as possible. We are gonna hopefully kind of get them grouped up so we can kind of take them all out at the same time. And so there we go. We did get a pretty good grouping there. Love to see it. Sometimes they do move around a lot and you don't always get that. And then we've got one more little small group to take care of. Glad I can inspire. Yes, that was actually a very good opening. You'd be surprised at how little it takes for us to reset the run sometimes. He got me anyway. I was trying to time it to where I'll dodge it. Yeah, it's like 2 seconds at most. Yeah, and now we're back to kind of normal timeline stuff here. So, if you're familiar with the original game, when Remake, the first game in this in the Remake trilogy series, they finished the game off as they left Midgar, is where it was decided upon. So, of course, you know, we got to start the next game with the flashback sequence. So Cloud is in the middle of telling everyone kind of about Sephiroth, why he knows him, kind of a little bit about his past and everything. And kind of when Sephiroth was being a little weird. Yeah. Yeah, basically the game's gonna have this kind of this cycle of like gameplay, if you will, you'll see us go through. So you'll have a town, like you'll visit a town for the first time, you'll have to run around the town. Some towns you'll have to like interact with your party members as the team forms and everything, because bonding is a big theme of this game, and your bonds with your partners. And before you can progress the story, you a lot of times will have to talk to like 2 people or interact with a few things. We have figured out the bare minimum we need to do in each area in order to trigger those story points and allow us to continue without having to do every little sequence. Because sometimes if you do certain things, you'll have to do more things, but if you do the specific things you'll see me do today, then, you know, those are the fewest actions you have to take for stuff. But, yeah, I mean, do you want to talk about kind of what gameplay is like in this game, or the combat style here? Oh, no worries.
It's on now.
No worries.
Let's finish this. Gotta say, that one felt pretty good.
Yeah, so right now, what's kind of happening here is we're running up the Mount Nibel, and along the way, we're just getting into some combat, and Sephiroth's kind of like, yeah, go do your thing, kid. And so we're just kind of fighting stuff on our own. We have access to some very basic things, because, you know, Cloud is still a little green behind the ears here, and so he doesn't have access to as many things. So thankfully, if you're familiar with Remake, some of his unique skills that he has automatically. Triple Slash, Braver. We don't have to not have them, thankfully. But these fights are pretty straightforward. They are very... basically just hope the enemies don't dodge too much. Kind of cleave and stagger them, berserk for extra damage. Because these bats will kind of get in your way at times. Or they'll fly away from you. Like, they'll do these actions where they kind of dodge you, because they're either going to hit you with a wind bullet or they're going to hit you with a charge move. And realistically, we want to see the charge move, because we can counter the charge move. Because Cloud has a unique combat style where he can change stances. He has operator mode, and he has Punisher mode. And operator mode is where he can move around more effectively, and he blocks, but he doesn't maybe hit as hard. And then Punisher mode, he moves slower, but he has the ability to counter, and he hits harder, because he can also perform a particular attack you'll see us do often. We have actually already done a few times. If you ever see Cloud stab his sword downwards, that is usually him triggering a berserk. That's because it'll give us a quick little boost for about 10 seconds, just allowing us to hit a little bit harder, which is very important for some of these fights to make sure the enemies do go down pretty effectively there. Right there you saw when I had to turn back around, I had not quite hit the dialogue trigger that was present there. So that's just something, this game has a lot of these like points that you have to either run past or get close to, because while we are speedrunners, you know, games aren't like this aren't necessarily designed for us with built-in speedrun modes. So there's a lot of cinematic storytelling that the game wants you to experience at times, and so you have to kind of play along with it a lot of times. Sometimes we don't have to, but every now and then we've got to appease the dialogue and cutscene gods to move things along. Alrighty then. No worries. Alright, so we're gonna get in the elevator here. I want to get the level up materia. Alright, here we got the Screamer. How about now?
Piece of cake.
The reactor may have been around for a while, but there are still pockets of Bronco gas all over the mountain. Try not to breathe.
Are we,
Don't want to get
thought that would work. Gotcha. Let's see. Sorry, I'll bear with me. Trying to get my commentator in here to be heard. also.
Just thinking about crossing that thing.
Then let me go first.
Hey, I'm the guide here.
Gotta remember this to do this tomorrow with MBW2 for like 3 hours. Yeah, but I'll do it. 3 hours of sanity.
We're good.
Okay, great,
All right.
great.
I think I finally figured it out.
Yo,
Hi, I have a commentator. For those who didn't know.
Now
Sorry
I can
about that.
stop yapping in your ear incessantly. So we're gonna change our shortcuts here real quick for Sephiroth. We're gonna grab Firaga for the boss, and we want Eraga. We could use Eraga Magnify or Era Magnify or Thundera Magnify or Thundaga Magnify here. We have a couple of different choices. By the way, you only have Eraga. You didn't magnify it. You'll have to tactical menu it.
I don't need
it.
magnify.
Oh wait, no.
You don't need
Oh, you already-
magnify Eroga.
I mean, I'm thinking of the normal route. My bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
I didn't- Go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't notice you magnify Thundera.
Yes, yeah. So we, so some of the early versions of this part, we used to do Magnify Aurora, but Magnify Aurora will stagger the chimeras. And if you do Magnify Thundara, you can save on the stagger delay that comes. So when the enemies stagger, there's a brief pause in the like game as the stagger kind of happens for like dramatic reasons. So Magnify Thundara is not only a faster casting spell, but it also it will kill them without staggering them and causing that slowdown effect.
A little bit scuffed because sometimes it can under damage if you don't hit the right enemy. There we go. You should be fine.
For the most part, the only enemy it would under damage is the Twin Brains.
Twin Brain.
If you don't attack them first. So, but everything else will generally die. I've always been able to take the chimeras out in like one cast.
The problem is I get greedy, so I forget to back up on Twin Brains sometimes and get hit by the shock move when they're screaming.
Yeah, the Twin Brains can be a little iffy, so they will typically start with a Screech move. The Screech move will briefly stun you, so you do have to be very careful with kind of what happens.
That's... Oh, that means Ancient does work here, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that depends. So it really depends on the ATB, what I do there. So Sephiroth's ATB wasn't too great. So after the first couple of hits, he still didn't have an ATB bar. So by the time I got enough ATB, the Twin Brain was basically dead and killed. So there's really no reason for a Magnify move. Now, of course, Zanshin does have a chance to miss. So you do have to potentially worry about that factor there. But, you know, it's not the biggest of deals.
Yeah, I don't think I've run into short ATB there other than... I think I've done it like once or twice, and I thought I just misinput. So one of the big differences here is Gauss spells in Remake used to only cost 1 bar. The devs kind of realized how busted magic is and made it so Gauss spells take 2 instead of a single bar. But they are a bit stronger than they were in the previous version. So there is a bit of a trade-off. Because before it used to just be bigger number go burr, and the amount of stagger damage was the exact same.
Yeah, it's an interesting trade-off. They made it harder to cast Aga spells, and you would think that would somehow like level out the damage output, but they're just as powerful, if not stronger.
Yeah.
I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but in the Ultimanium, the damage difference between regular spells, Aura spells, and Aga spells are pretty substantial. There's a pretty big leap in the numbers.
Yeah, and needless to say, like as a kind of like an easy way to look at it, in New Game Plus Hard, we still use Gauss spells because there was a point where like in Remake we would cut down to raw spells as much as possible. But the fact that we still use them in this mode where it costs 2 ATB instead of 1 really kind of indicates how high the damage can get. Although there is an accessory that lets you do over damage cap, so
Yeah. Yeah, this game did add in a pair of Genji gloves that do allow you to break the damage cap, which was not something that Remake had present in it.
Yeah. There's a lot of cool accessories, but there's like one of everything, so routing's a little bit more interesting in New Game Plus, but try and keep it to New Game right now.
No worries. Never hurts
Speaking
to compare
of-
things. Messed up the dodge.
Yeah. It can be a little bit hard to get past that first sweep, especially under a little bit of pressure. And yeah, you don't want to downgrade to raw spells here. We still use Ga on Materia Keeper, even on easy with the lowered HP and stagger thresholds. Sometimes big number go burr. The boss here is going to go up to the ceiling, but luckily Sephiroth actually has a warp move. We haven't been able to use it nearly as much as we'd like, but his dodge actually warps him. And if we actually hold the direction towards our target, he'll warp to it like that, which allows us to break one of the legs to get him off the ceiling early. We drop down here, use a couple of Zanshin, and then extend it with a Zanshin Rising. Sephiroth's gimmick on the triangle command is that it charges up based on how many hits you've gotten without getting hit in between, and allows you to do basically a combo extension. We're going to be using Zanshin Rising there to extend it to get enough damage, but also avoid stagger. And we also were using it at the end of every single combo to use Telic Fury, which is basically doubles our combo damage. It's very strong, and unfortunately, we're not going to have it for much longer.
Yep, this is the last fight we get to use Sephiroth on. A little teaser, of course. And then here in the final phase, the game really wants you to explore the new synergy mechanic, especially synergy ability. So what happens is Materia Guardian jumps on the top there, and he's going to wind up his infamous Trine move. And you can either wait it out and do nothing, or if you do the double helix move, you will knock him off of the top there, as you saw. So we do that to knock him down, and then the stagger will finally complete. So like we were doing in phase 2, the goal was to push the damage on Materia Guardian so that we could keep attacking him to fill up the stagger bar, so he'd be one hit away from staggering. And this is a common thing you're going to see throughout a lot of these boss fights as this run goes on, where we want to build stagger as we enter another phase, because bosses do have HP gates, because again, the game aims to be a bit more on the cinematic side, and so there's a lot of like mid-fight cutscenes that are kind of your signal for phase transitions, or like when a boss is like, they've had enough, or they're getting angry, or the infamous "it's not my final form" type of mentality. And so if we do too much damage and we hit an HP gate, we're basically just kind of sometimes losing time, because for instance, if an enemy is staggered, you can't phase transition while they're staggered. So if Materia Guardian gets staggered and then he gets up from stagger, he actually has to do that entire animation you saw, where he is running kind of in like he's just kind of running around until he crashes into those like tanks. And so if you have to sit through like a 10-second stagger, and then you have to sit through him getting up and doing it, you just spend a lot of time kind of doing nothing at that point. And so it just costs the fight to be longer than it should.
Yeah. Easy is, because of those numbers being lower, it allows us to like micromanage the amount of damage and stagger we do to make sure that we avoid additional staggers, because we really don't need the damage multiplier to hit the damage thresholds in a lot of cases. So easy has kind of a different paradigm versus normal. Normal is like, oh gosh, please die. While easy is like, hold on, wait, no, don't die yet.
Yeah, there's a lot of we have to be more considerate with some of our actions, because if we do, because stagger bars fill up quicker on easy. So yeah, for some of our strats versus normal, we do have to be a lot like pickier, or we have to be more like intended or specific with our actions, or we don't get like similar outcomes, because we're not going to have as much access to some of the same things normal will have. because the time loss to do some of the things that normal does that helps their run be where they're at actually hurts our run, because it's just not needed as much.
With easy, we can kind of sail through without bothering to grind or pick up almost anything extra. Normal has to go through a few more loops and hoops because it doesn't really, it needs a little bit more strength in some places.
And there's probably versions of normal that I mean, they haven't been routed, but there's some conversation to be had about the potentialness of routing out some more of the extra stuff. It just takes time to kind of test market and try all that.
Kind of easy is kind of faster because of no grinding. Easy is just faster in general because the fights are just easier to get through. Bosses have less HP. The stagger bars are easier to fill. So we can get away with a lot more shenanigans than we should be able to. Plus, we can skip grabbing some extra stuff as well. Is like I know one of the things they bother getting is ATB boost. At least they did the last time I checked, and that involves going and doing a few extra fights to get the points to buy ATB boost. But we don't bother with that because we don't need the extra EXP, and we can hit hard enough that we don't have to worry about getting the extra ATB to use commands. But we'll be able to talk about that a little bit later. The team attacks that are added to this give us a method of dealing damage that isn't ATB reliant, and it also actively builds ATB. But it'll be like another hour, I think, before we get to that point. Hour and a half.
Yeah, like an hour and a half-ish.
Without like the splits in front of me, my brain is just like...
It's not till like chapter 5.
Yeah.
It was asked, do I run easy because it's faster because of no grinding? No, I run it because it's faster because of real-life time commitments.
Yeah. Easy is just more reasonable. Normal is very difficult. With Remake, normal was very difficult, and normal is still very difficult in this as well. So easy is just allows you to get through the game more consistently, personally, but it depends on the way you like the game too. Because like easy is both faster, more consistent, and was quicker to pick up in my case. But Woadyb has been grinding easy since launch almost.
Yep. Every week.
Yeah, to be honest, Woadyb picked the better game. I've been grinding 16, and that's nearly 8 hours.
Well, I mean, that's why I didn't run 16, because it's very long, and I can't commit to that kind of time scale.
If we could like get cutscene remover or something, that game would be like 4 hours. Man.
Probably not even 4.
Yeah. But so go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, so while we've been kind of talking about just the run and other things in general, I've been progressing the story. So post Materia Guardian, it's a lot of the kind of continuing parts of the story. So we've just been kind of running around Nibelheim. We were looking for Sephiroth. Sephiroth's kind of lost that, as you can see here. He's just kind of plainlessly murdering people as we kind of crawl towards him ever so slowly.
All towards victory.
A gimmick you'll see a few times. Good old slow crawling every now and then for dramatic tension.
You're lucky. You only have to hold L2 and R2 like 5 times in this. I have to like do it 50 times to open every door.
Yeah, but opening a door is a different thing.
Yeah.
You're opening doors.
Unfortunately, the Square Enix devs were like, yo, they have these force feedback buttons on the shoulder. Sony will totally love it if we integrate this into our game in a seamless manner. Needless to say, it was not seamless.
Yeah, for now we're just kind of progressing along. It's kind of arguably the biggest reason why. So fun fact, for anybody who either knows or saw earlier when I was setting up things, if you play the demo of this game, they actually allow you to skip part of the intro sequence. As of this time, it was decided to essentially not allow that in case like a demo ever goes away or becomes unavailable, and somebody's not able to play the demo and be on par with other runners. But sometimes it feels it was also decided upon because if we cut out the portion of the game that controls that, you would spend close to 35 minutes, probably 30 to 35 minutes with like zero combat.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the part of the demo they cut out is the part of it that's actual gameplay. Oh, okay, I guess we're getting Aerith in the first date. Sounds good.
No? What are you talking?
Shit. You said sure, let's. So Aerith is gonna be the date for the first one, unless you have a different route.
I don't know how to answer that.
No,
So
that dialogue right there determines who you get in the first gold saucer, whether it's Tifa or Aerith.
No, it doesn't. It depends
Yeah,
on who
it
you have
does.
the highest affection with.
Yeah, and saying sure, let's there means you have the high. Wait, why are you doing this dialogue with Tifa?
Maybe because this is my route?
I've never seen anybody do the dialogue that way.
Well, for one, okay, so
Yeah.
You are confusing me, and I'm messing up my menus here. I was not expecting your reaction to what I'm doing.
Just ignore me. I'll explain
Oh
what
my
I'm
God.
yapping about so everybody can like understand. Talking to the characters in the town segments here will determine a few different things. It'll determine who's the date in the Gold Saucer when we go there on the first and second trip. And it also determines the order at the final boss fight of what we get characters in. And I'm used to a very specific route. And Woadyb, I was not expecting Woadyb to talk to Tifa here, because there's other places later where you can get that affection. Which I guess you do a different affection route for the final fight then?
Do you do Tifa Barrett Yuffie Red?
I don't know, man. I do whatever Crystal does. The thing is Woadyb does his own route. And that's always kind of how it's been with Woadyb. And I just steal everybody else's route. If the run's the fastest, I do what they do, like a monkey. So I always get confused when I see people thinking on their own.
All right, I do want to say you're underselling it a little bit. My route is not 100% my own route. My route is a combination of stuff I've done with things that Sid and Crystal Crown do, and they do things that I've done that they've taken from me. So we both share things. It's not like a one-to-one copy. There are definitely some nuanced differences, but there are strats we share between each other that I've come up that they use, and they use that I copy. So it's not like a 100% Woadyb original thing going on here. But yeah, no, I mean, so I've routed it to where I talk to Tifa there to gain affection points to help push her into the #1 affection slot, so I can have her in very specific fights at the very end of the game. The dialogue choices don't matter. Like, it doesn't matter how good my response is. I just take whatever the cursor's on. Because I don't need to pick anything specific in the conversation to acquire what I need.
Yeah, because it's you can get the points in Cosmo Canyon for free. You can get the points in the inn for free. Because like the thing is Aerith. Well, never mind. I'm not going to talk about that. Let's just move on instead of. Yeah, needless to say, like, talking to the characters manipulates the final boss party order, and depending on how you want to handle those fights, talking to specific characters is important. But I've just never seen anybody route affection on Tifa in this chapter.
I mean,
Because
takes
normally
all, like,
we just
3 seconds.
No, I'm not saying it's like slow or anything. I'm just, I thought the route was pretty much consistent with everybody because then you don't have to go to your way to do anything extra. But
I mean, I don't.
is.
I mean, you literally run past her. It's not.
Yeah.
I'm not going out of my way to talk to her. Like, she's literally in the way as you run.
Where to now?
Because you have to talk to Aerith. Like, you have to talk to Aerith because you have to go to the. Like, so.
Good. We're almost to gameplay, so I can stop stun locking you on this topic.
It's the point I made earlier. We were in a town. We needed to do things around the town before we can continue the story. So the game requires you to go learn about the folio system, which we're not going to really take advantage of. I mean, I did buy 1 folio because we need that ability for the next 2 boss fights to get through them efficiently. But yeah, the game wants you to know about folios, and the game also wants you to know about like weapon upgrades and buying items or like from weapon shops and things. So you have to go there and you have to go up there, and then you can go to the water tower. And so Aerith will always be forced to talk to because she's literally in front of the bookstore.
Yeah.
Tifa and Barret and Red, those would be optional. Like if you're just trying to do everything the game offers, if you're trying to like fully experience everything, do all the side content, like that's where you can gain affection points from them. To Sid's point, there is as the OG game had it, there is a date sequence later in the game, and whoever you have the highest affection with is who you're going to spend that time with.
Oh, you go over this side. Nice. Yeah, I tried going right before, and I got confused which direction, so I just started going back left again. There's 2 different directions you can take here. I guess this is a little bit faster because you don't have to go through, or you don't have to go so far around where you want to go.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I haven't like timed it, so I couldn't tell you like officially like which of the 2 methods is actually faster or more or better. This is just what I've gotten used to doing, because this way I can go at more of a slanted angle to where I need to go.
Direct route.
Versus kind of like where you kind of going around, and then I mean, yes, you have some combat that you can flee from, and so this is kind of our where we've entered the world map part of the game, and so this is another kind of like a change in combat or change in gameplay mechanics from Remake, where Remake was very kind of linear in its kind of experience, because it's just Midgar. There's not a whole lot going on in Midgar. This game is, you know, we can explore the whole world now, and with that comes more terrain. And so every time we get to a new region, we're gonna run through the region in some capacity, or use a chocobo, depending on the area. We may or may not have access to one. And so when we use combat that we find along the way to move quicker, because it is faster to move in combat along the map than it is to just simply run like I'm doing now. And so we'll typically use Red 13, because Red 13 has the fastest kind of character movement speed, at least in this game, especially since they kind of adjusted how some of the buttons work or how some of the gameplay mechanics are from Remake. In that Tifa, so in Remake, Tifa was the fastest because with the parry materia, you could do what we call parry sailing, where you basically mash 2 buttons together, and Tifa just does this like really kind of like fast animation cancel where she keeps trying to uppercut, but you're canceling the uppercut by doing the parry mechanic. Now in this game, there is no parry materia. They've just built it into everybody's kind of like general kit as part of their dodge, and so it doesn't have the same kind of like spam fast speedness to it.
They nerfed Tifa and her movement. It doesn't interact the same way, where you can still kind of do it, but you can't cancel uppercut nearly as soon as you used to be able to. So right. Red ended up being a little bit faster because he has a faster cancel. Ooh, nice.
Yeah, Red 13 is very quick because he if you mash square and circle, alternating, he tries to attack, you cancel. He tries to attack, you cancel it. But yeah, with Tifa, there just is not as quick of a cancel, so you can't kind of mash the two buttons in the same kind of vein as you did. You still do it, like, because Red's not always in your party, so you'll still see me do it at times. But if Red's in our party, we'll usually err on the side of Red being the one to do it.
Yeah, we actually like organize our party in such a way that like 2 of the parties are used for combat, and then we use one of the parties to basically just have Red for optimal movement. If you have seen like the times between like New Game and New Game Plus, the main time save, one of the bigger time saves in New Game Plus is actually you can keep all of the warp points. So New Game Plus skips all this map movement. You can just kind of warp back and forth. We actually use it a little bit in New Game. Unfortunately, we don't get to use it nearly as much, but it is something we'll be doing in a little bit here. Also, Pico. Yeah. So if we do the movement right here, we can just kind of get right over there to Pico immediately. Got to be careful. Sometimes this one turns around, looks like we got good luck. If you really want to play it safe, you can roll into that second chocobo and stop right next to it, just in case, to make sure it doesn't turn around on you. But if you do the movement right, you should be able to get to the grass before it fully turns around. But this deep into a run, you usually don't want to reset over getting spotted by a chocobo.
Yeah, it feels. I mean, the time loss is pretty minor for the most part, and I mean, unless you want to argue, like even like as the world record holder probably wouldn't reset for a chocobo mishap because there's other parts that would have the time save he gets it back from. You can lose more time in the bosses, but it is an annoyance that might factor into a reset. Probably isn't the only thing though. It depends on whether you get spotted, whether the chocobos run away or not, and where your checkpoint is. But yeah. But yeah, that's the game's kind of introduction to kind of how chocobos are going to work. For the most part, all chocobos are acquired through like a sneaking side quest mini game, with the exception of like 2 of the chocobos. One of which you just buy a license for, and the other one is like story purpose. But here we have everyone's favorite Chadley is back. Yep, he's back. If you're familiar with Remake, to give us more things to do.
Casually, I like the changes to Chadley's system, but in terms of a speedrun, it kind of stinks the way it works. Because in Remake, you just had to do certain things in combat, and Chadley would sell you materia. In this one, you have to complete world exploration to get materia from him. And as we said, Easy doesn't really go out of its way to do anything extra. So we're not really going to be able to get much from Chadley besides this free fire and ice materia.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to do one thing extra, and every category does this, because this materia that we're going to do a VR simulator for is just too powerful that minute time loss so it's about a minute time loss to gain this enemy skill materia that I'm going to be doing here in a second. But that's because it gives you immediate access to an ability called Sonic Boom, and Sonic Boom gives you, if you're familiar with RPGs and stuff, and like attack and magic boosting abilities, we are going to get access to basically bravery and faith, and those are going to boost your attack and magic stat for 30 seconds, I believe.
Yeah.
And with that, because it's a pretty good boost. It's like, I think around 50,
I believe it's 30%.
It's like 30, yeah, about 30%.
Yeah, it's 30 for that, 30 for Berserk, and then 50 for Berserk Prime. And from what I understand, the math actually takes place like before multipliers, so it's actually a little bit more than 30, but that's just the easier way to explain it. But the cool thing is, like you mentioned earlier, if you hold square, Cloud will stab the ground, and as long as he hits an enemy, he gets a temporary Berserk, which I think is like 10 something.
10 seconds.
It's 10 seconds. So we can stack that 30% damage bonus from Berserk along with the bravery/faith bonus, and that turns Cloud into an absolute damage cannon.
Really,
so
anybody
we
using it, because we use it on Bear
Yeah.
too. So it's just
If-
whoever has it can become a pretty big DPS, which is huge
Yeah.
for getting through these fights since we're not really grinding for anything.
The Bravery and Faith is going to simplify fights where we don't have Cloud. The only reason it stays on Cloud is because of that temporary Berserk that we can activate, just leading to like multiplicative, increased damage. Here's what I was talking about with the map warping. It's a nice little time save. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and mostly why Cloud uses it is because, to be honest, there's not that much game where Cloud isn't in your party,
Yeah.
and he's just, between, him and the only person who's gonna be stronger than him would be Tifa, and Aerith wouldn't be more powerful until chapter like 10, 11, when she gets the other weapon we pick up. But one of the gameplay, and you'll see this in the next chapter, which we can talk about in a little bit, but we've got a kind of a big wall for this the speed run in every category, since we skipped so much content, because they really want you to do side stuff, and we don't really want to do side stuff here.
Dude, even casually, this boss stunk.
I mean, this boss was pretty rough, and I did everything beforehand,
Menu?
and I still almost died. I'm good at menu. I got a system.
I'm like,
I have a system, man.
You're so close. I have never menued this close. The only time I menu this close is when I forget to menu.
I've got a system, man. Trust my system.
Dog, I don't want you to run into this boss and be like, oh, I forgot to menu.
Well, the great news though, if that happens, the game makes it easy to reset fights. So
yeah,
we just take the L and we fix the problem.
Resetting here is kind of obnoxious because it resets you to land, so you don't just like spawn right in front of the boss, unfortunately. So yeah, Midgardsormr is a huge skill check here. We're gonna hard start with Overcharge to get Barrett some ATB. We want to get some counters going, so we immediately switch to Punisher, and as long as we're holding guard while in Punisher stance, we'll be able to auto-counter the boss. We want to tank some extra damage here, too. But the Punisher counter is dealing damage, it's getting us a bunch of ATB from it, and it's also allowing us to hit the boss a little bit more here, so that we have enough.
I knew that was going to happen. You jinxed me.
Sorry, dude. To be fair, like, resetting on this boss is very reasonable. The patterns that you get from Zolom are not consistent. You get, like, one hit right off rip for the counter attack, and that's about it consistently.
Well, and it's pretty consistent to do Headbutt. It's very rare he doesn't, but it does happen where he does Devour.
Well, yeah, Devour and Coil are the ones we don't want to see. The other issue is if he starts targeting somebody besides Cloud, it gets a little bit weird. But we want to get the Berserk and Braver going here, so this Blizzard does a lot of heavy lifting. And then we want to set up a Focus Strike here so that the pressure is almost completely full. And the Braver here does just enough damage to push a phase. If you keep wailing on him, you'll push the phase too, but you want to get the extra damage from Braver if possible.
Well, we also don't want to build the stagger bar too high, because we don't want to stagger him in phase 1, so phase 2 will be a lot quicker.
So we don't have enough limit here to the point where we can just stagger. We have to take a hit from the fire. Depending on how the fight goes, if you tank enough, if you get Berserk going early enough and tank enough Punisher counters, you can actually build enough limit to just stagger immediately and not have to tank the fire for the extra limit bonus. But yeah, we're pretty good right here. One of the things that we've been doing, actually, is we've been splitting up our commands in a particular manner there. We want to make sure we have used at least 2 commands with Cloud and Tifa so that we can do a team attack. In Easy, as long as a character has 2 little tips from, or ticks from using an ATB-based move, you can use a team attack. In Normal, it's 3 bars, but in Easy, it's reduced to 2. And then each subsequent use in Normal would be 5 bars, but in Easy, it is a 4 bar. So it's 2, 4, then 5, and Easy it would be 3, then 5. So basically, we're just trying to do 2 moves so we can get that team attack in to set up to clear that end phase pretty quickly.
Yeah, because if we use the Synchro Cyclone in the end phase, it will allow, it will pressure Zalem, which will kind of keep him stationary for a bit.
If you're really bad like me, you just go for a stagger in that final phase. But if you do enough damage, you can just push through it. So we used Sleek Saber for that boss fight. It does have a nice little A to B bonus ability on it, and it does have a little bit higher stats. But we still want to learn Focus Thrust on Cloud, so we actually swap it there before we do that save load. We just save and then reload because there's a lot of dialogue coming into this area, and we'll slow walk through a lot of it. But loading stops the dialogue, so we can start moving at full speed again. Nice little time save.
Yeah, and you'll see we do that a number of times throughout the run. Now, there'll be times where you see me not do it. It's because even if you save load, the slow walking still happens. So if there is a case where you see us just slow walking and having a dialogue chat with somebody, it means that the save load doesn't work there in the same way it works for other parts.
Yeah, save loading was like a big thing early game in Remake. It ends up saving quite a bit of time. There's not a ton of save loads in Rebirth.
There's a fair amount, like compared to how many we did in Remake, to be honest. It's actually more than Remake.
I feel like Remake was like 10.
I mean, this one's pretty high because there was the one we just did there. The next one we do will be in chapter 8.
You know what it is? It's probably just because there's oh yeah, at the end you do a bunch of those right before the final. You're right.
And you do a bunch in chapter 10 in the flashback sequence. You do like 5 there.
Yeah, I'm misremembering because the density in like Remake is very early game where you do like 10 of them and then you don't ever do it again for like the majority of the game. So if we move right here, we can skip the snakes. If you really were feeling greedy, you could take the snake fight to get like focus thrust or dive kick points, but that's only something a bad runner like me does.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with the extra fight. I mean, obviously, other than time loss, it's not like the end of the world if you take the fight. Because one thing you'll see, so unlike Remake, so in Remake, fights were required because of its linear nature. So there were a lot of fights in Remake that you had to do because there wasn't a way to necessarily skip them, because the game would have like ladders or doors or switches that, because you have to hit the triangle button and you can't hit the triangle button while in combat, you would have to do those fights, and you couldn't, the distance wasn't great enough that you could flee from them. Well, in Rebirth, for the most part, most fights that we pass are not required. Now there are some fights that we have to do, there are some fights that are just going to be better to take, and then the trade-off sometimes, for most encounters with the exception of like one, if you get the encounter, a lot of times you will just take the fight in most cases, but I'm gonna focus up here for this next boss fight against some old pals and a new face.
Yeah. The opening of this fight is a little bit fluid. It can change depending on what Rude decides to open with, so we need to be ready to... Oop, okay, we got a good pattern.
Yes,
Could
we
be
did.
worse for sure. What we're going to do here is we're going to build a bunch of ATB, and then we want to get Sonic Boom going for the damage bonus, and then we want to make sure to focus thrust and stagger with it. Every one of the abilities has a bonus if you do if you activate it under certain conditions. So focus thrust we need to learn for most of the game, but we don't want to keep Buster Sword on every time. So we want to hit focus thrusts and stagger with them. So instead of earning 10 points out of 100, we earn 40. 10 for the activation and 30 additional points for staggering with it. So the goal right now is to make sure that we learn focus thrust from this fight. And we also want to get some dive kick activations too if we can. Ideally what happens here is we set this up, and then now we have Berserk, Bravery, Faith, and Limit. This will kill no matter what at this point, but we would like to get the dive kick kills with Tifa, which I think we snuck one of those in there.
Yeah, we did.
Looks like Cloud snatched one of them. This is what I was talking about earlier. We want to learn focus thrust, focus shot, and dive kick. So early game, a lot of it is trying to get that set up so that we have the good stuff. With Barrett, his best weapon is the one we picked up right before the last boss fight. The high-powered rifle is actually the best throughout the course of the game. There's only a few levels where some of his other weapons would be like technically better, but for the majority of the time, based on our leveling curve, the high-power rifle is functionally his ultimate weapon. But we can't equip it just yet because we still need to learn focus shot from Gatling gun. When we were in the plains, talking about the route and kind of the direction that we were going, we actually stopped and focus shot one of the random enemies there to get 40 points there. And we should be able to learn focus shot through the next boss fight. Luckily, there's some optional fights where kind of we don't necessarily have to kill them optimally, where we can back up just in case we don't get the staggers if we like accidentally focus shot too soon or something like that. But that's a big part of the route, is knowing exactly how to learn those abilities efficiently, and knowing where to back them up if things end up a little bit off schedule. Me personally, I get a little bit greedy and kind of pre-learn some of it in the Kalm plains just to make sure I don't have to back it up. But Woadyb does it properly and learns them in the boss fights like I should be doing.
Yeah, the early game route has gone through a few changes and iterations between what I'm doing, between what the Sid and Crystal are doing. Basically, like Sid just said, it is a mix of like how can we be efficient in learning. It's really, and it's less like a worry about like dive kick, for instance, because dive kick you'll have plenty of chances come chapter 5. Depending on, plus Tifa, between Tifa being in the snake fight, Tifa being in the Elena Rude fight, Tifa in the not next boss fight, but the next boss fight she would be present for, because this is the example I gave earlier about how the game will split you up and make you play different sets of characters. So that's why we're only playing as Red and Barrett right now while they're dealing with their shenanigans. And so
honestly,
we want to
go ahead.
No, I was just saying, so we made it so like we can learn focus thrust entirely on the Rude and Elena fight, because it just ended up being the more efficient option instead of taking a bunch of extra encounters, because the, like Sid's point there, yes, we could have fought some enemies in the Grasslands and potentially gained the proficiencies on those, or we could kind of min-max our time save by routing them into a fight if the way to do it is not going to cost you as much time, for instance.
Yeah, that actually reminds me, I neglected to mention something. Things like focus thrust, you get the 10 points per activation and then 30 points per stagger. So if you can set it up that your focus thrust hits multiple enemies, you can get multiple proficiency bonuses. So you theoretically could learn focus thrust in a single focus thrust if you can stagger 3 enemies with it. It's just not that easy to do, unfortunately. And since we need to stagger those 2 and our damage isn't that tight, it's easy peasy to do it that way.
Yeah, and thankfully, to Sid's point, we quite literally do that in the Elena and Rude fight. So another benefit of the Synchro Cyclone ability is in phase 2 of the Rude and Elena fight, they do a team-up attack. And to interrupt them from their attack, so they don't hit you with this big move, you basically have to use a synergy ability. There's probably like a level 3 spell would potentially do the same thing, I imagine, for New Game Plus.
I think I don't know if you can do it with level 3 spell, but I think it's just the way the devs programmed it purposefully to like goad you into using team attacks. Because I remember like figuring that out casually, where it's like, oh, you want me to hit him with both characters. I understand now. I think it was a really interesting, sneaky dev trick to like get you to interact with the systems, which is a really smart way to do it.
Yeah.
Because everything else in like a normal run won't break that.
Yeah, and so we basically do that. It interrupts their team attack, which pressures both of them, and then we're able to use Cloud's cleave move, which is where you hold square and operator, and he basically vacuums in enemies, and with that it lines them up perfectly to where a single, was a single focus thrust should finish out both bars and make it so we get a double stagger with one focus thrust.
2 grand.
Here we defeated some snakes because you have to wait for Aerith to come open the door anyway, and so we used that fight there to finally finish learning focus shot. If you happen to get unlucky with what Red 13 does, or if you know they were grouped up too much and you hit too many of them, there's a backup strat to learn it on the next fight, but it does cost you a little bit of minion time. But here we have the Mythril Golem fight.
Yep. So this fight right here, since we're without Cloud, is going to fall mainly on Barret. For whatever reason, the Mythril Golem's weak to Thunder. So a lot of this fight is going to be making sure we have Sonic Boom up, and we use our ATB at the right time to hit the Thunders during stagger. Some of the moves there we were using at a very specific time so that we actually had super armor, so that when the boss hit us, Barret didn't get knocked over. It's a really subtle thing that is not super obvious, but it's a really cool gimmick. Like Overcharge and Sonic Boom have enough super armor here to keep you from getting knocked over. It's more technical than that. It's actually like cut and keep, but that's more or less the very easy way to explain this and simplify it. In easy, as long as you're performing a move, you basically can't be interrupted. You can't really get away with that in the harder difficulties in normal and hard because the values are way, way different. But we're setting up the fight. Looks out pretty good. We want to try and get rid of the spine here if we can. Get rid of the arm for some extra damage. Because when you break a limb, it does deal a set amount of damage to the main body. Right here, we're just spamming as many Thunders as we possibly can with Fire in the Hole. Do you need Thunder on him for the bottom swell, or do you not do that?
No, I do. I do Thunder. I use an ether.
Okay.
We have 2 free ethers. I have no need for more than one.
Yeah, I wasn't sure or not since you went down to 1.
Yeah.
Some runners will hold off here and save a Thunder for bottom swell, but the game starts us with 5 potions and I think it's 2 ethers.
2 ethers.
So we have access to ethers later, and we're really not super tight on MP, to be blunt, in this game. So like the ethers at this point, we need 1 in the next area where Cloud has to solo, and then we're going to need 1 before this boss. So there's no reason to hold on to the ether. Because mid to late game, we'll actually do a side quest, or not a side quest, but a mini game. And we'll either get showered in turbo ethers, X potions, or elixirs. And then there's plenty of other like ethers we could grab. So these first 2, that's probably the most efficient way to do it. Otherwise, you waste a bunch of time doing like 2 or 3 normal combos to like kill the boss there.
Yeah, I just found doing an extra Thunder at the end of phase 1 just made things a lot smoother, and it it makes things smoother, but also creates a more min-max with ATB management. Because at the beginning of phase 2, what we're doing is we're attacking the head while he winds up Mythril Mallet, and Mythril Mallet, we want to tank the hit from that. So we can build limit, so we can use Fire in the Hole, because you got to take damage essentially to gain limit or stagger. It's either take damage or stagger the enemy. And so, you know, Barret gets 2 staggers, but 2 staggers is not enough to just straight get limit on that fight, so he does have to tank a few hits as well. And so while we're standing there waiting for Mythril Mallet to hit us, so we can then Thunder the head and pressure him, if we don't, I just felt that if I don't use the Thunder at the end of phase 1, then I'm kind of sitting there with 2 full bars of ATB. And if you
that's fair.
If you have full bars of ATB and you're comboing, you're not really gaining ATB back, and so it just works out better. And then it just makes sure that when you hit him with Fire in the Hole, you're more than likely going to finish the fight and not have to worry about having Red like maybe finish him off with some of his attacks.
Yeah, I'll probably switch over to that strat, because I mean that extra ether has never come up in the entire time I've been running. So
I mean, at least in the sense of when you would need it, because taking into account what you said about the turbo ethers, I mean, we also have right before that. There's there's the swinging on a rope stuff, and the boxes you break while swinging on a rope typically have a couple ethers in there too.
Yep. Yeah, there's some seeded ethers, potions, and stuff in there. That whole segment is really nice because it refills your inventory without having to worry about anything. So coming up here, like a lot of our early bossing setup is Cloud, Barret, Tifa. Tifa, because she can increase the stagger with her triangle move using Unbridled Strength or Unbridled Fury specifically to get Omni Strike. Omni Strike received a massive buff in this version of the game versus like Remake. It used to be Uppercut, which is her base move, would be able to be canceled really quick. It would hit pretty hard and build a ton of ATB. The devs decided that was too much fun, so they pretty much moved all that over to Omni Strike. So we have to Unbridled, Omni Strike, Unbridled, Omni Strike, and maintain that loop. But Omni Strike hits like a truck, gives you a pretty large stagger multiplier, and builds almost all of its ATB back if you hit a staggered target. Tifa's just really good at murdering staggered enemies. Barret's really good at taking care of long range enemies like this and building stagger as well. That's unfortunate. Terror of the Deep usually starts with a physical move here, so we try to get a Punisher counter on it.
Yeah, apparently I missed the second Punisher, which is not usually something that commonly happens. So just bad timing on the perfect counter.
Yeah, we do a thing here where we like counter and then we cancel it immediately with a guard command so that we can counter twice in a row and build the ATB twice instead of just once. And then that lets us have enough ATB with the overcharge on Barret as well that we can do Thunder. Oh, you know what? That probably is better than using a Focus Strike, huh? All right, ignore me. So now that we have Terror of the Deep staggered here, we're just going to spam Omni Strike back to back to back to back from the Omni Strike, Omni Strike Unbridled, Omni Strike Unbridled. And since we've got a stagger here, we get about a third of a bar from each stagger. And what we can do is just let it hit us. And because it does so much damage, it basically lets us gain a limit in 2 hits here. So we can scam out a limit while we're waiting for the boss to come back up anyway. We'll let Barret get up to 2 bars here. Focus Shot is good at staggering pressured enemies, and it actually does more stagger damage if he uses 2 bars instead of 1. So that's why we went up our way to do it that way. So yeah, we're going to Omni Strike multiple times here and just get through this. If you don't get enough dive kick points, which we got earlier in phase 1, you can always finish that fight as well. Dive kick's proficiency bonus is on kill, so it's a little bit harder to get dive kick learned, quote unquote, over Focus Strike, because you actually have to kill with it, which means you only get 1 proficiency bonus per enemy. But dive kick, you have a long time because Tifa doesn't get her next weapon until
Chapter 5.
Like halfway into the next dungeon.
Yeah, so what happened with the bottoms well fight and why we have, because luckily when you retry a fight, it takes you right before the encounter, and if something was to happen and like maybe because the routes are the fights are routed very particular in their in the nature of them, and so when things are done out of order or things are done in the right order, it is a lot of times better off resetting a fight just to salvage shit, because you'll lose more time just trying to fumble your way through. Now there are some boss fights, there might be backups, there might be things, but for something like Bottoms well, because he's a flying enemy, he's kind of all over the place, it can be a little bit harder to regain your footing if you don't just simply do a restart like I did there, because you saw in the second attempt it basically went swimmingly, it went like gangbusters.
I see what that explains it. Got it.
Explains what?
The speaking to Tifa in town, if you take you can just choose the only one I know is, or the only one I remember is you, and that'll get you enough affection for her. That explains that.
Yeah, I mean, I fully acknowledge that I could probably cut out that conversation beginning if I wanted to make sure I picked the right dialogue every time. But
don't worry about it. I'm more so talking to myself out loud.
I just don't want to have to think about it because the dialogue choices are never the same. They're not always going to be left, bottom, or top. And I worry I will lose more time taking a second or two to read the screen and be like, oh, which one do I pick versus just mashing it.
Because in their infinite wisdom, the devs are like, hey, you know what would be a good idea to do with the affection dialogue options with characters? Let's just randomly move them around on the wheel every time. So you can actually throw your run by messing that up. But yeah,
like
you were saying,
how tight is your stuff? I was just saying that's why I don't. That's why I don't do it that way. I
if you
can't
mess
throw
up
my run for that.
Well,
I can't throw my run for that.
I mean, you get auto saves, so you could reload and do it, but it can mess some things up. Like Yuffie is one that can throw it off too if you're not paying attention. Because I had a weird run like that. It's not that tight. You would have to like raise the affection value too much with somebody else. But yeah, no. In easy, and same thing with like New Game Plus hard, a lot of the fights are kind of heavily scripted to where like you need to stick to the plan. And unless your mistake is like halfway into the boss fight, it's usually better. The discretion is better part of valor and whatnot. You just restart and then get the fight back on track. Because if you make a mistake at the very beginning, you spend the entire time recovering. And if you're like into a fight, it's like, well, I kind of got to recover at this point. But that's kind of how this run goes. And it is very easy to like miss the counters as much as it's like, oh, well, the boss always attacks you. Yeah, well, you try it. You'd be surprised. Also, missing an input here means we have to do the whole dolphin minigame again, so yay.
Yeah, that was the dolphin minigame. So in this case, they decided to treat it like a wave racer in a way. So luckily, it's very straightforward. Because there's like walls, we spend the first half of it until you kind of round the corner, just collecting the beach balls, because it will increase your speed as you collect. I don't know, it's like 8 or 10 of those things. It will raise the level. Yeah, and then when you get around the bend, there's some things you can do to like skip like ramps, like because like flying through the air is gonna like be a little bit slower than just kind of ignoring it, because he has to land, and so that's what you kind of saw me kind of hugging the right side to kind of like cut the corner as much as possible, so we can. The sub 47 second is generally the pace you want to see.
Fun fact, the jump prompts you can actually hit slightly before it's in the center ring. But if you miss either of those, you're doing the entire thing again. It's a sad state of affairs. So, like we were talking about ethers earlier, actually, right next to the cart in the Mythril Mines, there's a turbo ether. So if you really were hard up, there's a turbo ether there. And there's also a turbo, or not a turbo, a high ether. And there's a high ether right there at the end of the hallway. So even if something went catastrophically wrong, there's 2 different ethers you can pick up early game. But your MP is not super tight, surprisingly. It's really late game where you start spamming spells left, right, and center with one of the parties where ethers are a lot more valuable. And because there's a lot of places that just kind of give you ethers hand over fist, that it's actually pretty hard to run out.
That's too bad. Would have been perfect.
Hey, beggars can't be choosers.
But yeah, you mentioned earlier with like the split parties. I think that's one of the things I love about the game here, is it actually does this really cute thing where you not only get your parties switched up, so you're kind of exposed to every single character, but you actually have to control every single character once throughout the course of this game, which was something I didn't notice until like a couple months later, and I was like, wait a minute, we actually play as every single character that we get control of. That's interesting. They
Yeah,
do
that is
Go
one
ahead.
nice mechanic because it allows like people to play how they want to play when doing like open world like side quest stuff, because you can mix your party
mix and
up there.
match.
But then it does still kind of make you experience everybody, which, you know, to some people's maybe chagrin, certain characters they may not enjoy playing as much as others.
Yeah, it's there is a little bit of a knowledge check on some of them because they don't. Some of the characters play in a more obtuse way, but if you sit down and spend the time with some of them, almost all the characters in this game are pretty solid. There's downsides to each and every one, and I believe that's intentional so that the characters have strengths and weaknesses. It just unfortunately turns out that some of the strengths are much better than some of the other strengths that other characters have. But that is one nice thing. Is like we take advantage of pretty much everybody's gimmick to some extent throughout the course of the run. Arguably, like one of their gimmicks allows us to do a skip later. That'll skip some of the most annoying enemies. If you know, you know. Speaking of skips, completely off topic, but did y'all hear that they can skip Rebirth and the OG Final Fantasy VII now? That's pretty wild, huh?
I have mixed feelings about that name.
I think it's cooler than Ocean Fly, but
I think Oceanfly is a phenomenal name. What are you talking about? Cooler than Oceanfly? Oceanfly is a great
all right.
name.
Okay, got it. You have no taste.
Okay.
Noted.
All right.
I didn't know you could jump on those in that area. But so what Woadyb did there was a neat little movement tech. If you're in a slow walk and there's some environmental objects that you would normally kind of hop over, you can purposefully run into those so that you get the jump over animation, which is no longer at that slow walk speed. So you can save a little bit of time in places like that. You just got to look for it. Recently in Final Fantasy VII OG, they found a skip where they can, once they get out of Midgar.
It's a skip for Disc 1, which is what Rebirth is covering.
Yeah, once you get out of Midgar, you can skip all the way to the temple, which is the fact that it's viable is just wow. It's so much mad science that it's impressive. Also, we don't have to interact with this. Unfortunately, we can't skip it for some reason, but it does make a nice pee break.
Yeah, so throughout this game, and we maybe haven't pointed out some of it, but yeah, so because it's open worldish and it's an RPG, there's mini games, there's side quests. While side quests we're generally not forced into, mini games, depending on the story reasons for it, we're kind of required to do, but some of them we don't have to. Back in chapter 2, where Billy was trying to teach me how to ride a chocobo, where you would go through like a chocobo crash course. I had pushed start and actually quit, and it did not make me redo it. Whereas that parade mini game you just saw, I had to sit through and actually do or potentially participate in. And so you'll see a mix of that. We have runs that are mini games that we'll start and quit out of, and mini games you'll just see us kind of wait out.
Luckily, some games have a little bit more of a weird balance, but I feel like Rebirth has a fantastic balance between like the cutscenes and gameplay, to the point where there's some pretty decent breaks where you can like go take a snack, use the bathroom, refill your water or whatever. And it comes at a very good pacing too. Luckily, this area right here has a lot of skips. The only downside is we're going to have to do the parade march coming up here, which is why we're kind of running around. We have to get at least 5 troopers, but we have no intention in actually performing it, so we can just skip most of this. The downside is it's actually 3 different things. So we actually have to wait for it and then skip a cutscene, wait for it, then skip a cutscene, and then skip a cutscene and resume play. It's good for getting the achievement here, so you can get the achievement for doing it right. But in terms of a speedrun, it's super annoying because it's like 20-second, 30-second, and then like a 40-second break.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, and as was mentioned, so there are 10 possible infantry units you can recruit.
I'm not sure they know what they're doing.
The 5 we get are technically not the fastest 5 to get, but they are the fastest 5 when it comes to this mini game. So the formation of units you have in your squad make up the mini games that you're witnessing here. So the mini game will actually change and be of different lengths based on how much harder it is, because there is, you know, you can win this mini game, you can beat out the other team, but if you use these 5 teams, so I recently found out that if you just use the 5 that we get in the speedrun, you actually cannot win even if you do it perfectly, because you don't gain enough points because the sequences are too short. They're not challenging enough to earn enough points to beat Roche in his squad of people. But this is the fastest in a speedrun sense, because we used to get a different group, because if you saw there, I was kind of running up to a bunch of people, I was talking to them to recruit them. In the last group, I kind of ran to the end of the hallway, went down some stairs, talked to a group. There was actually a group closer and quicker to get, but what they give you for the mini game actually costs you a bunch of time in comparison. So that's why we take the longer trip to get that last group.
Yeah. So depending on like what group, if you get like 5 of the like regular officers, they have a very specific set of dances, I guess. If you just have 5 random ones, you get this one. And then if you have like 2, there's like 3 or 4 units total. It's 5 infantrymen, like 2 flame troopers, 2 grenade troopers, and then like 1 other unique type of troop. And depending on that will determine how long the mini game is. So we're just doing the random ones, which is the shortest because you can't get and it won't allow you to get enough points to like win the mini game. It's something that like I thought about in the back of my head, but I never really bothered asking about. And now I guess I got an answer that we literally do it this way on purpose to get a shorter mini game.
Yep. It was brought up earlier. Probably a good time to maybe talk about it because it's gonna be more noticeable in upcoming fights. But so a mechanic in this game, hidden mechanic in this game is cut and keep. If you're familiar with some action games, I think Dark Souls is maybe a good comparison to it, or just really anything where you kind of like tank through an attack of sorts. Every attack has a cut and keep value, and so on easy, the keep value is higher, which is why we're able to do some of the strats, which also leads to why sometimes with some boss fights things can still get a little risky if your HP management isn't great, or if you don't heal yourself up periodically because you're just tanking a bunch of hits from enemies. But yeah, we basically do an action, and depending on the ability we're doing, we are able to essentially power through the enemy's action. Now, the enemy, if they do an unblockable attack, which is usually noticeable by a triangle, we typically can't keep through those. There are also some other just general actions, a lot of times like moves that might stun us briefly, we can't keep through. And so it's basically just our way of kind of powering through an attack, but it's also how we interrupt enemy actions in some fights, because if our certain attacks will like make the enemy like stunned, or it might interrupt what they're doing and kind of cancel the animation of their attack.
So we have ourselves
Yeah,
a deal.
that's one of the benefits of like doing an easy run over normal. Because some of the stuff that we're getting away with just face tanking, you'll get knocked on your butt in normal. So you would either have to go out of your way to dodge it first, or have some way to stop the enemy from doing that action.
I think the trade-off is y'all have level 3 spells.
Yeah.
We barely have
In
level
New Game
2
Plus,
spells.
yeah. Yeah, New Game Plus is going to be a ride. I've seen a little bit of it. I'm trying to wait to route it myself because I haven't fully finished the VR fights, but we're going to pick up the Rune Blade here, which Cloud, we're going to be picking up a lot of his weapons since he's the main person in the party. Everybody else, at most, we're going to get like 1, maybe 2 different weapons, and that's going to be about it. This fight right here is super neat. If you do it right, you can just pull all the enemies in and just kind of clean everything up quickly.
Yeah, one guy decided not to get vacuum in, and then I accidentally threw a fire instead of sonic booms.
You can do either sonic booms or fire. They both pretty much have the same like radius for the
Sonic
most
boom
part.
just has a quicker animation.
Yeah. If you sonic boom the right way too, it's a little bit faster because it'll make you jump back. That's a shame.
Yeah, Officer B sometimes just doesn't want to get vacuum in by the because Cloud kind of touched on it briefly. So when Cloud is in operator mode and you hold square, he goes in and he does this kind of cleaving move that has a vacuuming effect, and it looks like I accidentally.
Thanks for the retarget game. I totally wanted to hit that guy.
Yeah, it's fine.
There we go.
I accidentally. To be fair, I actually my thumb did graze the analog stick, so that's actually on me.
Always blame the game. Yeah. So that vacuum move that we're talking about is actually, I think it's basically Deadly Dodge from the previous game.
Yes, it is.
One of the weird differences is in Remake, you would do that same exact move, except it would push enemies away. If you had Deadly Dodge equipped and then used Dodge Roll, then the hold, or the square, he would do the same, a very similar looking move, but it would actually pull enemies in. That is one of the bigger changes that I love that they added it, that the hold actually pulls enemies into you, because pushing enemies away was the worst. It was just awful.
Oh, hey, we got the... Oh, no, okay, he came down. I was like, I thought we got the bug for a second, where they, like, stayed on top.
I've had that happen before, and my brain was in remake mode, and I'm like, oh no, I can't cast fire because there's something in between me and him. So one of the weird things in remake is like spells would interact with the environment. So like fire, ice would hit walls instead of enemies if there was a wall between you. In Rebirth, they changed it so that it actually will travel through environmental objects. So that was a very big change that makes this a lot easier because we don't have to worry about spells whiffing and hitting in the environment instead of enemies now, thankfully.
Yeah, no more accidental light poles. Yeah.
So Death Wheel here, despite looking like a machine, is actually weak to fire. So we're just trying to get enough ATB to get fire going immediately so we can get the stagger out of it. This is one of the worst fights on the ship because it's pretty much random whether Death Wheel holds still long enough for you to finish it with fire or not.
Yeah, it's basically a game of how much is he going to run around and troll you. We got lucky there. He stopped to do that missile move, so it gave me an opportunity to build up some stagger, or build up some ATB.
It wasn't the fastest it could have been, but it wasn't as slow as it could have been. That's for sure. So Roche here is a pretty straightforward fight. Going to get a couple of hits in and then spin to win for some extra ATB. We want to get the stagger going as soon as possible here. So you have one of two choices. You either fire him or you do it this way, where you Sonic Boom then fire. This is going to be a little bit weird on this phase. If you really want to, you can go for a stagger so that you can set up that full bar in this phase, but it probably is slower. It really depends on what Roche gives you. But if you go into this phase, you just spam fire to win with full ATB, but we're going to have to deal with a little bit of randomness. Ooh, actually.
Nope.
Never mind. You carried over the stagger, huh?
Yeah, you should have faith in what I'm doing.
You know, I wasn't sure if the Sonic Boom was a misinput or not,
Nope.
but I never considered carrying the stagger into the second phase like that.
Yep, nope. I routed that fight in a way where when phase 2 begins, 2 cleaves should stagger him and keep me from having to chase him around, and then I just simply berserk into a fire and he's dead.
That's fair. The problem with Roche is like his movements in general after the first charge is kind of random. He'll drive around a bit and then take a sweep at you, so you should always be able to get a Punisher counter off of that. But then after that, you're kind of like just hoping Roche doesn't do too much obnoxious stuff. One of the interesting things actually is Punisher stance is supposed to be like a high damage, and it swaps out your guard ability for like a counter move. It has a very weird interaction with one of the new gimmicks they added to the game, perfect guarding. If you guard right before you get hit, you'll perfect guard it and take 0 damage. Unfortunately, it interacts with the Punisher counter in a really weird way, where it kind of like prevents it from activating properly. So for Cloud, it's kind of a downgrade in certain ways. Everybody else, perfect guarding can be extremely beneficial and really doesn't have that much of a downside. Cloud, on the other hand, it screwing up your Punisher counter is very annoying.
Yeah, because the big reason for that is because the perfect counter for Punisher has more hits in it, the ATB gain from the counter is like backloaded. And a lot of times we actually don't want that because we're possibly countering and we might be wanting to do another action immediately, or we need to, like Bottom's Well, we need to counter it again, almost like right away. And so with the perfect counter, it makes it awkward because then your ATB management might be off a little bit as a result because of it.
Yeah. So luckily we can just skip most of the card tournament here.
Yes,
And
we can
I stress
definitely
most.
forfeit it. I mean, we don't have to do this fight. We basically skip all of it. We just have to quit out of it.
The stuff that you get from this really isn't that good anyway. It's assess earrings, and I think you get a card or two. But as we mentioned with the folio earlier with the folio, we really don't use it that much. We're going to be upgrading here soon, Cloud, and that'll be the last time we upgrade him. We will grab some more upgrades for Aerith and Yuffie a little bit later, but right now we're just trying to upgrade things as soon as we get access to the abilities we want and have the points to buy it, and then never go back into that character's folio menu. So here we're going to be picking up one of the we're going to be picking up the synchronized attacks, synergy attacks. It's kind of weird. The attacks through the menu where we dual attack, but we have to like earn the points to use it through using ATB is a synchronized attack. And the ones that we're going to be using here are considered synchronized attacks, which is super obnoxious. So I kind of refer to the ones in the menu a chain attack, which is the Japanese term for it. So the ones that use ATB are chain, or that you earn through using ATB or chain attack. And these are actually synergy attacks. We're going to pick up the melee blade here and a few other things just to get melee blade, more or less. The other stuff is not that important. Melee blade, however, is a little bit busted, and you're going to see why very shortly. I'm going to build a little bit of bar here so we get Sonic Boom going. Ooh, that was nice. So it's going to tell us how Spellblade works, and we're going to just show you. That's unfortunate. If we set this up properly, ideally we just Spellblade all of them at once. Ooh, that's rough.
Yeah, apparently the positioning just was off, but it's fine.
But yeah, Spellblade reaches out and touches someone, hits very hard. Despite what it may seem, these attacks both take 2 characters. It depends on what attacks you have learned and what characters you have. Melee Blade will activate Power Cleave, which we're going to be showing off in a second here, when you have Tifa or Kate Sith in the party. And the Spellblade is activated when you have Yuffie or Aerith in the party, or at least activatable. And despite what it may seem, it doesn't actually take both characters' stats into consideration. It only takes Cloud's stats into consideration. So the Power Cleave here is just completely Cloud stats that are calculated here. Same thing with Spellblade. So Power Cleave is the same regardless of whether you use it with Tifa or Kate Sith, and Spellblade is the same regardless of whether you use it with Aerith or Yuffie. Spellblade is going to be a little bit stronger in this point because Runeblade is supposed to be a magic-based weapon. We added the attack plus 20 to kind of compensate, since we're going to be using a lot of Power Cleaves here. Its damage is higher than the Silk Blade, or Sleek Saber anyway. But yeah, Power Cleave is basically put our damage... Ooh, rough. Power Cleave is more or less like put our damage into or Melee Blade has put our damage into a point where we hit like a truck. The only downside is we have to charge the move. Luckily with Spellblade having the longer reach, it's a lot harder to miss. Unfortunately, Power Cleave is only the length of your blade. So it's a lot harder to get Power Cleave to clean things up immediately. But if we do things right, we should be fine. Luckily, with Power Cleave, there's almost nothing that can cut through this. So we basically have it available at all times. A lot of these fights, it mainly depends on whether we get screamed, howled, and get a short-term stun, or if an enemy hits us before we start a Power Cleave, or more importantly, jumps away while we're charging a Power Cleave. I'm going to pick up Kaiser Knuckles here for Tifa, and that'll be the last thing we grab for her weapons. There is another weapon called Dragon Claw that we can get later that theoretically has bigger stats, but you'd have to do the Box Bash minigame perfectly to avoid losing time, and the Kaiser Knucks are just better in general. So we stick with this. That and like Star Shower is not really needed, despite it's a very strong ability that will buff the next move by, I think, like 70% or something.
Omni Strike is just too powerful in this game.
Yeah. The fact that Omni Strike builds the stagger multiplier, and it more or less pays for itself every time you land a Omni Strike, that's what I'm talking about right there, with the enemies jumping away. It feels bad, but it just happens sometimes. So we're going to be heading into the boss fight. We want to heal up Cloud a bit here and make sure he's topped off, as well as Tifa. The boss is going to be doing a lot of damage because we're going to face tank a lot. What we're going to be doing is actually spamming Power Cleave like a mad lad. If this fights, you can use Sonic Boom to get that Braver bonus, and you can also get Berserk to get an additional 30% bonus. If you activate those too soon, we can't do the fight this way. What we're trying to do is set it up so that we get pressure to max here, and then if we use Power Cleave and switch to a different character, the game won't register the stagger from the character you're not actively in control of. So if you do a team attack like that with a character and then switch to somebody else, the game will allow the attack to finish, but it will never stagger an enemy. So we're going to be using that a lot throughout the course of the run to like Power Cleave to push a phase, but avoid staggering an enemy so we can hold the stagger for a different part of the fight. Here we're going to be spamming Omni Strikes to get the damage multiplier and do more damage. We're going to try and sneak in some Bravers with Cloud here to help supplement the damage. Power Cleave would do more damage, but since we're trying to get a higher multiplier with Tifa through Omni Strikes, we're not too concerned about min-maxing with Power Cleave. We could have snuck a Berserk in the first phase, but it's really kind of weird to do. And as you can tell, we already hit HP cap, so it did not matter at the end of the day. As long as we like hit that HP cap, it's fine. This phase is a little bit easier. We don't have to worry about staggering. Staggering is a course of like damage here, depending on how the fight works, and it worked perfectly. We didn't get the stagger. GG.
Thank you.
That fight can be very weird too, because sometimes the targeting will freak out and start targeting the tentacles, and that can really mess with you. if you're changing the targeting at all.
Yeah,
But that went perfectly.
And that happens if you break the head and the shoulder. Is usually when the
Yeah.
targeting gets a little funky there. But now it's time to take a little bit of a break from
Yeah.
all the action and ride some wheelies.
Yeah, the optimization line here is just to try and maintain the wheelie as long as possible, funnily enough. Now, it may seem weird that we're just parking this way away from where we need to go, but you'll see in a second why we do it. It's actually a really neat routing optimization.
Oop, a little too far. But yep, we kind of put the wheelie kind of in that general area because after the cutscene, we're supposed to be following Johnny here in a fairly slow walking segment. But apparently, if we hop on the wheelie, we're actually able to kind of like push him along further and make him kind of move faster with us, so we don't have to like slow walk the whole time. And then if we hug the left side here, we can climb up the rocks to push again Johnny along faster. So these are a lot of the like small optimizations in the like non-combat section we've all have looked for and found and created to move characters along quicker because there's a lot of conversating going on.
It's so cool because in a lot of these segments where there's story, the game wants you to slow walk, but there's a ton, because now we can like jump over terrain and stuff like this. There's a ton of set animations that play at a certain speed. And if we can take advantage of activating those set speed animations, we can save little bits of time all over the place. Also, cursed camera as usual.
Cloud is looking into our souls. But here we're taking a little bit of a break. So we're, getting help from Johnny to have a place to stay. And then, of course, award for most random NPC that serves quite literally zero purpose goes to this guy.
Just some dude talking smack about Johnny being an idiot. And it's like, dude, I played Remake, I know.
But essentially what's going on here is that we want to talk to Hojo. And he's on the beach. But we can't get to the beach because they have a very strict policy where you must be in beach clothes.
Swim attire.
Yes, you must be in swim attire. And to get swim attire, we need to participate in the events here by using one of these tickets d'Amour at specific locations. So Cloud has two options. He has either the Pirates Rampage or the Card Carnival. We do Card Carnival because it's the fastest. It has it's basically Queen's Blood, but it's like puzzle Queen's Blood with very specific solutions, which is basically just gated by your ability to input things quickly as possible. Whereas Pirates Rampage, it's a midway arcade shooting game that's gated by time limit. And so it's like a 30-second time loss in comparison. The only benefit of maybe doing it, as some runners have messed around with, is that you get a time materia, which gives you access to haste, which, because it costs 8, it's nice to have, but at the same time, it's not a make or break because it does require to use ATB. And as we've talked about before, some of these fights are routed so specifically in their strats that any extra amount of ATB being used may actually hurt us more than help us.
The main thing, like in easy, is just melee blade hard carries. Not only does it hit like a truck, but it builds nearly a bar of ATB on use. So like using haste is just kind of redundant at that point. You would rather either use something to buff your attack, like Sonic Boom for Bravery or Faith, or D-Protect, or possibly D-Shell in certain instances to further increase the damage you're dealing to the enemy. Because it's just like melee blade gets us where we need to go. It is interesting though. I do like the idea of using time, but unfortunately just doesn't work out. You'd have to like use haste magnify, and the problem is NPCs like ATB and damage when you're not controlling a party member is kind of bad. Oh, actually, I just remembered something that what I was talking about with the melee blade, specifically building ATB, what I didn't mention, and some people may not notice, is if you do a team attack with a character, both characters build ATB. So if you power cleave with Cloud and Tifa, they both get ATB from the power cleave. If you, we'll say, use one of Aerith's, which we'll get later, Spellbound Blast, with Aerith and Yuffie, both characters get ATB from hitting with it. So we build twice as much ATB and hit like a truck. So it's really hard to move away from those team attacks. The only downside usually is charging it. So they're extremely potent in more ways than one.
Yeah, and real quick, thank you for the good luck there, Monetary. And that is thankfully what has helped supplement the lack of access to some of the more helpful support material. So in we alluded to it earlier with Chadley and everything in Chapter 2. And the big thing is Chadley in Remake, like Sid said, you basically gain like a mission intel, and a lot of the mission intels are just things we're going to naturally do through combat. In this game, you have to run around the world maps. You have to like very open world Grand Theft Auto Assassin's Creed style climb, activate towers to unlock to show locations of other side quests, perform side quests, interact with these like life spring things, whatever, fight rare enemy species variants, kind of like hunts in FF12 or even 16. And that is where all the like support materia that was broken in Remake, like First Strike, ATB Stagger, ATB Boost, that's where all those are located. And as somebody who tried to route some of that into easy, just to find out that it wasn't saving much time or it wasn't helping, you were losing more time to do the stuff, is why the synergy abilities or team attacks, as Sid's calling them, are huge in helping supplement the lack of those materia.
Yeah, this area is actually the one place where I know normal goes out of its way to actually get a materia. There's a couple of like really easy to clear hunts, in terms of like what Woody was just talking about, that gives us points to buy things from Chadley. And they're pretty easy to wipe up, to clean up a couple of different enemies on the beach in this area before we progress. The funny part is you would get the points here to buy ATB boost from Chadley, and then just proceed to the next area and buy it after you finish a dungeon. It's kind of funny, but most of them don't get picked up because they require they require 4 or more like world exploration side quests to be done. One of them is operating the towers like we saw in the Chapter 2, but there's a cutscene associated with those towers every time we activate them, and we also have to climb them, which is very long.
Well, and there's a fight usually at the base of each tower.
Yeah, you can skip some of them.
Yeah, some of them you can skip, but some you are kind of forced into fighting.
So you have that. Your other option is, like you said, Mako Springs, but you have to go out of your way to hunt those down. And then there's 3 button inputs that you have to time to scan the spring. There's a couple others. Enemy encounters is probably the fastest. Unfortunately, there's really no... Oh, that actually is faster, huh? I was going around. I didn't even think to jump down there. Interesting. I've jumped down here to get the plat earrings, but I didn't think to jump down and then come back up like that. Luckily, this vendor here sells a plat earring. We bought some wrists earlier, which give us 5% physical increase. Unfortunately, this is the only plus 10 accessory that's available right now, but that's really all we need is the one. So now we have +5 from the regular earring that we still have looming around, and then we have +10 to magic. So that'll help with our stats and the damage we do. And then we also have a couple of wrist guards. We'll be upgrading those as soon as possible, though, to get the extra 5%. But even casually, I didn't know that was there. But it's such a nice thing that they give us that early. But you can only buy the one.
Yeah, you can only get the one. What we've been doing this whole time while we've been talking about some of the other Materia stuff is I've been doing now for Tifa and Aerith. I've been working on acquiring their vouchers for swimwear. So Aerith can do either she can either take pictures of cactars, as you've been seeing me kind of roaming around and taking these photos, or you can do a Rocket League style mini game called Run Wild as an alternative option. There's still a debate every now and then in the community about which is faster. Arguably, the photo taking is going to be more efficient, because for Run Wild to actually be potentially on par or maybe better, you have to be really good at it to where you win in essentially within 90 seconds. Like, you need to have about a minute 30 remaining on the clock for it to be potentially on par with photo taking, and it takes a pretty good amount of like practice and sometimes luck to get that outcome. Yeah. And then for Tifa, you get the options you have are going to be. I don't want to mess that up. So Tifa's options are either returning some segues or wheelies, as you saw me kind of doing there, or playing the piano. And the piano, again, rhythm mini game. It's time gated, so it is going to not be anywhere near. It's a huge time loss compared to just getting the wheelies, because at least when you get the wheelies, you can take the pictures at the same time if you've been kind of paying attention to what's been happening while we were talking about the other stuff.
Yeah. So one of the interesting things actually is like with Run Wild, to make it faster, you actually want to aim for second place.
Yeah.
You want to purposefully like get rid of the dogs and the bloodhounds and then like lose to the chocobo. So it's actually really weird. One of the other things that Woady's doing here is he's actually matching the swimwear between Tifa, Cloud, and Aerith. And that actually gives some affection value. There is a different way to route it where you don't need to match their swimwear, but it really doesn't matter that much. The affection values are on Tifa are first and foremost at the end of the day. You gonna go for the movement here?
Nope.
Okay. There is some interesting movement. If you manipulate the camera in just the right way, you can actually make it so that you kind of run with Cloud. So you like turn away and then turn back in, and you'll be able to sprint a little bit. The downside is if the movement is too good, you can actually soft lock yourself. That's what I was talking about, that right there. You do that like 3 or 4 times, and then you can also like kind of jump up the stairs if you take the right angle. But if you get over here too soon before Hojo finishes talking, you will soft lock. For whatever reason, when it goes to load the next cutscene, it just hangs on the load forever.
Well, and it's not even just if you're too fast. It's just, I mean, it can be if you're too fast, but like there's also like a balance to like where he is position wise. Like if you wait a little bit, you can circumvent that risk, like I did there. Yeah. But yeah, I'm not gonna go for it in a marathon.
I mean, what I do is I go for the movement, and then I just literally wait until the dialogue's done for like a second or two.
Yeah, but, I just for marathon runs, I'd rather not risk it. I'm not going for a PB. Like, I don't need the time save that comes with it.
Yeah,
which is minor anyway.
Gastropod here is a glorified boss fight. This dude is basically on a script. All we're trying to do is get enough damage to cause this subject retrieval ASAP. Well, that stinks. We don't want to stagger during the next phase, so we're trying to like micromanage a lot of different things here. We want to do enough damage to cause the subject retrieval ASAP, and then from there, we're waiting for this subject retrieval, but we also want to build enough ATB so the rest of the fight goes pretty quick. But we also don't want to do too much stagger so that we can finish the next phase without staggering, but also have enough stagger that we can immediately stagger the following phase. So right now we're playing keep away on purpose because if we're too close to Gastropod, Oh, okay. Hojo's not talking. All right, good. I got a little bit worried there because Hojo wasn't talking. I was like, did we soft lock this somehow?
No.
So Hojo yaps for a while, then he shuts up, and then he'll tell Gastropod to pick you up. The thing is you want to stay away from Gastropod while he's yapping to speed it up a little bit, and then continue attacking once he's done, because at that point you can't slow it down or speed it up. But we want to make sure we have Berserk and Faith here. The reason I specify that is if you Sonic Boom in between phases and you didn't already have Faith, you can actually bug it out so it only procs the Bravery and not Faith, because there's a slight delay between the two. Luckily, we did Faith. We did the Sonic Boom much earlier. But with this setup, the Thunder one-shots this phase, and then now we really can't kill this phase with a single bar, so we're going to go out of our way, make sure we get the stagger, and that should push our damage high enough that a Thunder and a Sonic Boom or a couple of Sonic Booms will clear.
Thunder and a Sonic Boom.
I've never tested 2 Sonic Booms, so I wasn't 100% sure here. Either way, we need 2 bars, so... You can do some cute stuff here depending on how the fight goes. You can throw down a Arcane Ward, where Cloud starts at each one of those phases if you're feeling really cute. It probably loses time because I'm having to get into the menu and target Cloud with the Arcane Ward, but it's one of the few places you get to use it, and I really like it.
Well, as somebody used to do an Arcane Ward strat on that fight, yes, it is slower because you have to like get back in the ward for part of the the next
final phase.
fight.
Yeah, you got to back up because you always are gonna have to leave it. We're taking very specific dialogue options here with Yuffie to make this as fast as possible. If we pick the wrong one, she'll go back down. She'll run away from us, and then when we go to leave, she'll come back and do an additional cutscene. It also manipulates her affection too, but it's more so a consequence of like we just want to make that go as quickly as possible. Oh, really? I thought the headband was the faster one.
What are you talking about?
I think you bought the alpha armor instead of the alpha headband.
I didn't buy anything.
Oh, you opened the menu.
Yeah, I opened it by accident. It's quicker to buy it in chapter 8 when you're following whatever her name is, because she'll keep walking when you go.
The dialogue.
Right. She'll keep walking while you go into the shop.
I think it crossed my mind once when I was running before, and then I completely forgot about it. It's one of those things that this might be faster because of X, and then you forget about it. Oh, cool. We avoided the sniff.
Well, that's because I got it from retrying the snake
fight.
Yeah.
So we always go through that area anyway. The only downside is that like the Chocobo will be like, hey, you can dig here. This also looks very awkward too. We reload the area, and if you're looking up towards the top of the mountain, you'll see them walking much higher rather than at the beginning of the hiking trail. That allows us to just skip the slow walking segment earlier on. And then we can either just follow them up right here, or we can go around the side of the mountain. It really doesn't matter either way. But this speeds things up quite a bit. It's kind of a save load, depending on how you look at it. It's more of a map reload, but
yeah, I mean, we're not saving. We're fast travel. It's a fast travel system, so we're using the fast travel system because the game has a fast travel system. But thankfully, the fast travel system doesn't have a ton of limitations. So there are some. So some things we can't fast travel to without a Chocobo. Now we do have a Chocobo, so we'd be fine to fast travel anywhere. But luckily, most like major landmark like locations we can fast travel to regardless. And so we basically get to Mount Corel, which activates it, or Mount Coral, and it activates it. And then we basically warp back to it, which puts us back at the bottom with our group of friends. And then when they go off to climb the mountain, they actually get put higher up on the mountain versus when you first arrive and you're kind of climbing it from the bottom.
Yeah.
Which is why you can save a little bit of time there.
One thing we mentioned earlier is that red moves faster. You may have noticed on that first fight that we just did the movement with Cloud. That wasn't a mistake. Some of these areas, if you try to do the movement with red, you'll end up getting back warped to wherever Cloud spawns in. So it's faster to just do the movement with him, because then you know you're going to be in the right spot. So we're going to Spellblade here. You can actually do a really cheeky thing if you switch to red, and it'll actually warp Cloud a little bit further away, so you don't have to wait for the end of Spellblade. But it's more or less probably the same since you have to switch to red. But there's a lot of cheeky things like that where you try to finish or skip ending lag or warp Cloud much further than he normally would be able to.
And there is a way to skip that fight, but the effort it would take to skip the fight ends up just not being worth it. So we just take the fight for the experience. Here's another one where we're going to use Cloud because it's the same example where if we use red, it's going to warp us possibly backwards on the bridge and we won't be as far along.
Oh, I guess we've been doing another thing with red that we really haven't addressed at all. So in the previous game, when you switch to a character in Remake, it would just change the camera over to where that character was. And you may notice red is just kind of appearing out of thin air now. It is like that normally, but if you hold guard when you switch characters, it'll actually cause the character to warp to the enemy you're locked onto. So we can forward warp Red or Tifa, depending on who's doing the movement, with that by holding guard when we switch to that character. So we can save little bits of time as long as we're mindful about it throughout the course of the entire run.
Yeah, it just moves things along, which is handy. But also, it's how we utilize Tifa in the air some. So Red 13 can't get in the air, but Tifa can, and so back on the Bottoms Well fight, if you had noticed, when I did the warping with Tifa, it actually warped her in the air, which is why she was able to pummel away at Bottoms Well. And then you'll see other examples of it in other fights. But I've got a boss battle here.
It's very useful on flying enemies. This fight's pretty straightforward. We're just going to tank a bunch of hits, and you'll notice we've been building ATB kind of like nice off of that. He always hard starts with the Gatling gun there, but everything from here on out is RNG. We're hoping we see enough. Okay, good. Triple Flame Jet's really nice. You can do a little bit of a faster strat where you just spam Spellblade infinitely if you get Triple Flame Jet. But from
weird.
here on out,
My strat didn't work there, or I did something out of order. But oh well, it was weird.
Your Sonic Boom, I don't think, is active.
Yeah,
well,
I don't have an active Sonic Boom right now.
Okay.
My phase one strat didn't go the way I planned on.
So the thing with this fight is a certain number of thunders are needed to cause this pressured state here, so we can actually stagger custom Valk. So everybody kind of goes at the fight a slightly different way depending on preference. I personally don't. I go for the thunders in the second phase instead of the first phase, and phase one is more about setting up my Sonic Boom and getting my Faith and Braver. But yeah, custom Valk is pretty straightforward, but everybody kind of handles them a little bit different because phase one, after the Gatling guns, you're basically at the mercy of RNG. So everybody kind of takes it a different way to either make sure that it's 100% consistent and it doesn't matter what attack you get, or you say, well, forget about it. I'll recover if he gives me the bad attack.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that later. For some reason, my normal things didn't, like my normal phase one didn't happen. Like I had to do more actions than I normally do. I didn't really.
Do you normally get a Berserk? Because I don't think that activated.
Yeah, I got a Berserk.
Okay.
Did I not actually land the
I
downward
think
swipe
that's
and I missed
yeah.
that?
I think you missed the Berserk activation in there then, because I didn't see you grab it.
It should have been after the first Spellblade.
That maybe I'm imagining things. That's probably the case. So the 30% like can end up being a big thing if you're trying to learn this run. like paying attention and keeping an eye out for berserks and like bravery and faith will mean the world of difference in every fight. Because if you're like, why can't I kill something? It's probably because you missed a berserk or a sonic boom activation. I prefer to like use phase 1 as a setup, but you should be using more thunders there because the kill always relies on getting a stagger in phase 2. The cool thing is you can just Spellblade through that beam cannon. Any other difficulty, and that not only rips away all your HP, but it knocks you on your butt too. So you can get away with a lot of questionable things in easy.
The category is down to 6 hours because of routing. There actually are no giant skips. There's some like minor skips that we do to like avoid encounters or to bypass like very small segments, but there's no major sequence breaks in this run. It's all just kind of it's playing pretty much like 98% of the game. I mean, there's, like I said, there's a couple of fights later on that will like try and skip by doing certain like movement tech or a save load. Those don't kind of appear until I'm trying to think what the first one is. I know there's one in chapter 11. There's one in chapter 13.
Yeah, there's a few minor skips.
Two?
Yeah. There's a couple of fight skips, but they're not like super massive. They're just convenience things. The minimized menuing. We don't really go out of our way to get much extra stuff. It's just min-maxing. And with easy, you really don't have to grind, so the time's a little bit lower. And you know, bosses have less HP. It's a lot of little factors that add together.
I mean, normal doesn't really grind that much either. I mean, there's some extra fights that are taken, but it's all with purpose. It's to gain those materias that are being used, like ATB boosts and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm
not trying to say like normal is like an extra hour, but
yeah, I mean,
6
normal's
hours
like
is...
maybe 20 minutes. Like I think there's like 30 minutes, like a 30-minute time difference.
Honestly, I think my response to why is this 6 hours is because the dev team did a very good job of streamlining the game and like making cutscene skips very quick and easy to do, and just minimizing a lot of the fluff. The game's pacing is very good with the way that they reworked stuff so that it goes a lot quicker. The one part of the game I wanted to skip for, there is a skip for, so I don't know. I think you know which one I'm talking about, Woadyb.
No, I don't actually.
In the manor.
Really, the educator. That
yes,
was actually a skip you wanted.
I legitimately loathed that fight casually.
I mean, fair
I
enough.
hated it, and then when I found out there was a skip, I was so happy. I hate those things. I figured out how to fight them later, but man,
there you have it. It's the enemies that Kate said has to deal with on his own in the Shinra Manor.
Like one of them is bearable, but two of them is just awful. I hate it. Actually, there is one other segment in there. If we could skip the box throwing minigame, I'm okay. I'm okay with the conveyor belt one. The one where you have to throw it into the hopper. No. No.
It's not that bad.
If I was gonna skip something, like that would be the next one on the list.
Honestly, I don't even know what I would skip.
I'm actually decent at it because I was grinding New Game Plus files, and you have to go in there for the Hades armlet to get your best weapon or best armor. So I've done that chapter more times. I've done that more times than most people have, probably.
Well, let's see if we get good cockatrices or if we've got to take the scenic route.
Yeah, so...
Actually, if we don't sprint, we should be okay. There we go.
You even have to ask?
Yeah, so a lot of the fights we can kind of shave around. Those little buggers can be in a very awful position. Luckily, we had some pretty decent positioning this time.
We actually did, yeah. It's rare I get to see that positioning where they're hugging more to the right to allow me to kind of sneak past. And then you do want to be kind of mixed with like your holding R2 to sprint and then not, because if you are sprinting, it does tend to draw more enemy aggro. So there's sometimes like a balance to not holding R2 and then just letting you do your natural run movement. Also, what's going on, Adrian?
I'm learning so much.
Yeah, I've had some very interesting like battle skips by not holding R2 when running past the enemy. I actually in chapter 9 I ran in between the slug rays and I skipped the fight by not holding R2. But I was basically in the middle of them. They you know, aggro could have happened at any moment.
I'll have to keep that in mind. So we actually did some really interesting movement there that may have seemed weird. The reason we walked out of that combat area onto the cliff, and I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do it because I knew that was going to happen.
I've done that a few times and I just started giving up on it.
So there's the example of the red and cloud thing we were talking about.
Yep. So before we started going up the that cockatrice fight, we like went out of that area and then came back in. What we did is we left the combat area and completely left combat to remove aggro, and then went back in so we could safely get up the grapple point. Otherwise, it's like a 75% chance that those cockatrices will grab you.
Yeah,
also, we get a bunch of free items.
Yeah. So the reason for that is because the cockatrices are just insanely aggressive after a few seconds once aggro hits. Like after you get the little red ring, you've got a little bit of time before they just decide to be like enemy and then after you.
Yep. So luckily this area kind of loads us down with a bunch of items. You don't have to hit those boxes, but there's really no reason to not try to hit them.
I messed that up. There we go. There's too many swings.
I've had days like that. This one like is so it's actually way more complicated than it seems. If you do your movement wrong, you can flick the gear backwards, which makes it really annoying.
Hey, good bomb RNG. I'll take it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you don't always get the flame there, but if you do, it basically means you get the stagger real quick on this, and it's nowhere near as bad as it could be. Also, we're going to see another little gimmick here. Art of War, when you use Art of War once, your follow-up will become a Supreme Art of War, which hits a lot harder. I believe it's the same as it was in the previous game, where it buffs the follow-up moves by a small amount.
Yeah.
It was 40 in Remake, but I'm not sure if it's the exact same in this one. Also, we get Gigatrice here. So Gigatrice is weak to both poison and fire, but there's really no efficient way to get poison going and have it be beneficial. We want to make sure we build enough ATB with Yuffie here so that we... Actually, it depends on your routing. I keep forgetting it can be a little bit different. Mainly, all we're looking for is to get a stagger going on the boss and then just Omni Strike him into Oblivion. We want to have a fire for the next phase. Because you'll always start with hurricanes, and if you time the fire properly, you can immediately blow up the hurricane and ground Gigatrice again. But most of our damage, like I said, is through Omni Strike, so you'll notice how fast it deletes a boss's HP bar, if done properly.
Yeah, and it's all about ATB management, because Tifa needs the ATB to make it work.
Yeah. There is a additional ability that we could have picked up in her...
Oh, he bit me.
She does have an ability that gives her a 50% chance attached to the Kaiser Knuckles to start with Omni Strike. But you normally have enough ATB on Tifa between the team attacks and stuff that this is like literally the only fight where starting with Omni Strike would be extremely beneficial. Because the other thing, too, is it hampers her movement. So having Omni Strike means we can't do... Actually... Never mind. Ignore me.
But yeah, that was basically Gigatrice. So yeah, the general idea, so it's got like a weird kind of like pressure system to it. So phase 1, you basically just have to pelt it with damage until you like pressure it from just like a DPS check almost. So that's why kind of a combination of like Yuffie, because she builds ATB pretty quickly. So use Yuffie to kind of build ATB for like 2 Art of Wars ideally, and then if you can get an Art of War and you get the ATB quick enough to get a Supreme Art of War, and the Gigatrice isn't flying around too much, Barrett's Overcharge should kind of finish out the pressure state. And then from there, just kind of like we did with Bottom's Well, I used Tifa to basically just punch the stagger bar the rest of the way, so that way she can build the ATB. So when you do pressure the boss, you're able to basically go into the Omni spam to try and melt down the HP to push into the next phase. And then the gimmick in phase 2 is that to pressure it most effectively, you need to infuse the tornado with an element. And so at the very beginning, that's why we have to go into it with the bar of ATB. We want to see, we want to be able to throw a fire off pretty quickly, pretty early on, so it infuses the initial tornado. Because Gigatrice is close enough to that tornado that once it's infused with fire, it's going to hit it, causing it to fall down and pressurize, which is then where you saw we kind of repeat the what happened in phase 1 there. Now, using limit is not always guaranteed, because sometimes, depending on what Cockatrice does, like there I got hit by that bite move. So as a result, like I took some additional hits, but normally we don't always have a limit. If you happen to have taken a lot of hits and you gain limit, then you're better off using that after maybe an initial Omni Strike, just to finish the boss off, just because of how hard the move hits on its own.
Yeah. Somersault just hits like a truck and it goes off pretty fast, so it's a really good move.
1 expo.
So, yep. So we're not shooting the small crates here because these are just crafting items. It's going to take too much time to bother selling. Ooh. So we want to see X potions and elixirs here. We need a few X potions for one of the dungeons coming up, Cosmo Canyon specifically, because there's a bunch of undead enemies. What is it? I think it's 5 X potions bare minimum that you want.
You only technically need 3.
Oh yeah, 3 from the minigame, 5 total.
No, not even. Yeah, you just need 5. You just want 5 healing items to kill these enemies instantly in total, just for faster fights. Minimum X potions you need are 3. There are 2 Giga potions you get for free, which can supplement the remaining needs.
A lot of turbo ethers.
Yeah, so far I've only got 1 X potion. I mean, the elixir is nice because if I only get 2 X potions, I can use an elixir. But I don't want to have to use too many elixirs because I kind of need at least 1 for later, and then sometimes I use another one just to top Cloud off for one of the last fights in a dungeon. But we've gotten 2, so we're good, and there's our 3rd one. So any more we need, any more we get is just nice because it can make for slightly faster menuing. But we don't actually need any more than 3.
Yeah, it depends on how down bad you are, but like if you're looking for MP, the turbo ethers will more or less cover it, and you have enough ethers.
We got 4.
GG. But yeah, you can use elixirs, X potions. Giga potions will kill most of them in 1 hit. If you use it on the spear troopers, you gotta hit them a few times before to get the Giga to kill, but yeah, basically we just want to one-shot them with a potion and be done with it. Otherwise, they take a while to get through. Unfortunately, we can't use it on the boss in that area because they figured that would be too much fun.
Well, they let it slide in the OG game. They weren't going to let it slide in this, probably.
Dude, I'm mauled about it all the time because in Remake, I did New Game Plus, so I didn't have items for Ghoul. And then when I learned the any % for this one, they're like, oh, an undead enemy? Yeah, it's too much fun to one-shot it with an elixir. You're going to have to fight it the normal way. And it's like, I hate you, game. But yeah.
Here we've made it to Barrett's hometown, if you're familiar with the original story, which means we're about to go to the happiest place on Earth.
Happiest.
But before that, we just need to kind of roam about the town here. This is the one town where we're not kind of required to like interact with a few of our party members before the game lets us progress. We just kind of have to deal with these cutscenes.
So, Woadyb, I think it's faster to go to the right there instead of left. After that, not that dialogue, but the one before it. If you go right, you.
I'm aware. I'm aware.
Okay.
I know what you're talking about. It's my understanding that's also up for debate, because of the cutscene skipping. So I've been told both. So I've been told one way was faster. So this is the beauty of when multiple people are routing things and trying different things. You know, people went left and then said, "Oh, go to the right. That's faster." And then it was like, "Oh, well, you know, actually going to the left is faster." So I just go to the left.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're ready for the cutscene skip, doesn't matter. It feels like the movement is quicker, but you're right. It may overall be the same duration.
Yeah, and if anything, you know, if I really care that much, I will just time it myself and change. But I don't think it's going to be that huge of a time difference.
Yeah,
I have plenty of time save in other parts of the run that are more important.
I mean, yeah. The only reason I was thinking that was the cutscene. If the cutscene wasn't there, it'd be like easily left. So we did pass up a materia in that room. That is a healing materia, but there's really not much use for it, so we don't bother grabbing it.
Oh, we already we also have a healing materia if we really wanted to use it.
Yeah, I was thinking there's some places you could use it with, put it on Barrett, because his MP is pretty much not used for anything, but he only heals for like 700 HP at the end game, so it's a giant waste of time.
Well, I will say, unless something's changed, I thought I saw like Crystal. I don't know if Big Sid does this himself, but he puts healing on Aerith and uses her to heal characters, especially in the later chapters where we are taking a lot more hits and tanking a lot more things.
Oh yeah, no, I do the same thing. I'm speaking about the specific areas where it's just Cloud Barrett Tifa, where you don't have access to Aerith. But
here we have the 3D brawler game. So for this game, we actually are just going to stand here and take hits.
I gotta wonder if it's faster if you actually block versus getting punched.
Well, I mean, there's the animation of you dodging and then kind of having to reposition. So I don't.
Oh no, dodging is definitely slower. So there's.
Hold on. We're being told the video feed is frozen. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
it is actually.
On what side that's coming from.
It's frozen on Twitch. I see it.
I don't know if you want to if you're able to message anyone.
Yeah. I gotcha.
Or I think Elmagus says got him. Just know that you all missed an instant kill boss shot.
Yeah, it's funny. The video is frozen, but everything else is working.
No worries.
Okay, yeah, high speeds.
Yeah, so I mean, luckily, you know, there's not a what's happening here is more of just world story map progression. So
there we go.
We're here at the Gold Saucer. We need to, we're gonna go check into our room. We're gonna have a little bit of a flashback sequence. So if we haven't really pointed it out, but as you'll see kind of throughout the game, we have switched to Zack. And the Zack segments don't have any gameplay other than that initial opening kind of fight sequence. And so...
Well, there is that one segment, too. After Cosmo Canyon. But yeah, for the most part, Zack has, like, no appreciable gameplay or movement tech. It's just literally walk into a room, skip a cutscene, walk out of a room, skip a cutscene. That is something that's worth noting. Once you clear the game, you actually get a special menu that'll allow you to change a couple of different things. and it'll actually allow you to turn off the Zac vignettes as well, so you don't have to bother with those at all. So that's another reason New Game Plus is a little bit faster than New Game, because it doesn't even have to bother with those cutscenes at all. That plus like being able to just warp around the map does save quite a bit of time.
But yeah, for now we're basically just roaming around, and we're gonna do a little Zac section, and then the game's gonna kind of require us to explore the entirety of Cosmo Canyon, because the game wants you to kind of be aware of all the stuff you can do, all the things you can participate in. One nice thing for New Game Plus is that they actually don't have to do that, because you've technically have already visited all those areas. So after this kind of like sequence here, they're able to just kind of continue on with the Chapter 8 story, whereas we are going to have to run around to all the segments and all the areas. And then some of the areas we visit, we just kind of have to go into, talk, get, witness like an additional cutscene. Some of them will have to play a mini game in theory, but we can quit out of all the mini game ones, which is great, because the Speed Square mini game is very long. It is very long because it's time based.
Yeah, the funny part is like the Speed Square minigame is probably the only one that's worth doing, because you get the space medal, which gives you +5 strength, +5 magic, which would be pretty decent for Cloud, I think, until we at least get the super nats. But yeah.
Yeah, kind of. At this point in the game, like, because Cloud's using platinum earrings for the time being until sometime in Chapter 9. Then he'll
as long as we're on Runeblade, we're magic.exe. So what I was yapping about earlier in Chapter 2, depending on the way that you route your affection dialogues, Aerith's, when you talk to her in front of the folio shop, if you do the affection route the way I do, you just mash through it because you don't care which one of them you get. But if you get the sure, let's go, she'll be your date here, which actually saves like a second. It's so small that it's not even like you'll spend more time trying to figure out which is the right dialogue option. So that's what I was referring to. With my route, we would have Aerith here. It doesn't matter because we're not going to do any combat, regardless of whether we have Aerith or Tifa here. We just proceed immediately and go to place, back, go to place, skip, go to place, skip, go to place, skip. There is some importance to the order we do this in, but it really only matters for the last two, because we want to be as close to the Ferris wheel as possible so we can walk over there. The rest of these, it doesn't matter.
I have to say, because he keeps coming up with the sure, let's go. I'm just astounded that one dialogue is in your route, but makes that differential?
It doesn't change anything at the end of the game, because it gives her +6 or whatever versus like +4, +5. So she has slightly more affection than Tifa, because the only dialogue I take before this is the Costa del Sol dialogue. So Aerith just ends up having a single more point than Tifa in that point. So you end up getting Aerith here. But if you choose either of the other two dialogues, her affection's too low. Because some of the things you do throughout the course of the game naturally give you affection to characters, like doing team attacks.
Correct.
So it's just a really weird, like, non-important thing that happens at the end of the run. But, like, I like pointing it out because I think it's kind of a weird thing where it's like, oh, by the way, we're going to get the date with Aerith, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Those that have beaten the game will know why the affection with Aerith doesn't matter, and those that haven't will find out in a few hours when we get there.
It matters if you want the date with Aerith. It doesn't matter for the end of the game.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That dialogue, it just slightly changes this segment, which I kind of find fun because it's a little bit of a roulette on who I get the date with. It's not always the same person. Gotta have fun where you can make it.
Fair enough.
But yeah, there's a lot of there would be a lot of chances to change the party order, but you really only have to do so many dialogue options. So depending on how it's routed and when you decide to talk to people determines like who's the date here. The unfortunate part is no matter what you do, you get a date with the boys on round 2 with Kate Sith, Vincent, and Sid rather than anybody else. You actually, I don't think there's any way to like manipulate the affection without doing side quests high enough. Luckily, however, like I said earlier, the power cleave and stuff is the same regardless of which character you use it with. So having Kate Sith in the party isn't really a problem at all because it's the same damage.
I'm taking, based on the comment you just made, you haven't been reading the Discord.
Has it changed?
No,
I asked somebody about it recently.
No, it hasn't changed, but I mean, I'm working on a donation incentive for this run that involves getting a specific date.
Oh, yeah, like, so
like
with the date,
you can manipulate it without doing side quests. You just have to get all the high dialogue choices. Do a couple like extra actions
for
here.
date 2.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I only ever tried once for Tifa, and that was it.
Yeah, Tifa is actually very easy to get. You need 50 points. You can get 36 points from all the conversations. You'll get 4 points from the outfit. All right,
that's yeah. I think that's why, because I didn't know about the outfit. I'm
Well,
not 100% certain.
There's more to it, but I messed up what I was doing here, so I didn't want to keep explaining.
Oh,
because
I'm
throwing myself off now.
I thought you were just gonna load a save and use the
No.
New Game Plus settings.
No.
I mean, sorry, that just made sense to me. That was what I was thinking. I was like, okay, well, the date will mess with the end game, so
it won't.
Well, I mean, you're showing the date, so that's what I was thinking. I mean, that's interesting because so the date is somewhat important because it is determined by your affection values, and your affection values determine which characters you get in the final boss fight and in what order. So certain characters will show up in certain phases. So
I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. We're 7 chapters away from that being relevant.
What I'm saying though is like what we're talking about is a lot more convoluted than it actually is. It's I just assumed you were gonna like use a New Game Plus file and just use the setting to do the date and then switch back or something. But that's very bold of you. It's a route. Interesting. But yeah, you can I guess manipulate which date you get. Yeah, when you said Discord, I thought you meant like the actual like Discord, and I said something that was wrong, like based on damage or something. I was like, what?
No, I was just sharing that you can 100% manipulate the date if you want. It is going to cause time loss because you will have to take extra actions.
Yeah,
but it's not going to be like a 10-minute time loss. Like it's not a 5. It's probably like 2 minutes at most.
Yeah, if it's just dialogue like that. I mean, like, I was going off of the information of, like, the one time I tried to manipulate Tifa for the date, and then somebody's like, oh, here's the affection route, and I was like, okay, done. No more information needed. So, we got another... This area is probably the low point of Rebirth, if I had to, like, pick a low point of the run. Because there's just a lot of kind of back and forth and just go here, go there, go here, go there. But once we get through this, there's, I think the pacing kind of speeds up. This is just kind of a bit of an, because you're going through Gold Saucer where it just wants you to check everything out. And then you go straight into another area with like 4 or 5 side quests they kind of want you to interact with too. But the low point in Rebirth is still pretty decent, honestly enough.
I mean, I think it'll be runner like. I mean, I don't think this is a low point. It's just a nice break after a bunch of like combat in Chapter 7.
Yeah, that's
Chapter
fair.
7, it was just like nonstop. Like first with Cloud and Aerith and Red, and then Yuffie and Barret and them. And so this is just kind of like, I think that's what this run does really well, though, is like while there are like lull periods and periods I feel like dead zones, I think it breaks up enough of the like constant combat fighting to like story progression movement stuff. So there's never like an oversaturation of one or the other at any time. You have the ability to spend some time doing a bunch of fights, then you get kind of a moment of reprieve or break where you're not having to be as like thoughtful about the stuff you're doing other than the movement tech. And so it's not like a, you know, maybe like an action game where like a PS2 action game where you're just kind of hard up, like having to do like movement tech all the time, or you're having to you know, just do things that like you know, like because I run like Onimusha or like Nier, and you know those games have like, you know, essentially no break in terms of what you're doing in them. Oh, I got the time by accident.
Yeah, so you can, if you do this efficiently enough, you can finish this and get the Dragon Claws. It's not worth it because, like, especially in easy, you don't need Star Shower. But in normal, you could probably make an argument for it. It'd be hard, but you can make an argument for it.
I mean,
so
Omni Strike is just too powerful in this, in like what it does for you overall.
Yeah, I think Dragon Claws might have slightly higher stats, but I'm not 100% certain on that.
It's not by a ton. It's a very small amount.
Yeah. It would not be like a huge difference for sure. Or yeah, because as I know right now, it's just kind of like a meme thing you can do. It's more so what I was trying to point out. So we want to get the minimum score here, which will give us the Gishel Greens, and we can leave. We just want to avoid picking up the time boxes so that it's the bare minimum amount of time spent. At least it was one of the 5-second ones. It could have been worse, but we spent a lot of time kicking them around to try and avoid it.
Cyclo screens or C-close screens, or whatever it's called. But yeah, the point of what's happening here is we're stuck in the prison. Some people are dead. Barrett's being blamed for it. We're trying to find Barret, but we're kind of being held captive by Dio until we can prove basically our friend's innocence. Gus here, the guy running the prison, has imprisoned everybody and is basically telling Cloud, like, look, you gotta win, you need to win the Chocobo race, and I'll let everybody go. And so we find out that Pico and Billy have both been kind of captured and brought here as well. And Pico's not feeling too great. And so there are 6 things that we can do here to acquire greens. And, you know, the 3 we do are essentially the fastest things that we can do. There's some, I know on normal, they don't do Desert Rush. They go for the Chocobo, or sorry, the Cactar chase stuff because it gives you money and experience and AP. This one here is another kind of quick one we can do. It's essentially finding the liar amongst these 5 people. There are only a specific amount of things they can say that are, let's see. Nope, this one he needs to have it in stock. Nope, needs to be stamped. Nope, needs to be type 0. Nope, it's gonna be this person. So we got the slowest version because we had to go to because the order is it shows you the 3rd person, then we go to the right ones, and then we switch to the left. So the fact that we had to go to Thirsty Usain to find the person in question just meant that it took us the longest to deal with the swindler. But yeah, there are luckily only like a finite amount of things they can say. So while it is random every time you do the run and not guaranteed, once you kind of pay attention to the key phrases, then you're generally okay at that point. And then the last green we need for Pico, we're going to get from these clowns. Because this is basically just to take the 3 of them out. First, we have to follow them into this alleyway, and then they're going to jump us, and then we beat them up, and, we call it a day from there. Because the other games that you can do, the other ones are either Queen's Blood, but you have to win, like, 3 matches of Queen's Blood, which are, random. Your cards are very basic because we haven't been doing any Queen's Blood. And then the other one is to do like an arena type thing. And that's also just kind of slow.
Luckily, we can just kind of pull these guys together with a spin to win and then just spam fires for victory.
Yeah, and you have to be careful with the comboing because if you do too many hits of the combo, the last part of Cloud's combo has kind of like an upward swing to it, which will knock people away, and it will make the vacuum effect a little harder. Because once an enemy is staggered, they can't be vacuumed in, and so you just want to be very careful on how much damage you do, because the guy in front is going to have a higher stagger than the others, and so as a result, if he staggers and the other 2 aren't nearby, you might find yourself having things a little too spread out, unfortunately. And coming up here, we'll be doing a very classic moment from OG, where we are going to be chocobo racing, and we do have to win the chocobo race. Now, thankfully, this race is easy enough that once you kind of get a handle on doing it in the speed run, the likelihood of you failing it should be very, very minor, if not non-existent.
Yeah, failing is pretty hard. Saving the max amount of time, however, is not as easy. One of the things we did skip earlier is you may have noticed the purple chest on the way out after we got captured at the very beginning. The reason that is somewhat important is the purple chests always have weapons in them. We won't get most of the weapons in our way, but that particular one had the Umbral Blade, which is nice. Specifically because it offers the Prime mode, which is a buff to your Berserk when activated, and will put you into Prime Punisher instead. But that also allows you to activate, instead of regular Berserk, a Prime mode Berserk, which would give you a 50% damage buff instead. However, because it costs an ATB to activate it, it's just not worth doing. And the Umbral Blade itself has bad enough stats that it just doesn't happen, unfortunately.
I mean, the normal route does have that routed in, and they do use that because it is a pretty significant damage boost. And for normal, it definitely helps their ability to keep through some attacks.
This is another one of those areas where you have to do something specific to get things going. So what we're gonna do is we have to hop on the trainer for the Chocobo and do the demo tutorial, whatever you want to call it. All we have to do is spawn in, though, and then we can leave. If you pay attention, sometimes the Chocobo like drops in because it spawns in a little bit off the terrain, which is kind of funny. Get it today? Yep. and nope, I think I'm good. So there's usually like a lot of lag between starting this and it being able to progress. So we just save load to skip that entire thing.
Yep. And earlier, we purchased a avian helmet because it gives you an ability, a chocobo ability that increases speed. And then we equipped a few of the other items just to boost our stats for this chocobo racing. We're going to hold the button at 2 to get a kind of jump start here. The goal of the first lap here is we're going to be collecting these like blue things to increase our just general speed. Or like kind of just normal movement speed, because you can get a max of 10. Now, if we run into anything, we do lose that, so we do want to also be mindful of if we bump into things. We want to try and grab 2 of the yellow ones by kind of catching them in between, while also trying to build this speed burst bar, because we're going to start using that to just kind of help push us along. So we're going to use it here to kind of get a quick turn there. Use one of our little dashes. Do kind of another one. We don't quite want to grab this. Well, if we grabbed a red one in the middle of that, we would have gained back some bar while in the middle of a speed burst. We didn't necessarily want to do that because now with lap 2 and 3, we're going to be utilizing the speed burst to help kind of get a little bit of a shortcut through grass. So we don't want to turn too quickly, but we want to turn just enough afterwards to where we can run through the grass without experiencing slowdown. So we got it there, but now we're going to start collecting the red ones since blue is now maxed up. And the idea is after we collect this one, we'll have enough to turbo again and then kind of repeat what we did at the end. And yeah, basically kind of, and now because we've been able to speed burst a little more, we have a much faster lap 2 compared to lap 1 since we've kind of set everything up in the first lap. Yeah, if you turn too early, you'll get the slowdown. So you kind of have to find like the general like sweet spot for it. Hey, we got it. Okay, we got the extra burst on the final lap. So we should be getting like a just barely a 223, or just under 223. So that was a good one. Yeah, the Chocobo racing in this game definitely speaks more to the Mario Kart world of kind of just design and everything. And that's just like the basic race you have to do for the story. Of course, there's a whole Chocobo racing minigame that you can partake in throughout as you unlock more side quests, and the courses themselves will get a lot more complicated. They'll add more obstacles and ramps and just a lot of zany, very Mario Kart esque things, minus the shells you throw at people.
I mean, it's good enough that a friend of mine, Z-Wing, that's like does F-Zero speedruns normally, got really into the Chocobo racing and was trying to get a leaderboard on the speedrun.com. So that it is a very well put together racing game.
Actually, that would be kind of an interesting IL leaderboard.
He was trying to route the speedrun one, and I'm like, I'm sorry, dude, we don't get anything. We don't get any sort of like extra outfits.
Yeah, because you have to catch the chocobos to get the feathers, and then that's how you buy the items. And
yeah,
I mean,
either that,
somebody could make it for themselves if they want. Like, I mean, I'm sure you could do a chocobo percent speedrun, just like people talk about doing Queen's Blood percent.
Yeah, it's you either have to catch the chocobos or you have to put the signs up for the the warp points in the map, and that takes a little bit of while to stand them up. So we're gonna go into this fight here with Barrett. Probably gonna be a little bit different from what I remember, but basically what we're trying to do is min-max here. We want to get enough ATB up as soon as possible, so we kind of get into that overcharge. And then we use an ability that high-powered rifle has. It is extremely good. Oh, wow. Nice dodge. Nice dodge. Absolutely top tier. So we actually used a bonus round, which gives us an additional bullet every few hits. It works in a very awkward way, but basically what it does is it's adding additional magic damage-based shots every few shots, depending on whether it's overcharge or regular bullets. But it massively is increasing our DPS here so that we can more or less stun lock Dine as long as we do the fight right. We want to use... Go ahead.
I was saying, it's really good for stagger gain.
Yeah. You can use a fire in the first phase, but it really depends on how you've routed things out. More or less, what we're trying to do is just min-max on the fires here. We also want to tank enough damage from Dine so that we basically can just use a couple of fires in the last phase and limit. That's unfortunate. So point blank is very hard to dodge, which is exactly why I popped off in phase 1, because that was a super tight dodge. Normally when you see point blank, you're never in a position to actually get out of the way of it. But with 2 bars, Faith, and Limit, we should be able to clean this phase up fairly quick.
Yeah, I should have pulled off one more fire before I committed to what I was doing.
You got to be careful here, actually. You would think you can just limit this phase, but if you try and fire it immediately, it'll miss sometimes. It's super annoying. It's surprising, like, the amount of things that he can actually do to make your limit miss in this fight. I've lost a few runs being greedy, trying to fire off limits too soon. But yeah, you got to chew through most of your HP. Earlier on in Junon, there was actually a level boost materia in one of the craters. Unfortunately, we would have had to go in the opposite direction to pick it up. That is another thing that I believe they still get in normal. Level boost materia will give you the next level of ability with the attached materia. So we could have theoretically got the level boosted fire on Barrett there, and we would have had access to Fyra. The reason we don't bother with it is we'll actually get a free one right after Kate Sith joins the party, and that'll be super helpful. So Aerith is going to get access to Spellbound Blast, which is going to be basically the same thing as Spellblade, but with her using it. And we also are going to power up the left side of the tree, so we get an additional 20 magic points. So those are really the only 2 out of all of this that matter. The synergy damage up will be nice, because it will increase the damage of Spellbound Blast. And there was one other ability in there. I think it's like 3 MP. Not super important, but it's helpful. Fox Flame, and then I believe we pick up, the synergy damage bonus as well. Fox Flame isn't quite as powerful since it's using Yuffie's stats, but it will be helpful when we need it. So Anurian Suppressor here can be a very annoying boss fight. It's really hard to do this consistently and fast. There's a couple of different ways to do it. You either do it this way, where you rely on Cloud's damage with Spellblades, or you can do a more hybrid method where you Spellblade with Cloud, switch to Aerith, and then Spellbound Blast with her. And she can charge Spellbound Blast because it's her and Tifa team attacking, while Cloud is firing up the Spellblade. But weaving that is very difficult, and not always better, because you can miss with Aerith, and the fact that her damage is lower than Cloud's makes it not such a beneficial idea. Right now, we're going to try and break the leg here so that we can force out the pressure phase. Okay. Hopefully, we do enough damage on Neener here, and we can... okay. If you do enough damage when Neener comes out, you can auto-cause a stagger, which is what my strat does. Here, we're just going to break the legs, which will get us where we need to go. The same way, just different. That's unfortunate that he landed on us like that. We should be able to get the stagger going. There we go. A little bit scuffed, but it worked out just fine. But yeah, even with Aerith's higher stats, the problem is she doesn't have Faith or Braver, and she doesn't have Berserk either. So her damage, even with higher magic stat, is going to always be lower than Cloud's, unfortunately. So we got through that fight. Trust me, it can go a lot worse. That was a pretty decent Anurian Suppressor. That's one of those fights that can just kind of ruin your day when you're feeling yourself and having a good run. And I'm not going to say that Anurian Suppressor hasn't ruined a few of my runs too. So with this, we're just trying to take out the motorcycles and the helicopter as fast as possible. What we want to do is kind of deal with this fight in a very particular way so that we try and get rid of the phases ASAP. We could have held on to the overcharge when the helicopter went off the screen, and it actually would have shot the helicopter while it was off screen. That's probably like the one useful part about overcharge. Otherwise, it does less damage than pretty much all of our other options. But it will auto-target and shoot enemies off screen, which is nice. Got one more helicopter, and then we have a Nurian suppressor round 2. There you go. Notice that the helicopter came back with a lot less HP because the overcharge auto-targeted. We also want to try and avoid getting hit by grenades because that will interrupt our ability to keep hitting. One of the things that isn't extremely obvious is if you change lanes, you can reload during that lane change. So you can min-max getting out of the way of getting hit and refill your bullets. Unfortunately, the recharge fills your regular bullets and not your overcharge bar, so it's not as beneficial as it is in normal combat. Luckily, this goes fairly quick and easy. It takes a long time to get through most of these enemies in normal. But with easy, it's not too bad. Ideally, if this works out properly, we can one-cycle a Nurian suppressor. I didn't think it was going to happen. Unfortunately, sometimes, you noticed we did get some extra damage there while he was off screen, though, because of the auto-targeting. It's not necessarily a skill cap with a Nurian suppressor. Sometimes you just don't get the right pattern of attacks to do it in one cycle.
Now we go back and check on Zach.
Yep.
Does this guy? Who's that?
I think the trick here is we only have to talk to 3 NPCs.
Yep.
So we picked these because it's the easiest and closest to where we need to go.
Hey there.
There's a certain point where I just this is what everybody else does. I'm not sure exactly why we do it this way, but I'm sure there's a reason for it.
Does this guy? Nope, sorry.
And don't worry, we're always happy to answer those questions if people ask. Just want to be that. I want that to be clear. Nobody's telling him because when nobody's talking to him, he's not asking.
No, I'm not asking. No, I don't ask unless there's it's not obvious that it works that way. I try and reserve my questions for stuff that doesn't make sense. So we will get a nice little break coming up here. We have to skip the cutscene once we finish Zach, and then somebody else is going to be driving the buggy, so we do get a little short break here, luckily.
Yeah, this is one of those just gameplay sequences where it's not an actual cutscene, so there's not something we can just straight up skip. So we just are kind of sitting here and hanging out. It's another one of those kind of where the breaks, the built-in breaks are I mean, I feel paced pretty well to get you through runs without too much effort or too much break time needed.
I mean, not only does this game have very good pacing on the breaks where you don't have control of the game, in my opinion, but they're also at good points too. Because 16 does have plenty of breaks, but the problem is most of them are in the middle of a boss fight. I see you were having fun beating up the boss. Now for a minute-long cutscene. Luckily, Remake and Rebirth, I feel, are both very well-balanced and well-timed breaks. Luckily, after this next area, every time we move from chapter to chapter, we get a nice little break.
Right in the mouth. Oh, that's it. I can't.
Wait, just wait.
So the big paradigm shift here is getting Kate Sith. And that's not because we're going to be using Kate Sith. It's because Kate Sith comes with a free Magnify and a free level boost materia. And he also comes with a free... No, actually, that's not right. It's the D-Protect or whatever it is Yuffie has, which is actually nice as well. Luckily, we get handed all the, status materia we could possibly want, or modification materia between level up and magnify. That is the one nice thing about it, because in Remake, you did have to do certain combat things to get those, and luckily they give you at least one with it. The downside being, though, that we can't get any ATB building materia, but with the team attacks, it's not that bad, where you can just smack it with your sword, do about half its life, and then fill 2 characters ATB. Let's go.
I mean, for the most part, it's not too bad because honestly, the ATB boost is fine, but the developers did heavily change how first strike works. Since there's a lot of other methods in the game to starting ATB values or building ATB. So in remake, first strike materia, which we get in like chapter 4, and by a certain point in the run, it's like maxed out, and you sometimes have like anywhere from like 1 to 2 bars of ATB like at the beginning of a fight. In this game, for it to be a good materia, you need to be at level 3. Like level 1 and 2 are just not in the same like strength and power, which is part of the reason why. I mean, other than the fact the amount of time it takes to acquire a first strike materia in this game, why we've never really kind of like explored any heavy use of it.
Yeah. Even in New Game Plus, it's rough. And then I think they only give you 1 first strike, which is also pretty criminal.
No, there's
I
2.
think
There's 2.
Yeah, you're right. There is 2.
The second
It's been a
one
bit
is-
since I.
The second one is in Cosmo Canyon. Like that's the other thing, is like you get 1 in chapter 2, and then you can't get the other one until chapter 10.
It's been a bit since I loaded up my New Game Plus file, so I kind of forget. All I know is like they heavily like rebalance the materia and like change the way that you earn it, and a lot of it I'm convinced they looked at like New Game Plus speedruns and like challenge videos, and they're like, hey, they're killing our super boss in like a minute. I don't like that.
Did you know, Cloud, that...
But that's pure conjecture.
It's about time. We're freaking starving. Maybe our lucky food will be on.
Yeah, we've been running through Gingaga at this point, just like we do in every kind of new section. We get to a new region, we've got to kind of get to the main town, then we'll do our town stuff as we, eventually get to where the conflict begins and starts up.
Our village is a quiet one, as you can tell.
A little bit of optimized movement around here. Not too much we can do, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, we're for the most part following Cisne. I mean, we can kind of get ahead of her here and climb this rock, and we can use the warning thing there to kind of make us run faster. Now, I didn't do it quick enough to where I was ahead of her, because once she caught back up to us, the game made me slow down and kind of slow walk with her. But if you get through it fast enough, you can actually do the you can do the thing where you hit a warning bypass, and then you kind of make yourself kind of go back and around, and it allows you to kind of like rocket yourself like in a run forward.
Yeah, that's some neat movement. I haven't seen that yet. The one thing is like some of these segments you can get ahead of the characters, but you want to respect the warning, because if you go too far, it'll make you walk back very slowly. So it's one of those things. This is also some funky movement too. It's just faster to re-warp back to the town rather than walk to Cisne's house.
Yeah, because her house is right at the beginning of the area, so warping to it, you have much less ground to travel to get over here where you need to go to sleep and trigger the next part of the game.
So one thing worth noting, once again, there's another weapon that we just skipped. Or actually, I mean, I guess you could grab it on the way out. But
there's like 2 weapons we skipped.
Well, I mean, this is like one of those that's like right in the way and could theoretically be usable. Is kind of more so what I'm thinking. Like Birds of Prey is pretty decent. It gives Yuffie the doppelganger ability, which basically makes a duplicate of her that will mimic her moves. It's kind of like an arcane ward, sort of. It's very good, but it's just slow, unfortunately.
Well, the damage increase from it is because I in one of my early routes when I was routing this, since to Sid's comment earlier, I wanted to try routing something like this on my own for once. I didn't do it with the previous game. I tried to make Doppelganger work, but it just ended up like the damage output from it just wasn't as good to warrant picking it up every time.
Yeah, and the downside too is like if you want to use it with better weapons, you have to learn it. So you have to go out of your way to use it multiple times.
Right, and at this point, we haven't even learned. So we did pick up a weapon with Yuffie earlier because it has, well, one, it was a stronger weapon for her, and it was right there. But also because it has Windstorm, and Windstorm is something we're going to use on a few fights, and we haven't even learned Windstorm yet. So picking up Birds of Prey, we'd have to learn Windstorm, and then that might affect like when our menuing is done.
Yeah.
So it didn't warrant the benefits of like continuing to grab it. I felt.
Yeah,
To be fair, I think
Windstorm
I was
is
the
one
only
of the
runner to get it anyway.
Yeah, no, I've grabbed it before because I'm concerned about Scarlet damage, but it is something you can consider, but it's really gonna only be high value in the Scarlet fight for a little bit of a stat bonus. But in easy, it's really not needed. The cool thing is like Windstorm is actually a really nice AOE that will suck enemies in. So it's very good at dealing with clusters of enemies. Is it really faster going this way?
I have no idea what way you take. I thought this is the way everybody goes.
Nah, I go to the right where the chocobo mushroom is and just take the rope down.
Yeah, I mean, fair question. I don't know. I've never timed it.
Yeah, this is what I meant earlier, where it wasn't like, oh, you just kind of did your own thing on routing and you don't take anybody else's advice. It's just more so that, like, you do your own routing and the basics of it spring from, like, your ideas and then you adjust things after. I don't know, maybe it is faster. The reason I asked was because of the pop-up for the rare encounter or unique encounter or whatever.
Yeah.
Wait, what? You can go up over there?
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, here's my rule of thumb. Like, other runners watch me do this run. If they're not pointing things out that might be faster, and I don't necessarily know, per se. So, if what I'm doing is slower, then I've not been made aware of it.
When I said that, I expected the pop-up for the enemy to be a lot longer, like when you discover one of the rocks for the summon circles or whatever, you know what I'm talking about? Because like if you get near a summon area, Chadley will not shut up.
Yes, that one is very long. No, that pop-up, it's just skip 2 lines of dialogue and then skip a cutscene and you're done.
Yeah, that's fair. With the dialogue being that short, it's not nearly that bad. So, wait a minute. Do you not grab the armor here?
There's armor there?
Yeah, there's a discounted armor at the top of that stair in the vending
don't-
machine.
I don't need it. You need it?
Well, I buy it for slots, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't buy it.
Do you buy the other one before Specimen?
Nope, I don't buy any armor.
Interesting.
I don't know what it's used for.
It's just for slots, so because when you switch to Crystal Sword, you don't have any. I guess
Well-
you take Yuffie or
Yeah, 'cause what does Yuffie need hers for?
there.
I've basically, sorry, I've had a massive brain fart on my menu. Wrong button.
This is one of the more complex menus, so it's not quite as simple. Blizzard. Ooh. Okay, you handle this area completely different. I see why.
Yes.
The route that I use in here puts the the upgraded Blizzard on Cloud, not Kate Sith, so I need more materia slots to make it work. That's why I think. I'm not 100% certain. You can buy some armor in this area. This is the place where most people do if you do. The vending machine before that first stair has a, like, I think 4-slot materia that has really decent physical defense. And then there's another one right before the boss that is the same thing, except it's more geared towards magic defense. You could have... I think you could have skipped that.
Nope, I take it on purpose.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you knew you could skip it or not.
I'm
Fair.
fully aware. I used to skip it all the time. But I take it because it gives Cloud a level before Specimen.
Yeah, that's fair. There's so many fights that, like, you would think are unskippable, especially if you're used to doing remake, where, like we discussed earlier, everything is kind of like, nope, we put an enemy in front of the ladder because we don't want you climbing the ladder until you kill this enemy, type thing. That one is skippable, but it didn't occur to me initially either. But
yeah, it's a dealer's choice fight. Some runners take it, some runners don't take it. I mean, sometimes it is enemy positioning. Like it's an example of a fight that you might want to fight the enemy because dodging it is going to cost you more time. Because you may have, because I've had fights, because there's a bunch of fights in this game where I've started to either just take the fight if it happens, because what happens there is you try to dodge it, you fail to dodge it, you retry, and then you fail again because the enemy positioning has not gotten any better on the retry, and so you're losing time more and more and more every time you try to skip a fight. When, with the exception of one fight in chapter 11, where the enemy is just crazy tanky, it's probably just going to be better where you try to skip it, you fail, you take the fight.
Yep, that's the rule of thumb I go for too. I try and skip it if possible, and if I don't, then I immediately finish the fight. There's no resetting.
Which we'll see in, like, after this next boss, and then in the next chapter, or not next chapter, but in chapter 11, because that's where there's going to be some, like, fight skips where the skipping can be a little iffy depending on how close the enemy is or where the enemy is positioned. So it's kind of where some of the RNG of some of the encounters are going to come from.
So one of the things here is we get a free subversion materia here. We will get a free one later that's actually mastered, but it'll be way later than when we need it. We also could alternatively buy that from the vending machine as well. I think it loses like 7 seconds to pick up or something. It's just short of double digits, but it really doesn't matter too much.
And we need it for essentially one fight.
Yep. So the coming up boss here is Specimen. One of the things we're doing here is we're making sure that we're going to stagger these guys as we kill them. That will prevent them from reviving, so it'll speed this fight up quite a bit.
Yeah, because you either have to burn them or stagger them to effectively kill them.
So the Specimen fight's a very interesting one here. What we're hoping is Specimen holds still. If you do it in a specific way, you want to force the pressure out here, which will get rid of the block, but we're doing it a little bit different way. The deprotect here will make it so that we don't have to worry about reprocking Berserk over and over again and then trying to power cleave. So we can just get our Sonic Boom going and then spam through it. But unfortunately, this boss fight's a little bit of RNG based on how much it jumps. We're looking to get into the next phase. Depending on how many times we have to hit, we may have to switch off Cloud to maintain the stagger. Looks like that's not the case for this one, though. This next phase should go fairly quick, though. Since Specimen's very close to getting staggered, we should be able to just spam a couple of ice spells and stagger him immediately. Normally I have Blizzra on Cloud, so his ice spells hit like a truck, but we're going to use Blizzra with Kate instead, and that'll clear things up. We want to get a Braver in there immediately, though. Ooh, that's really cheeky. So yeah, Infinity's End is a really cool ability that doesn't see a lot of use for most of the runners. It's a 2 ATB bar move, but it does a lot more damage to staggered enemies than other moves. Infinity's End is kind of in a weird spot where it's like usually inefficient early on, and then it's really good mid like game. And then once you get towards like end game where you have everybody powered up and they have massive stats, Braver just ends up doing more damage, and Infinity End falls back off. But as you saw there, it nearly hit 9s. We also got to be careful here. If we skip this too soon, we could warp the Chocobos to the demon dimension, and then they'll just disappear forever, and you'll soft lock. Well, you won't soft lock, but you're going to have to walk all the way to the reactor, which might as well be a soft lock with the amount of time that loses.
Yeah, and you gotta be careful if you end up trying to load save what you load, because if I remember correctly, the autosave that the game created is back before cloud and cloud section.
Yep.
So you'd have to redo the entire specimen stuff.
There's a couple of places where the autosave is very far back, because I think the devs were like, okay, well, I want to put the autosave in a place where they actually can explore the world, just in case they don't have enough money, they don't have enough experience, they don't have enough whatever. But it also means that the autosaves can actually ruin your day in this game, which is weird, because like with 16, if you so much as fart, cough, or like blow your nose, there's an autosave. In this game, there's a lot of places where autosaves can put you back double-digit minutes. So you have to be very mindful of that kind of stuff. It's really weird. Like, I had that happen after like you and Big Sid mentioned it in the relay. That I was like, oh, so I'm just gonna skip this cutscene, and then I'm like, where's my Chocobo? I was like, oh, so this is what they meant by soft locking. Where'd Chocobo go? What the heck? So this fight is skippable. The reason we didn't skip it before is we wanted to go to the other side to get the crystal sword anyway. So we were most likely going to get caught by those enemies. So it's a matter of like, this is going to be quicker to just take the fight, get the sword, and then leave, rather than trying to dodge it twice.
Well, yeah, because the problem with dodging that fight is you can't dodge it immediately. So you have to do this thing where you run to the side, you go through the little shimmy point to reset the you go through the shimmy point to reset the aggro, and then you can loop back around and finish it off. But the problem you deal with is inconsistency, because the flower doesn't spawn in the same location. Like, there are times where that flower has quite literally spawned in front of the door. Like, it's right in front of the door anyway, even if I wasn't getting the crystal sword. So I'd be forced into the encounter, and it goes back to my example of like, the rule of thumb is like, with the exception of the dragon enemy in chapter 11, if you get the encounter, then potentially you just need to fight the encounter. I mean, like, at least at this point.
Yeah, it's more like a peer under like the thing. Theoretically, we can skip this to save time, but in practice, it doesn't save time. So there's actually an interesting thing that you may have noticed we're doing with these plugs. We're actually like going to plug them in and then rolling. What that does is cancel the plug-in animation so that this stuff starts immediately. One interesting thing is we can actually stretch that cord out. If you grab the cord and it reaches the end and then roll and do that over and over again, you can pull the cord further than it's supposed to go. And you can actually skip moving those boxes that we moved earlier in both this area and the one right before the boss. But because it takes so long to like grab, roll over and over again to stretch the cord out, it's just faster to move the boxes in both those areas. It's a funny little like fun fact. This is another one of those fights that we can skip, but it 100% depends on where the drones are. Oh, nice. That was really tight. That drone being right under there was pretty rude.
And that is the power of not holding run all the time, because it won't draw as much aggro.
Yeah, thanks. I'll have to start doing that, because I didn't even it didn't even cross my mind that was a factor.
All right,
That's
now
rude.
time for one of our arguably like biggest run killers, because if you deal too much damage, it's a huge time loss.
Yeah, so Scarlet is a really weird fight. If we hit her too hard, she'll switch to the next phase. What we're trying to do is get Scarlet into stagger without changing the arms that she has equipped so that we can just plow through a stagger. Right now, these arms are going to be weak to magic. So we're going to be using Lightning Ninjutsu, Thundera, Arcane Ward, Foxfire, and Spellbound Blast to get a bunch of damage here. Wodie's doing this fight in a very interesting way here. He's actually used Lightning Ninjutsu and Fox Flash instead of the route that I do, which is a little bit more obnoxious, where I actually Spellbound Fox, Fox, because Spellbound Blast is between Aerith and Tifa, and Fox is between Aerith and Yuffie. What you can do is do Yuffie's team attack and then do Aerith's and let Tifa charge it. But if you do the fight like this, basically all we're worried about is getting her staggered right here, right now, and making sure she doesn't get away. So we're going to push this, and we're going to want to spam all of our Unbridled Fury here to get the damage up. And because this phase is actually weak to physical, or actually weak to magic, we just want to make sure to get out as much damage as possible, because now that we're in this phase, magic does almost no damage. So it's basically the Tifa and Yuffie show. Aerith is completely useless at this point. However, we already have Bravery on Tifa, which is going to massively buff her damage, and she has a limit. So we're going to be able to do most of the damage with that limit. We're probably going to have to supplement it with an Omni Strike or two, but that'll be about that.
Yeah, because we hit the damage gate.
The problem is this fight can be a little bit annoying. The problem is dive kick isn't very good at auto targeting, and it has a very narrow range, or very short range. Dive kick hits like a truck, but trying to get it to hit the enemy can be very frustrating in some circumstances. So you have to be very careful. You can't just fire off a dive kick or you'll whiff. Normally, what a lot of us do is we just unbridled Omni Strike.
So that depends on what she's doing though. So if she's in the air, dive kick will land. If she's on the ground, then you want to do Omni Strike. So that's just the rule of thumb there. On ground Scarlet, you would do Omni Strike, because then the lunging distance should help make sure you land the hit, unless she's like super far. And then when she's in the air, she doesn't move as much, like not as much position. So dive kick will hit for that. So it's just adjusting for if she's in the air or on the ground.
So that obvious statement is obvious that like throwing out a move and expecting it to hit is not the way to go. You have to actually pay attention to the circumstances before you just fire it off.
Yeah, every fight in these runs, like it may, to some extent, it may feel like we're just kind of like we're throwing like things out there. We might be doing like things that don't seem intentional, but a lot of times like everything we do is intentional. Like these fights are routed so much so that a lot of the actions we take are with purpose, or at least with some goal in mind.
Yep. The one weird thing is, I think dive kick can only be used while you're grounded, right? Like Tifa has to be on the ground to start dive kick?
No, because if that was true, then why would uppercut in the dive kick work? She's in the air.
Yeah, you're right. I'm misremembering something else.
Now maybe like full airborne Tifa, because I've actually never tried to use dive kick literally in flight, so maybe that's what you're referring to, but I've never tried using dive kick there.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking of. You can link those two, but if she's like in a normal combo, the game. Because the funny thing is like some of these moves you would think are aerial that just aren't. They're like pseudo aerial. A lot of it, I think, is like they're just taking in mind like how Tifa's kit works. But some of like actually, speaking of aerial, like there's some interesting things like triple slash will automatically like make Cloud go air to the air if the enemy is a flying target. But one of the cool things that a lot of people don't know is if you use Braver while you're in the air, you actually get a damage bonus. It hits harder if you Braver from the air. There's a lot of little interesting things like this that if you look through all the tutorials and notes, there's a lot of little cool interactions like that that can be taken advantage of.
Is this... Am I dying?
So here we have our next kind of major kind of story progression point. So after the shenanigans with Scarlet, Cloud at this point in the game is kind of losing his mind. We've basically been engulfed by this weapon, and so Tifa's kind of going on a spiritual journey, almost similar to the Mediel stuff from OG game. Now we don't quite know because the last game's not out yet if like she'll still have a similar kind of sequence again, or if this is them doing that Mediel sequence here instead, and that like part in the OG won't play out the same way. I mean, who knows? But yeah, where Tifa's just kind of reliving through some memories in like the live stream and everything right now, and being reminded of some stuff with Cloud and their memories and their promises.
They do a lot of stuff in like restructuring some of the story beats and boss fights in this game. And personally, the way that they did it, where they like moved up some boss fights much further than where they were, gets me excited to see what replaces it. And same thing with the story too. I understand there's some people that aren't a super big fan of like the re-trilogy's story for one reason or another. But I will say that like as a casual experience, Remake and Rebirth are some of the best games I've played. Unfortunately, once you start speedrunning something, you learn to hate it at some capacity. But 99% of the time, you're gonna enjoy the game really quite a bit compared to the whinging that you might hear from speedrunners, because this game is pretty good. There's a few weird combat bugs, but it's literally like, well, I hit the button too fast. One of the interesting things, though, is Cloud, since he's our main damage dealer, we pick up a lot of weapons for him. The Crystal Sword is actually a very good weapon that has a very strong middle ground, where it's really strong physically and it's really strong magically. It's probably one of his better weapons that we get for him over the course of the entire run. Unfortunately, because it's balanced, it's, not like the best, but it's a very good weapon. So now we get our free green chocobo that she gave us a minute ago, and now we're gonna have to learn to get good. This movement is actually very hard to do, in my opinion. You need to like break and boost the chocobo correctly to get through here. And it's, Woady's making this look way easier than it is. It's super easy to bonk in here. Also, Woady's going to get really wide here. There's actually one of these summon side quest areas right where we just passed. And if we get too close, we'll get kicked off of the... Well, I don't think we get kicked off the chocobo, but...
yeah, we do.
Yeah, okay. So we get kicked off the chocobo, and we get a call from Chadley, and Chadley goes, "Hey, that's a summon area. Maybe you should go check it out." And it takes it's got to be like 15 seconds. It's the worst. So taking an extra couple of seconds to go wide versus like getting that extremely long dialogue, it is what it is. So there are a couple of megaphones for Kate Sith coming up. There was one we skipped in that area, actually, that's right behind the telephone booth, but we really don't care about that one. And there's going to be another one that's in the armory in Cosmo Canyon, but it would literally take us 30 seconds to go in there, get it, and leave. I had considered going into the like armory or whatever, the storehouse, because on the bottom floor there's actually an X potion in one of the chests, but because you have to slow walk in and out, it's minimum 30 seconds to go in there. So you'd rather just do the fight normally rather than use it as a backup X potion.
It's also important to note that like the purple chest can also be purchased in most cases from the shop at some point. As you progress in the game also lets you just buy those weapons. In fact, we're gonna have an example of it coming up here when we arrive in Cosmo Canyon. We're gonna do probably one of the rare like weapon purchase shops. It's only the second time we've kind of come in and bought a weapon, but we're gonna buy Red 13's best physical melee weapon since coming up soon we're gonna have ourselves another Barrett and Red 13 buddy cop. And a second ago I just did it in the tiny Bronco sequences. So those sequences are autopiloted. They're kind of like the buggy thing from earlier where the game just kind of moves you along on its own path. Like I'm not actually controlling the plane. Like I could kind of mess with its positioning, but I can't make it go any faster or slower by controlling it. And when you get to the end, as the plane is about to land, it is actually faster to hold triangle. So skipping cutscenes is either start and skip or holding triangle. And holding triangle is typically going to be slower with the exception of 4 parts of the run here. Doing the all the tiny Bronco flying segments because the game doesn't let you skip the cutscene until the camera changes its positioning. So the camera will be behind the plane, and then after it gets closer to landing, then it kind of changes to a different cinematic view, and then that's when you can start and skip. So we hold triangle for those, and then in chapter 11 there's this one part where it's just got a weird kind of like skip point, even though it feels like you should be able to just start and skip with a conversation between everybody after the 2 teams that have been separated meet up again. And so holding triangle there's going to either be on par or just a little bit faster, and it reduces some of the like minor guesswork and being like, okay, I can skip here. Okay, Aerith has walked this far in front of the camera, so now I can skip the cutscene.
Yeah, that one is super weird because like I guess it must be a time-based thing, but like the camera angle doesn't change. It just goes, oh yeah, Aerith has walked in front of the camera and now you can skip. But
and even if she walks directly in front of it, it's not always immediate. It's still a few more seconds after that.
So yeah, you have to just feel it with your psychic powers. So out of all the areas, I find Cosmo Canyon is one of like the most cathartic in terms of like combat movement and like optimizing the movement between here. So there's a lot of like tight lines to take and not going too far or too close. Also here we want to make sure we get off the ledge so that Cloud just starts jumping, because otherwise we have to slow walk. But if we do it that way, we get to basically overwrite and get out of the area by doing the set jump animations before the game really expects us to, so we get full speed back a lot quicker.
In fact, about 2 weeks ago, I discovered a soft lock there, as after I exited combat, Cloud landed on an unintentional rock, and he was stuck there going forward until I reloaded.
I nearly found a soft lock here too. Like I got Cloud to clip out of bounds as I was running away from one of those fights, and the only reason I was able to get back in bounds was by using a potion. It was weird. But yeah, we're gonna grab the golden collar here. Fun fact, like we could have picked it up in the previous dungeon, but it's just way faster to buy it, and we really don't have anything that we're like running out of money to get. The gold collar, like the room that we plugged in the little thing before the boss, we actually could have gone out the back and dropped down onto a different platform and grabbed the gold collar there. So it wasn't too far out of the way. But going that way does take a while because we have to go further out of way. Funny thing though is you can actually glitch the game out and up warp to that platform if you get in a fight with the enemies right next to it, and then exit or like reload in a very specific way, and the game's just like, oh, here you go, and spawns you up there. Still not faster though, because all the shenanigans you have to do versus like just buying it here. That you actually could do that up warp as well. You don't, when we jumped in the water and then climbed the ladder up and then squeeze through the door, you can actually up warp to that platform, but it soft locks the game if you do it that way for whatever reason. There's a few places that, depending on how you skip or reset things, it can actually soft lock if you do it in a different way. Because the dragon fight we were talking about before, you can actually skip that fight in a different way, but it'll soft lock because it won't trigger the story progression properly.
Yeah, because there's a shimmy point, and when you do the shimmy point, it seems to trigger some hidden flag in the game coding that allows the kind of progression of the game. But if you retry that fight in a specific way, it actually warps you on the other side of the shimmy point, so you save some time in having to deal with the kind of slow, like, kind of crawling through the whole part.
Yeah.
And so, but again, it's soft lock it, so we don't do that. And then there sort of was a way to potentially skip that specimen fight we did earlier, but again, it's soft lock it because he doesn't spawn, and so the game just like bugs out as a result. But there was like a if you retry a fight in like a specific area or like a specific point, it like despawns the specimen, and so but then the game just doesn't do anything after that.
Yep. It's the stuff that's possible in this game that doesn't break it is really interesting, to be honest. Final Fantasy VII has kind of always had a very checkered past with the skips. Luckily, Remake has quite a few. So there's a very nice divide between the two categories, glitchless and glitch. This one doesn't have any major skips yet. It seems like they were paying attention to what runners were doing, because some of it didn't even work on Yuffie during an intermission, and intermission seemingly had addressed some of the ways that we glitched out of bounds before. We found different ways to do it, so it's still possible on intermission, but they definitely made this game a lot more airtight, for better or worse.
Well, and even Intergrade, the PS5 upgrade of Remake did affect some of the methods we used for like skips and such. So with Intergrade, we had to create we eventually had to find like
a whole new method
to performing the same skips, essentially.
It was interesting to see that everybody figured out a new method, because it's even more convoluted.
Yeah, the skips are definitely a lot harder to perform as an any percent runner as well as an NMG runner for Remake. The skips are a whole entire different ball game of a lot higher risks of runs failing.
Yeah, the unfortunate part is, like, in my experience, I've gotten out of bounds like 3 or 4 times in this game unintentionally. But the big thing is like, you can't move while you're out of bounds unless, like, what we called it in the old one was no space disable. But we'd have to find a way to get that property that allows us to move out of bounds and a way to get out of bounds consistently. But as of yet, hasn't happened. But the game's pacing is pretty good overall, and the fact that you can like actively skip fights and like pick and choose, I think makes this game just as good, even without the glitches to get out of bounds, for sure. This is another place where we got to talk to our party. We have to talk to at least 2 characters, or 3 characters. We're gonna talk to Red and Barrett here. We can choose specific dialogues if we want to make sure that we get certain things. But we want to talk to Tifa here as well. Yeah, that's what threw me off. So you have to take a specific dialogue with Red there. Okay.
No, that was accidental.
Oh, okay.
I said earlier, none of my dialogue choices are intentional. I just accidentally was holding left on the joystick, and so the game switched the thing I picked.
So this is normally a very long, slow save load walk. There's 2 ways to like get faster movement speed back. You can either save load like that, or you can turn to your left and talk to Chadley to pop open the menu and then exit real quick. It's 6 to 1, half dozen to the other. They're more or less the same. If one's faster, it's so minusculely faster that it's really hard to discern. But this is definitely faster than slow walking through here. I can guarantee that.
Yeah, because normally Bugenhagen wants to do like just talk about a bunch of stuff, and so the game has you slow walk because he's talking through dialogue, and until he finishes the dialogue, you know, it's like written in a way that he's expected to finish the dialogue by a certain point, and then resume kind of like a normal like progression.
Yep.
But as we talked about before, how this game's kind of thing to encourage you to use all the characters. Everybody kind of has almost like a dungeon. They all have their own kind of dungeons that they are like in charge of, like that you control on the world map here. So it's, you know, Barrett and Red had Barrett's dungeon back in chapter 3, but now Red is gonna have to do his own thing. So we're entering the Cave of Gi. In this game, they decided to put in this like kind of story system where Bugenhagen basically tells Red that he does this like trial. He has, he can have somebody come with him. He's not allowed to bring Cloud. I can't remember if he actually tells him to bring Barrett or if like Barrett volunteers. It's been like 8 months since I've watched some of these cutscenes. A little hazy on some of those details, but yeah. So Barrett and Red are gonna do their own thing. Fun fact: this actually happened because I went to an anime convention and I did meet. I was in a panel with some of the developer, like the director, the producer, and the combat director, and somebody had asked about it, and they enjoyed the chapter 3 kind of Red and Barrett team up, that they wanted to do it again, and they ended up settling on doing it here for this part of the game. It originally was not planned to be this way, but we'll finally get to experience some kind of Red combat. We haven't really used them a ton. He's kind of this like gameplay gimmick of like kind of like a support / like DPS, because he's very good at building
Sentinel.
stagger.
If you're familiar with 13, he's supposed to be like the Sentinel class.
Yeah, I mean he literally has an ability called Sentinel Stance.
Yeah, so his gimmick is as long as you're guarding, you'll start building up his his Sentinel Stance, and then you can unleash it to do more hits in your combo, and it'll also can be used for certain special abilities to gain additional effects. It's going to massively increase his DPS, so we want to use it on the boss. Oh, yes. Interesting.
Especially considering, wait, nope, I did this wrong the other day. Especially just considering, he's going to be kind of our main DPS for a lot of things here, especially for the final boss fight.
Yeah, Barrett's going to play support in the boss, and Red is going to be our main DPS. So yeah, a lot of these fights, we're just trying to clean them up as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, like, we can't get consistent grouping every single time. So we could try and do that fight a little bit more aggressive and move towards the end of the arena here and let Barrett finish it off, but then you could end up in a situation like that where one of those Nidhogg's is alive and you're like across the room. But yeah, we grabbed a couple of potions there for later, and a little bit of accessories. You could buy a lot more supernatural wrist guards, and that way you wouldn't have to juggle them around, but there's really not much reason to juggle them after a certain point. We just really want them for this dungeon, and then we can re-equip it to our main party. My route still buys 5 for everybody, and I'm like, oh wait, yeah, I guess you could buy 2 here, huh?
Well, so one thing I do is I buy 11 mega potions, so I don't have the money to quite purchase that many of those items.
Yeah,
because I don't do the healing. I don't do the healing materia thing, because I just don't have the slots for it without having to buy like, armor. When when he asked about it earlier about buying the discounted armor, and I was like, well, I don't buy that, and I don't buy any armor actually. I make do with the resources I'm given.
Yeah, because the only decent armors that you could pick up would be the Celestial armor here, but it would take you like 30 seconds to go get it. You could theoretically grab the Hades armlet in Shinra Mansion, but that's really late into the run, and you probably are already past the point where you need all those slots. But it is something you could do because it's right on the beaten path. But yeah, normally if anybody buys armor, it's in that the reactor.
Ooh, it almost happened again. So they can actually dodge the items. So this is why we wanted the X potions. These Gi enemies we're going to fight are undead. The Lancers are really tricky to fight because they can kind of block you and reflect back the bullets at you, and it just becomes a lot harder to kind of take them down. And so we want to use things like the X potions to finish them off, to avoid stuff like that from happening. What happened there was Barrett's ATB wasn't very good, and so by the time I got to the bar, the Lancer decided to kind of warp down to us, and if I had actually casted it maybe like a second earlier, it actually would have missed.
So they can dodge it, but if they're doing the spinny spear thing, they don't get hit by it, so you whiff with the X potions. So honestly, I think if your ATB had been better, you may have missed. I think it was the opposite. It was just perfect timing. The downside though is like you want to use overcharge to get fast ATB, but when they're spinning the spear, the bullets all get bounced back at you, so you're basically hitting yourself at the cost of ATB. Well,
and you gotta block almost immediately because the force from the hit might knock you down.
Yeah. The spear ones are the most dangerous, not just because of that reflectability where they reflect the bullets back at you, but it's also because they have the most HP. So if you don't get a few hits in before you, X potions will always kill because they do max. But if you use Giga Potions, which only do 3,000, you're going to actually need to hit them a little bit to guarantee the kill. That's part of the reason why we were like, oh, yay, cool, extra X Potions. You can use elixirs as well. I usually do use my elixirs because I like making my life more difficult than it needs to be. Honestly, the only place you really need to use elixirs or mega potions is endgame stuff. There are a few places where I grab giga potion, or not giga potions, but mega potions, so that I can heal my entire party instantaneously. But I have to go out of my way to grab a few chests to do that. But you can heal with Aerith, but the problem is when you get to one of the later dungeons, she's the party leader. So if you cast heal with her, you're going to be stuck waiting for her to cast it before you can move again. So you really need to switch over to using potions at that point. And just having extra potions is nice. So like towards the end game, you end up needing potions to heal in like the final dungeon, because there's no, half the time you don't even have access to healing, or it wastes a bunch of time to heal. Luckily, however, this dungeon's pretty straightforward with Red. A lot of the enemies are fairly weak, so Red can kind of chew through them pretty quick. Rough. Yeah, some of the environmental stuff here is not as flat as it would seem, depending on how you want to look at it. There's a few invisible walls that I've cursed in this game.
One thing I did a little bit ago is I wasted any potions or high potions I have because I want to minimize how many inputs I need to access like either mega potions or giga potions. So I'm not spending as much time manually doing that stuff.
Yeah, that's one thing I've ended up having to get used to in hard is like sometimes it's faster to tactical menu skills or abilities. So it's not too hard for me. If anything, the biggest issue I have is I'm just not used to actually using items. Because in New Game plus Hard, both in this game and in Remake, your items are locked. So when I started learning New Game for this, it was a very foreign experience having access to the item menu. It is very weird. But yeah, doing things like that, getting rid of the potions to optimize spamming gigas and X potions to kill stuff is a really good idea. I guess that makes sense. That would explain why buying mega potions is a good idea, because if you're gonna willingly get rid of all your potions and high potions, that way you still have healing without it. A lot of these we have to do some sort of gimmick. Like the first room, we had to keep looking up because when we pulled the chain, it would make us look at the ceiling again. That one right there, we needed to pull it back at a certain angle so that we could pull the chain to the hook. This fight right here, if you do it this way, you can deal with one of them through normal attacks and then follow up with potions from there. Because the sorcerer is very weak, but it can and will dodge more often, so you need to get the attacks in immediately so that it can't activate its dodging ability at that point. So it's one of those, like, you've got to get your attacks out or that fight is going to stink.
Well, and then there's another reason for that too. So the sorcerers are an interesting enemy gimmick. So they do have a thing where if a sorcerer is in the fight and you kill a Gi, the Gi actually doesn't die. The Gi will go into some ethereal state, and then typically, like, you would think, so I'll kill one of the other guys, and then the sorcerer will try to bring the other one alive, and then they'll stop dodging, and then you can kind of kill them, and so you know it works out. The problem is there's this weird, I don't know if it's intended, if it's a glitch, where if you don't kill the sorcerer first, you actually lose out on experience and AP from killing the other things first. And so that's why, we focused hard on the sorcerer, and that strat I did there was a strat I found that actually guarantees it to die because it's busy spawning in, and it basically puts it at no HP until it's at a point where it can dodge you. And so that prevents some of the risk that comes with that.
Yeah, it's one of the. It's like a weird interaction that I'm pretty sure isn't intended, and it's just because of the way they implemented the revive. So at the start here, the AI is going to guard this every single time. So we switch over to Barrett to start building up some ATB here, get him set up with Brave, and then we want to set up a Deprotect at some point in the near future. Right now, we're just trying to get the boss staggered. So we want to follow up with a Sidewinder to get the pressure going. And then from there, we're going to do our best to get the stagger. Looks like we got a decent pattern. Sometimes Ginatok will go to grab you, and if you're too deep in your regular combo, you'll get snatched, and he'll absorb some HP off of you and put you down to one party member for a bit, which makes this fight pretty awful. Actually, no, I don't think you use Deep Protect. We already discussed this like a while ago. So you can use Deep Protect here to make this fight a little bit easier. And you can also either use Bravery, which is the route he goes with Bravery. I go with the route where I put enemy skill on red and Sonic Boom and Deep Protect the boss to make my life easier. That was a really good start there, though. I usually have a lot more trouble with the skulls. That's a really good pattern. They can be very, very...
There we go. And then we want to bait Barrett to be grabbed so he stands still. So ideally you want Barrett to get grabbed, which is okay.
That's spicy.
Because Barrett is not super important for this fight other than, like, once he casts, like, Bravery, he's kind of done in what he needs to do.
I never considered doing it that way. That's interesting. So, no matter what we do, we're going to hit an HP lock here, but you may notice we happen to have a limit in our back pocket. Now, you can't just fire off the limit here, or else you run the risk of red just completely whiffing. If we stay on red here, the targeting will work correctly and it always hits the boss. Some of us switch over to Barrett to do additional damage. And if you switch over to Barrett too soon, there's a chance red will just not target right and go Blood Moon the wall or whatever. It's kind of weird. So doing it that way is the safest way. At the very least, you got to wait till the limit comes out, then you can change.
Yeah, and even then, like, the extra damage from Barrett's actually not needed because the limit will finish off the final with Bravery. Maybe Deep Protect is different, but with at least the way I've been doing it, the limit will always finish off the last bit of HP on attack.
I think it's like for a Sonic Boom, that's just applied to old Sonic Boom route where like your Bravery may run out because it only lasts 30 seconds instead of 60. Oh yeah, if you use the Deep Protect or buff the Bravery / Faith Materia Empowerment or Enervate, the debuffs are intended to last for 60 seconds. Bravery and Faith lasts for 60 seconds on your characters, and then the Deprotect and D-Shell depend on your characters. So this is another place where we do a lot of save and loading. Normally, you're supposed to follow Biggs this whole way, and it takes forever. If we do some very crafty save loading at the very beginning there, we're able to jog the whole way. And then if we save load in the right spots here, we can progress Biggs's dialogue a lot faster and warp him to the next area. If we don't save load, we'll soft lock. So this is, once you start this, you have to do this right. And if you go too far, you can soft lock in this area, or at least close to it. So a lot of these save loads are very specific. As soon as you'll, it may be hard to tell, but it's as soon as Big stops moving is when you need to save load. But this will speed things up quite a bit. Even if we end up behind him, we could still move faster, so it's not that big of a deal. But this is a pretty big time save.
Yeah, it saves like over a minute, I want to say. It was pretty substantial from what the initial reports were.
I asked Crystal about it, and it's at least a minute, if not more. Oh, do you not have to save load there?
I'm save loading.
Oh, okay. No, it's my bad. Well, the thing is that save load specifically, I don't know where you have to do it. That's the only save load I'm not 100% on. Because I've go ahead.
The video I saw of how to do it is just what I'm repeating. So I'm just repeating.
Oh no, I'm just asking you.
Was doing.
Yeah, because I'm doing whatever Crystal does, and he like the one run that I watched, it was like he grabs whenever Biggs goes to grab the thing off of the board. So I wasn't sure if it could actually be done sooner or later. So what we're waiting. No. Oh no.
That's new. Did I mess up?
I try loading again and see what happens. Because he's not going to move. So, worst case scenario, we have to reload the autosave. And we have to do it again.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have to do it again.
Wow, that's rough.
Yeah, I don't know why that happened. That's awkward.
Obviously, it's my fault for mentioning that you can soft lock here. Oops. Well, sorry. I'll save it on my run, I promise. I'll get us back on schedule. Yeah, so we save as soon as we walk out of the room here. There's actually a neat little cue when Biggs walks outside. As soon as his arms like go stiff, if you save in response to that, you'll be able to run the whole way. You need to delay a little bit there when you get around the corner, or else Biggs won't keep moving. So that's why we kind of do that weird movement where we stop, look back, and then go forward. This one right here, we can save load at any point here, but we want to save load over next to this because there's a cutscene right next to this area, and if we walk into it after loading, it'll instantly start the cutscene. This next one is a little bit less obvious. It's like the next area with metal plates. Yeah, this one. It's weird because it's like it feels like a lot of these are just in arbitrary points, but it's just because of the way they like sliced up his dialogue that results in this. Honestly, the finding this and making it work with the save load is kind of wild because I would have never thought to like do the save loading there. It just shows how good the glitch hunters are. So yeah, this one was the weird one that I was talking about. Normally I save and load as soon as he grabs something off of the cork board instead of running over here. This is like new movement I haven't seen. One of the other things you can tell too is either he stops or he starts walking very slow. And there's going to be one more right here, so you have to like save load after he stops in front of the kids. Although if you're good about it, you can tell off of the meters, and it'll let you know that he's like stopped moving. This one's kind of very scary in my opinion, because you need him to get okay. Looks like we're good to go. You need him to be a certain distance in front of you here, and if you're too far forward, he'll stop moving. I think is what happened. Then you got to wait a little bit. There you go. But yeah, it's a rough one. That skip is fast, but also scary because that can happen. And it's very frustrating in like a PB or a run that could PB to have that happen. It's very discouraging. That's the one downside with like any percent stuff with like skips. So we're gonna be grabbing Aerith's ultimate weapon here, the ceremonial staff. I'm sure a lot of people didn't really use the ceremonial staff, but because it didn't have any materia slots, but its magic is so good. It's so good that it's like not negotiable. The ceremonial staff gives her a very high stat bonus, but we're gonna lose materia, which is why I was asking about the armor earlier, because Cloud's crystal sword and Aerith's ceremonial staff have no slots in them, but the stat bonus on them is so high that there's no reason to not use them, that you end up needing armor to compensate. But luckily, Yuffie comes with a 3-slot materia or armor, and if you're really feeling down bad, Kate Sith comes with a 2-slot. But it depends on how much materia you use and how much you're willing to juggle it around to optimize there. Normally, I throw on Ceremonial Rod here, and I actually hybrid. I do like a Spellblade with Cloud, and then Spellbound Blast with Aerith and Tifa. And between those two, you can hit multiple enemies. But it's another one of those, like, weaving the charged attacks between two characters is not as simple as it would sound. Because it could be very easy that you accidentally use the wrong one, or the character spawns out of position. Nice. Ooh! Just the tip. Just the tip. Nice braver. These fights are pretty clean, though. What I'm talking about, though, like, you really don't have to do that, because these fights are more or less on a soft timer. As long as you finish the fight before the dialogue is over, you have not lost any time. It doesn't really matter if you finish it any faster than that. But some of these dialogues are so short, it's hard to get through them instantly, or, you know, at least quick enough to be done before the dialogue is.
Yeah, this is like a new part that they've added from the original game, kind of like post Cave of Gi. We are now in kind of like their homeland, their home territory, if you will, and where they teach us about the black materia, why they were looking for it, what they wanted for, and then kind of what leads us on that quest of like going to find the black materia.
Man, when I was playing this casually, I was like, did the black materia have a backstory? Did I just eliminate this from my memory? I was like second guessing myself the whole time. The game successfully gaslit me into thinking that this was part of the OG game. So we got another dialogue fight here. There's 2 sorcerers in here, so they're going to be our immediate target to deal with, so that we can avoid that issue we were talking about with the not being able to get not be able to get our experience and AP from them. By making sure they're dead first, this eliminates that weird, like, half-dead state. One of the other things I didn't mention about Spellbound Blast, not only does it use Aerith's magic, hit like a truck, have a long range, and build ATB for both characters that use it, but it also absorbs a set amount, I think, of MP from the character that it's used with. So when you Spellbound Blast with Tifa, Aerith siphons some of her MP while doing that move and refills her own MP pool. So if you're casting a lot of spells with Aerith, you can use that move with Tifa or Yuffie to siphon some of the MP back and put it into her MP pool and keep spamming high damage spells. It's a really cool tech.
Fun fact, the reason why I swapped to Aerith in that fight is because the sorcerers don't, for whatever reason, do not dodge Spellbound Blasts like they will other actions.
Yeah. The downside, we could have menued on the ceremonial rod, and I want to say a spellbound blast would have one-shot them, but like I
It
said,
would've.
we were waiting.
It
We
would've.
were
I
still
just don't
waiting
want-
for the.
I don't want a time loss for menu. I menu that later. I
Yeah.
didn't see a point in doing a small menu just to equip a weapon. So
Yeah,
you are
no.
correct. It will one-shot them.
No, I was gonna say that like what you're doing is right because like we're still on a timer because of the dialogue, so it only saves time in comparison to the dialogue. And as long as we finish the fight before the dialogue's over, we don't lose any time to it. I don't know if I do a menu later. I'd have to double check. The one thing is, I have this weird thing. I don't know where it's from. Like, but I picked it up from like Crystal's route, where for some reason, altruistic buff gets put on Aerith's rod, and I have yet to figure out why. I'm like, she doesn't cast any buffing spells or healing.
Do you put Sonic Boom on her for specimen?
No, maybe it's a holdover from that, and it just never got deleted. It's such a weird thing. I was like, what? I've just kept doing it because I'm like, okay, well, if this breaks something, it'll cost me more time than the second to put this on. I've been trying to figure out for months at this point. Like, why? So luckily we get to just warp back here and we're out. At least that's one of the nice things too, is all we have to do is walk in once and then we can use the warp points. So it speeds things up quite a bit.
Now we're off to Nibelheim. So, yep, we finished out Cosmo Canyon. Now, thankfully, after finishing the Cave of Gi, the game gave us the ability to fast travel within the realm of Cosmo Canyon, so we could go straight back to the entrance instead of having to run our way back there like when we first arrived.
You know, I was surprised how short this ride is between the two. But like actually thinking about it, they are extremely close in the OG game too. Like it's 20 seconds of travel at most to get to Nibelheim from Cosmo Canyon.
Here's our second of 3 tiny Bronco sequences. So another kind of tiny, it's a nice little break moments. Like we've got these like kind of breaks every 20 minutes with the tiny Bronco. The last one,
Yeah.
so and they do get progressively longer each time. The first one is not very long. The second one is a little bit longer, but then the last one is substantially longer.
This area is really interesting where we have a couple of different areas with completely different parties. We have a nice boss rush, more or less, at the end of the area. And, like, we have to do almost none of these fights. We can run away from almost everything. Which I really appreciate. Remake, it was always about, like, optimizing how to get rid of the enemies instantaneously. And this one is like, okay, but can we run away from it?
Yeah, and remake we had to definitely route a lot more fights in comparison. I mean, there's a lot more boss fights in this game, so they kind of have all their trade-offs. Like this run has more boss fights that we've had to fine tune, but then we've also had to do more with movement tech and efficiency with terrain, and like, can we hop here? Can we hop here? We had to do a lot more with this, whereas on like remake, it was really, again, just a linear path, and that was more like, okay, we've got this fight, do we have to do it? Can we skip it? If we can skip it, then unless there's like a XP reason or something with like gaining like combat points or whatever the circumstance is, we would skip it. And then when we couldn't skip a fight, then we just had to fine tune those fights so they would be as fast as possible. So here we are in
So-
kind of our last. This is kind of the last time we have our kind of like town. Yes, welcome in Raiders. This is kind of the last time we do our kind of like town cycle where we enter a town. Everybody kind of splits up. You do, you kind of check in. You either check in with everybody. You maybe initiate some side quests, gain some more, bond points with them. So for this one, we just need to do where we go in the building. We see the kind of like vision of Zack, and Cloud's kind of off it, kind of a little loopy right now. He's having trouble like thinking straight, and he's being fed potentially lies or different perceptions of events, and he's just not really sure anymore what's going on. And then after that, we just talk to Aerith, and then after that, once the game tells us we can check on Katesit because he's busy playing around with this terminal. Other things you can do is you can talk to Barrett, you can talk to Tifa. But we just found that getting the Zack cutscene and talking to Aerith is the fastest. Because if you get the Zack cutscene, talk to Barrett, you still have to talk to Aerith. So it's one of those things where like you could do all those actions, but we want to do it in the most minimal method possible. And then from there we just initiate our next story point. So in the beauty of a party mix up, because at this point we've got so many additional characters that again, developers want people to not only have the power to do what they want when free roaming, but also incorporate some more maybe story specific. So you're kind of required to experience everybody. And so we need to go find Dr. Murasaki because he has a key card. We need to access the terminal to help us find the keystone. And of course, being from Wutai, Yuffie wants to come along, and of course for materia reasons, and then it's Nibelheim, so of course Tifa wants to tag along. So the three of us are on the road to Viridian City, to the Nibelheim reactor.
Like the meta choices are usually like Cloud, Tifa, Aerith, but the like outside of the like meta now, Yuffie is one of the better options. She doesn't have the like stagger multiplier that Tifa has, unfortunately. She doesn't have like the same high damage potential, but she has a lot of unique abilities that can make her very valuable. Barrett, now that he has bonus round, is a lot better off than he used to be. So this fight right here, we could take it and dodge roll to the end of the area. Sometimes, though, even when you get here, the game won't let you flee from that fight. So we want to avoid taking that fight just like we did in Chapter 1, because sometimes it won't let you flee from that fight. Why? I don't know.
Yeah, there's like two fights where okay, got through. There are like two fights between the fight we just dodged with the two bat wings, and then back in Chapter 7 with those cockatrices. Where if you get the encounter and normally you can flee, something just doesn't allow the game to trigger the flee flag, and then you're required to retry it. That's why for that fight I was trying to be mindful of what I was doing, as well as with the cockatrices, we were trying to be mindful of what we were doing. But this is an example we've alluded to a few times now, where this chapter is reliant on a lot of dodging and our ability to avoid pretty much every fight. But if we get caught, with the exception of two fights here, because the zoo is a little bit on the beefier side, so we don't really want to fight this big bird if we happen to get stuck in combat with it, which seems to be hit or miss on if it like comes at you or not. But for these like smaller enemies, we'll take the fights if we get them. So we run this way because while you're climbing terrain, you can't get you can't aggro fight mid-terrain action.
Shiver me timbers. I didn't even know you could vault that terrain.
Yep. Yeah. Do that to avoid the risk of it. It's a little awkward to kind of like jump on it, but once you kind of get it going, then you're usually pretty safe off.
This is like one of the big changes between like Remake and Rebirth, because there's terrain actions now. There's a lot of times where I go, you can do that? Because I'm thinking very laterally, like Remake has trained me to, and Rebirth is like, more or less, you can get on just about anything, surprisingly. So we grabbed the Ingenious Saber there because it has ridiculously high physical. So we're going to be leaning more into Power Cleave end game. Spellblade is a little bit better in the sense that like it has a longer reach, but it's more so better at applying pressure and staggering enemies than actual raw damage. From what I understand, Power Cleave hits a bit harder, and Spellblade's a little bit better at staggering enemies. And a lot of the time,
not quite. So Spellblade is good for range, but bad for stagger. And Power Cleave is bad for range, but great for stagger.
okay, so it's backwards. Got it. But yeah, Power Cleave hits really hard too, and it's works with Kate Sith or Tifa. So the 1-2 punch of Cloud and Tifa ends up being a big one. So this fight right here, you can skip. It's a little bit of a pain to get around, which we got it clean the
you
first
have
time.
to skip. It's so slow to fight that.
Well, I mean like casually, not like in terms of a speed run, right? Because a lot of people probably don't think you can skip that because like, oh, well, there's a little thing here. It definitely would jump you. You can do that in a...
I actually was one of those people. I was one of those people. when I was getting through the routing, I got to it. I was like, oh man, this fight's gonna be painful. And then I was told like, oh, you can skip it. And then initially I was like, this is insane. This is really hard. I spent a good amount of time with it, and I kind of finally found the sweet spot and like the like proper way of doing it. So it's better now, but I remember in the early days when I was first going through it, I was like, oof, this feels like it's gonna be rough.
I got to spend a little bit of time on it too, because I still go wide and bait it off to the right, which is not really necessary.
It helps make it more consistent. I mean, I don't know. I've had other runners tell me like, doing it is just, it makes it safer. I've kind of found like I don't really know how to explain what I'm doing, but like whatever I'm doing, I've had very good success rate with. There is like this little rock that you can kind of hop over, like a little step you can hop over, which helps kind of stop the aggro from completing. It's kind of similar to like what happens in chapter 3 with the ogres, and there's this kind of like section off to the right by the ogres. If you jump into this kind of jump on the terrain over the railing, it stops the aggro from happening, and then the game, unless you run directly into them, it's not going to hit you with the fight or anything. You'll just be able to
it's just surprising the stuff you can actually get away with in this game. Some of it's like damn near criminal.
It does feel that way sometimes. I mean, I avoided a fight that we normally don't get, but the positioning was just not in my favor. The ends were like touching on the aggro. The ends were touching, and I actually thought I got the aggro. But yeah, overall, other than the save loading, whatever went wrong with that, it's been actually a very good like second half of this part of chapter, or the first half of chapter 11, because we're about to wrap up here with Cloud and the girls.
Yeah, this segment can be a bit volatile because the enemies don't really. You're at the mercy of the position of some of the enemies in a lot of these, and it's like, well, take the fight, don't take the fight. The problem with the zoo is like, even if you had wind, you'd have to like probably hit it with Yuffie, because everybody else would have a hard time building ATB on it because it's in the air. But I've tried fighting the dragon recently, and that's like 6 power cleaves in a dream. It's not happening.
Yeah, it's not a great fight to take.
So this is the same glorified boss that we had to fight in the VR simulator with Yuffie. And he's going to fare just about as well as he does in any category.
Funny enough, this is probably not only the shortest boss fight, because we're able to stop kind of the gimmick of it warping away from us. So normally what it does there is it like splits into 2. So what usually happens there, because that fight's so quick, it's hard to like talk about it while it's happening. Basically, the first part of the fight is just kind of attacking it, and once you get its HP down to a certain point, it does that in shadow move or whatever move it was doing, where it was kind of like creating its like clone, its doppelganger. So that's why we didn't we didn't want to stagger it anyway, because it's just slower. But also, if we deal too much damage too early, we can HP gate it, because it has to do that action before the game lets you actually kill it. and then by breaking the arm, we pressure it, interrupting its attempt to clone itself, and then we just finish it off before it can actually create that second clone. And then if you happen to let the clone get created, you just need to look for the one with the glowy hair to kill the real one.
Yeah, because the warp away, create the clone, and then you got to determine which is the real one and which one isn't. And then getting close enough to like charge the power cleave is the other problem, because it doesn't really hang around after it teleports, attacks, and then teleports again. So letting it split is a recipe for a bad time.
Yeah, I mean the fight's only like 30 seconds, give or take. Like it's barely 30 seconds. It's like 34 seconds.
I think I want to say my split for that is not a boss. Is the split name?
And now everyone's favorite section of the game, casually and as a speedrun. Kate's section. Man, does he have the most gimmicks in his kind of gameplay style compared to everybody else.
I think they tied too many of them to having the move all summoned is what it is. It's a big issue. So a lot of these fights should go pretty straightforward. We're just going to get a little bit of ATB here and then follow up with a fire. We're looking to get Fyra at a certain point here for the boss coming up. It's part of the reason why we were worried about some of the enemies in Cosmo Canyon actually giving EXP and AP so that our fire materia would hit max level, or not max level, level 2 by the time we got done with it here. This may seem a little bit weird, but the gold megaphone's back here, and this is going to massively increase our damage. And the extra slots aren't going to be bad either.
No, it's very much needed.
Luckily, a lot of the characters really interesting. There's one box that we rolled by that's on the ground. You can actually roll right through it for a free ether.
Yeah, I just don't need the ether. Let him do it. Then we got to break the pipe there before we can activate the elevator, and then we're gonna do a little save load after I do a menu to make the elevator spawn at the bottom.
Yeah, I can't say that I haven't forgot to do the menu here too.
Oh, I forget to do the menu. Well, I forget to do the save load all the time after I do the menu because I get so caught up in the inputs.
Yeah, the one frustrating thing about Rebirth compared to Remake is they added the item crafting menu, and instead of moving that somewhere else, they just put it at the top of the menu, so you can't mash to get into your equipment menu anymore. You have to actively push down and then open it up, which is super annoying. You forgot to save.
Yep, I told you. That's why I usually do them separately, because my brain gets so caught up with, okay, I'm done with the menu. Let's get out of the menu.
Yeah. Luckily, save loads aren't that bad because you can just hit the triangle button to automatically open the save/load menu. So that's a lot more simple. It's just the problem that they put the item transmuter at the very top over your equipment. So now it's not as easy to get into your menu immediately. Although I'd say it's like a minor complaint. Some of these fights can be skipped, but you'll spend more time trying to skip them in most situations than just finishing the fight.
Well, and you need the AP for fire too, anyway.
Oh, so. Yeah. This one. Yeah, you're right. It's more so the later ones.
Oh my god, we got the pink variation.
So, funnily enough, you can actually smuggle a box through the door here. If you grab a box in the previous room, spawn one in and bring it over, and put it down on the other side of the iron bars, the game will let you grab it through the door, and then you don't have to do any of this, but you have to carry the box all the way over to the door from the other corner of the room, so it's more or less the same.
Yeah, I tried both versions, and the timing ended up being the same. Like, it wasn't like one was faster than the other.
I just do
the way
it
I was doing it.
I do it the other way because I find it funny. I smuggle it through the door.
It is good. No, it is good. It is good.
It's risky, though, because while you're doing that fight, that box is close, and you can inadvertently break it with Kate Sith's horn. and then you're gonna have to do the other way, so you get the same box twice, pretty much. This room is cursed. The fight itself isn't too bad, but you may notice off to the left here. Oh, that's actually fantastic. There's a funnel behind us that is spinning around the room this entire time. And as long as we turn around this way, it actually won't rotate. It'll stay in one spot until we put it on camera. So what we're trying to do is see if we can get 2 shots in at once for a single cycle. I haven't had the guts to do this yet. Yeah, it's not gonna happen, unfortunately.
What are you talking about?
Well, you got this. What?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Yeah, do it that way.
You can actually... No, I didn't know you could shoot through after that.
Yes, you can.
I didn't know you could actually get it that far back.
Yeah, there's a timing system to it, but yeah, you definitely can.
I'll have to ask you about that later, because I knew you could get both of them in before, but I didn't know you could throw that one in all the way in the back. I usually just wait for the second cycle.
Yeah, I have a hard time doing the blind throw, because you're talking about
That's what I thought
if,
you had to do the blind throw. I
No.
didn't know you could do it that way.
No, it's a backup to try and time it where when the one behind it is passing through, it lands in the hole. Like I did there to do it that way.
Yeah, I didn't realize the other ones actually had a hole in them. I thought they were sealed or something for some reason. Yeah, so this fight is skippable. We've already leveled up the fire material, so we don't technically have to do it. But if you do get this fight, you lose more time than you save. Oh, you hit fire here?
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say I have to take the fight. I need the AP for fire.
Oh, your AP route is probably a little bit. Actually, I know why it is. Probably because I take a few more fights early on in like chapter 2 for
Possibly,
other things.
Yeah. Thank you for the good luck, Chris.
So
so that fight, yes, you can skip it, but it's got kind of a gimmick to it. So you have to do this thing where you have to pass so there's like this invisible like trigger point where the game will force you into the encounter, believe it or not. Oh, I'm too close to the thing, so it's not letting me go through. So there's an invisible trigger where if you're not careful, the game will actually force you into the fight, even if you skip it. So you have to like force the trigger and then retry the fight, and then you are able to get past it, and the trigger goes away.
Yeah, that's more or less how a lot of it. It was just more so that I was like, you can skip this, but almost nobody's going to because it's way more effort. That chest right there is probably the best repeatable armor in the game, the Hades armlet. So if you want to like grind out your armor for a new game plus hard or something, you just keep making it to that chest and you get the Hades armlet. If you want to do new game plus runs, you probably got to grind a few.
And you want to explain that skip we did?
Yeah, so the skip here, we used to go around the far way around the room, and there was a bunch of triggers that would stop us from getting up here and automatically trigger the adjudicator fight. Runners got sick and tired of that being inconsistent, and Costa del Sol or VII came in here and started messing around and found out that for whatever reason, when you're up on that platform, most of the time you'll warp up to the upper floor here because the game doesn't really read your position properly, so it'll just like spawn you in on this upper platform. Oh, lucky you got plenty of HP. Be able to face tank it. Nice. But
that skip went through a bunch of iterations because first it was like, okay, we found how we can not force the fight by hopping up on this ledge, and then we save load, and then there were some inconsistencies with that, and then so there was like, okay, well, we can hop back and forth because you won't get an encounter while doing a terrain action. And then Costa del Sol / VII was able to find, accidentally to my understanding, that standing on that box kind of in that position where I was will actually allow the game to kind of warp you above, because the way you spawn in when you load a save file, it's like you spawn kind of elevated, and I guess the platform is so high up, we clip through the ceiling essentially.
Yeah, I think that was the logic we were going with, is that it spawns you in the air, and then the game clips you into the floor, which is, if you notice, like Kate Sith was like halfway clipped through the floor. The way I do it is like I always roll and then wait until Kate Sith is jumping, but I think that might just be cope, and it actually doesn't affect anything. So this mini game is kind of annoying. The way that Vinny showed me how to set it up was you go into the right corner and then shoot from the right corner and then aim like one light ahead of the box, and it'll be fairly consistent. I used to do it from the left side too, and it was more or less that. Ended up like that for me as well. But aiming from the right corner and like one light ahead is usually pretty consistent.
Yeah.
So now we get to go into a boss rush, which is pretty nice. I honestly do like a lot of the boss fights. Right now, though, we don't have Cloud with us, so Aerith is going to be our damage cannon. We're going to be using a lot of Spellbound Blasts here to push through Lost Numbers, though Lost Numbers maintains the original gimmick of being able to switch between completely invulnerable to magic or physical. So, or at least enough so that it's like the damage is minuscule. So we're going to start with a couple of... Oh, we'll start with Overcharger? Okay. You can start this fight in a couple of different ways. That's not a bad way to start with Faith. I usually don't bother with it, though. A lot of this fight is just racing damage out. We're looking for... after a certain number of hits here, we're going to get Respite, which will cause him to switch phases. And then he'll have a temporary stagger state where we're going to try and focus shot to push an immediate stagger and then just Spellbound Blast for his life savings. All right. Right spite. There we go. And it doesn't really matter if we hit that during the stagger or not, because it'll get us where we need to go. We can also do some like D-Protect D-Shell nonsense if we really wanted to here. It's not super helpful, but spamming spells here and Spellbound Blast will get us where we need to go. You could use level boost on Thunder for Thundera, but really at the end of the day, Spellbound Blast is going to be doing a majority of the heavy lifting here.
Yep, same code as the OG to open the door.
Yeah, that's actually... It was funny because I was practicing commentary for the OG 7 run at Limit Break, and the runner asked me, well, do you know what the code is? And then I rattled it off because I just got done playing this. I was just like, oh yeah, you do remember it. I'm like, yeah, that's because I have to. So Moogle Knuckle is the other reason we want to grab the golden megaphone. It's more or less similar to Omni Strike. It will further increase the stagger multiplier on bosses when used. The only downside is you have to have your Moogle out. So whenever we're planning on using that with Kate Sith, we want to get the Moogle out as soon as possible so that we can store both bars for a double Moogle Knuckle. But yeah, this is the cutscene skipper we were talking about, because you can't skip until a little bit past Aerith passes the camera consistently. So you can also get a nice turbo ether in there in the chest, and you can also buy some Mega Potions, X Potion, and Phoenix Down in the vending machine at discount. A lot of these endgame vending machines have a couple of potions, an ether or a high ether for sale, and Phoenix Down. So if you're really running low on supplies, you can get a few extra items here at a greatly reduced rate. At least in easy, you shouldn't need them, but they are there if you do need them because something very bad has happened. So we're going to be fighting Vincent here. Vincent is really a hoppy kind of guy. So we're going to be trying to land 2 power cleaves here, which luckily we got a good pattern here. We just got to wait for him to do that. Oh, yeah, Vincent is kind of hard. Okay, now we want to focus thrust to get a stagger here. We can do this just about any way we want, but we just want to make sure Cloud gets a limit here. One of the cool things is the Ingenious Saber actually has a weapon skill on it that increases the amount of limit gained off stagger. So 2 staggers is enough to get a limit. Although 90% of this fight, Cloud is going to be face tanking Vincent, beating his face in. So a lot of this is just a race to get the get him
mess
dead.
with the input.
Yeah, unfortunately, like ideally you push the phase before he gets up after the stagger, but if you miss input a little bit, he definitely can get away and it can turn into that. I'm not going to say that I haven't had that happen several times. Vincent's a very hard fight. As much as these fights look easy, they're really not. This should go well, though, now that we have 2 of these. You can do this fight in a slightly different way. I usually have Barrett contribute a focus shot so that he does a majority of the stagger. But the Moogle Knuckles here, the multiplier plus cross slash should get us through. Nice. We are going to have to heal up, though, because we have one more boss coming. And we want to make sure that we have enough HP to face tank some hits, too. Got a rematch with Roche coming up. And he's not exactly hard, but we need to have enough HP to tank a couple of hits so that we can keep Roche in a pseudo stun lock. If we do this,
he's a bit gimmicky too with how like his dodginess and like just fighting him. Like you can't just kind of go.
Wait, well, what? You can actually trigger the fight from there? Oh, I hate this. I'm so dumb. All right, I'm learning all the things. Yeah, so we start that fight out with a couple of those spin to wins, cleaves, whatever you want to call them. And then from here, we're just trying to build up enough so that we can get Sonic Boom and Focus Thrust online. We want to make sure that we use Sonic Boom or any abilities in response to him attacking. If we try to use anything that consumes ATB, he will and he can and will dodge it. So right here, we're just trying to get enough damage so that we can hopefully one-shot this phase. I'm not 100% certain if we have enough damage, but this isn't the exact same as the route that I use. Normally, I go into this phase with 2 bars, so... But at this point, Roche is going to be extremely weak, so we can do a lot of the damage off a single Braver. Okay, yeah. I figured you could clean it up from there, but I wasn't 100% sure. You could just double Braver there, but as long as you're set up with both Bravery and Berserk full, you should be able to get through it pretty consistently. A lot of these fights, some people tend to take them differently, because some of them, you can take them aggressively, and as long as you don't mess up, the fight goes quick. But some of the fights, you can take a little bit less aggressively, and the fights will be a bit more consistent. Obviously, you'll lose time, but you'll lose less time in having a proper response. And one thing to note is the whole game, we've been kind of struggling to kind of stay on level. We've been a little bit below the recommended level for the majority of the game, and we're starting to hit like a very, very big part where we're really below. We're at 35, and the suggested level here is 42. The endgame enemies give a lot more EXP, so we will shoot up a few levels, but we're pretty much at the bare minimum level you could to get through the game. Luckily, easy is fairly well balanced, so that's not too bad. We haven't really talked about difficulty, but like easy has, I think, like 20 or 30% less HP and stagger. Normal is the standard difficulty and is a lot more difficult than a new game run. Dynamic was added to this game, but it isn't very well described. Dynamic is functionally normal, unless I've heard 5. You have to be 5 levels over for it to kick in and start buffing anything. So unless you're doing all the side quests, Dynamic isn't actually going to increase the difficulty. It's more or less normal in terms of speed run.
Plus, there is catch-up experience. So believe it or not, if you are far enough below level of the recommended fights or the levels of the enemies, the game actually will give you more experience to catch up.
I wouldn't be surprised, because you gain a lot of levels quick in the final dungeon. Although that area too, you can't really skip a lot of fights. It is just fight after fight after fight after fight after fight in that area for the most part. For better or worse. Now we get to drive a boat. I mean a plane. What? But yeah, Roche is pretty difficult casually. A lot of people, I know I had difficulty with him. Roche and Rufus are like the two bosses, and I've heard of Reno too, because Reno, Roche, and Rufus all kind of have weird patterns that are scripted to dodge and counter your attacks. So knowing when and how to attack is the gimmick for all of those fights. Roche, if you try and fire off an ATB move, will dodge your attack. So you can only do it if you're countering his attack, more or less. You know, I played a lot of like New Game Plus casually on my own to like get a couple of save files ready, so I had things to practice on. And I, like, for the longest time, I thought I was like losing my mind, because I remember I was like, wait, no, you can travel faster here. Why am I sitting through so much dialogue? And I had to ask another runner, and they're like, yeah, no, it takes longer on New Game for some reason.
It's because they want you to hear the dialogue.
Oh yeah, I can tell you what, I don't want to hear the dialogue anymore.
Yeah, New Game Plus, the boat, the tiny Bronco boat here will actually move a lot quicker because you've already listened to this kind of story element. And on New Game, you know, they think it's your first playthrough, so it's just kind of the game's way of making sure the conversation is happening.
I think more so than anything, not really criticizing New Game, but actually elevating their New Game Plus, because they do a lot of things in the New Game Plus that streamlines the experience so that playing it again isn't the same as playing it the first time. You get faster travel, dialogues can be skipped, things like this go quicker. It's really cool with this game.
You can skip all the Zack sections.
Yeah, the fact that that's an option is super nice. And then on top of it, it actually gives you a, it'll tell you what your affections are with the characters too. And then you can set the dates if the characters have a high enough affection value. It's really nice. They do a lot of quality of life things that you wouldn't expect them to remember. Yep, I've done that before.
I just hit the wrong direction.
It's really weird. You have to like hit right instead of down, because down takes you to the left one.
No, down is what you want to hit.
Just sworn it was the other way around.
Nope, that's what I have in my notes. Open map, L1 down. So we've returned to the Gold Saucer. If you recall from the original game, basically we need the keystone. We find out that it's actually here at the Golden Saucer in Dio's possession. But what Rebirth is going to do differently here is it's decided to bring back Don Corneo. So apparently while we've been gone, Don Corneo has decided he would like to take over the Golden Saucer. And so he kind of, you know, this is where Dio kind of tells us what's going on. He explains that Corneo showed up, basically challenging him for the naming rights of the Golden Saucer, and Dio is still injured from his tussle with Rude after the dying fight when he came to bail us out. And so he's basically told us like, hey, I need you to fight for me, because I'm not in a condition to fight. And if you do this for me, you know, I'll give you the keystone.
Yeah. I appreciate like the story way that they reworked it versus like, yeah, no, just fight in the Coliseum. That's like, at least there's...
Which we will, but, you know, we're going to be taking on Corneo in, like, a string of fights instead.
it's a good way to like rework it to make sense rather than just be like go fight and then like you can just lose. So that was always like one of the weird things. I'm glad that you could just lose for the speedrun purposes, but man, it was just always kind of weird. And now there's like a tension and a reason. And it also lets you bully Corneo, who deserves it. Fudge that guy. He's right up there with Hojo on my list of people I want to punch. Well written.
And this will be the last time we see Zach. So everyone say bye-bye to Zach. There'll be no more flashbacks. Because we're getting there. We are in chapter 12 out of 14. When chapter 13 happens, it will be kind of like the point of no return after another sequence. But before we get into some shenanigans, it's time for our date. Because we haven't really been gaining affection points, because it's just going to cost too much time, the speedrun will generally always get Kate Sid and the boys. This just means that your affection level was not 50 points with anybody. And so you'll spend the evening with these clowns.
Yeah. The other indication of this is we're going to have to deal with Corneo, and whoever you take on the date is an enforced party member for that. Luckily, Power Cleave is still good, so it doesn't matter. Even if we needed to take, like, Aerith or some other character, we could take them. Luckily, Kate Sith comes with Power Cleave, so that's all we need, but we end up taking Tifa with us. Well, at least I take Tifa with me. I don't know.
Well, I do too, because she's the default. Like, I'm not going
to... I figured, yeah. But I realized while I was talking, I was like, actually, I don't know if that's true or not. It probably is, but...
Yep. But before we can have the shenanigans, we gotta have ourselves a night out on the town. So, our little loveless play here, kind of like the parade mini game. Don't have to do it. This is kind of another little mini break sequence if you need it. So yeah, this will be a sequence of like three things. So even though you have to pick between Barrett or Red, whoever you didn't pick gets kind of battled with here, and so your choices here don't affect really anything. They might affect like there's a choice after this cutscene. So the last time you had to pick an option between three people, that one might affect the end cutscene. But your affection points for this just depend on how good you are, and everyone who gains affection points in this event all gain the same amount of affection points. But really, from here, the only point of the affection points at this point is for the actual date that will happen after this. So there are two types of cutscenes that you can get depending on how high your point value is with the person you've got the most affection with, and you'll either get a standard scene or an intimate scene. And then I guess I backtrack a little bit. No, your affection can still affect you for the end boss fights, but again, you get the exact same points for everybody. Like, not like one person won't get higher points than the other. If you happen to, so Aerith is the default Rosa when you get to Kate Sid in the basically, unless you get Yuffie and Tifa as your date, Aerith will always play the role of Rosa.
And with the intimate date, it's actually just the same date plus an additional cutscene. So if you're going back to like rewatching them, just setting it to intimate will save you more time. The earlier date, the first time we come here, most of the interactions you get are from walking around and talking to people. For the date, most of these interactions are the changes in the play and the Ferris wheel ride, and then the additional cutscene if you have the intimate version. And then if you're like trying to get platinum, I think you have to like get S rank on everybody's play, which is luckily you can actually miss quite a few and still get an S rank, but it is annoying that you have to do everybody's play. I think you can even get like an SS rank if you're perfect. It's weird.
Yeah, you can get an SS rank. Yeah, that's one thing that's always it's kind of a funny topic of discussion is how no matter how bad we are at the mini game, the game never does things differently. Like you don't get like a different cutscene. It's not coded differently because yeah, it does seem that the developers just figured that people wouldn't sit there and the entire time and quite literally do nothing because the perception is that you have to do well, and you know, not everybody may like not do well.
The funny thing is like 16 takes that into account. During a lot of like the iconic boss fights, if you miss an input, you get a different cutscene. To the point where some of the icon fights, you purposefully hit the wrong button immediately so that you trigger the shorter cutscene. Versus like doing it right or letting it time out. So
now for a series of fights.
Series of really interesting fights too. These are really interesting. Fighting these guys can normally be a really big pain in the butt. We're basically just trying to figure out how to group them together. There's a couple of different ways to handle this area. Using Aurora is one of them, or Arrow Magnify specifically to just pull them in towards the caster. That is an interesting way to do it. I never considered using Kate Sith. Interesting. So the Kektours here really, we just gotta hurry up and wait. We can't attack them till they attack us. We have to wait for their attack and then go for the stagger. The one that really loses time is the last one because these first two are basically on a timer. As long as we kill the last one ASAP, we're good to go. Like, normally that would have lost time, being a little bit delayed on the last one, but since it was the second one, it doesn't matter at all. Right, now the Dawnberry here can be dangerous, depending on how you do the fight. We should be fine, though. Now that we've established both Berserk and Bravery, we should be hitting like a truck. More or less two-shotting. There we go. Clean. All right, now for apps round 3. Yes, I am counting the first two fights because I'm a remake speedrunner. So we're going to want to get our Sonic Boom going. We're trying to build the stagger bar here and also do enough damage to push into the next phase, but not fully stagger. So if we just Berserk and Sonic Boom immediately, will actually do too much damage. So we have to do this in kind of a weird way, where we're trying to like min-max the stagger here, but also not stagger this phase. We want to stagger the next phase. So it should be one more here. We're going to swap to Tifa. I went over this earlier, but just in case anybody's come in, the reason we did Power Cleave and switch to Tifa isn't because we want to start this phase with Tifa. But because if we stay on Cloud while he's doing Power Cleave, it will stagger Abzu. But if we set Power Cleave to activate, and then have Cloud use it while not in control of him, Abzu will not stagger. And that is something that we can take advantage of with every single boss. It is a really cool gimmick. I don't know if it's intended or not but we're gonna abuse it.
And
Clean
right into
fight.
another fight.
It was a very clean fight. Normally, I have to use a Giga Mega here. So
Oh
this
god, stun
fight's
grenade.
yeah, this fight is a little bit obnoxious. Depends on how you want to do it. There's a couple of different ways to handle this, but ideally we get Rude and Elena together, but unfortunately we kind of ended up separating them a little bit. My strat that I use pulls them both together, but at this point there is some delineation between runners. Really all we're worried about is getting one of them staggered, murdering them, and getting one of them staggered, then murdering them. We have another phase, so we're trying to get enough damage in to push to that phase, and then finish things up from there. This phase is kind of rough. She's going to start throwing zap grenades right off the bat. We want to hit them with a Spellbound Blast, or at least that's what I do, to get them put in pressure, and then get around the static bombs and move to the other side. We can do a really cheeky thing here, where we warp to Aerith by holding the guard button, and then warp back with Cloud, but unfortunately we got hit by the Zappy Bomb. If you don't Spellblade immediately, you'll end up getting hit by it. It's a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. Nice. Pretty clean. All right, now for the hard guy, Rufus. Rufus can be done a bunch of different ways. We're really looking for Rufus to reload, and that's the only way we can really be aggressive here. Why did I say it like that? That will immediately pressure Rufus. We can spam 2 to 3 full combos in this situation before Rufus will push us off of him. As long as we Braver, while he's in that pressured state, we get a system mechanic-based stagger. So we won't get limit out of it, but we will get the stagger that we need to deal damage to Rufus. We also need to be careful. If he actually hits us with the gun, that actually reloads his bullets invisibly rather than actually activating reload. Pretty decent overall. This could be going a lot worse, honestly. We still have somewhat decent control of the fight. I do Rufus in a very, very safe way. That was a lot faster, a little bit riskier method. Pretty solid Rufus fight overall, though. I take a very safe method where I build a lot of ATB and stagger him twice in that phase. But like I said, those are system staggers. They're not actually stagger normally like that is right there. Notice that we have like 2/3 of a limit now. Now we have a full limit, and GG. But that's why I made the differentiation, because those staggers we were getting in phase 1 were not giving us limit at all, just putting Rufus in a staggered state. The reason that it functions like that is hitting Rufus with Infinity's End or Braver during a reload, actually during any action. The reload's just the easiest one to trigger it on, will cause an instant stagger. The same thing happened in Remake as well. It's been a mechanic in both games that if you hit him with Braver, and in this game Infinity End as well, that it will cause a stagger through an in-game mechanic and not the normal mechanic. It's a nice little thing that makes Rufus a lot easier once you understand kind of how he works. If you try to hit him when he's not reloading, or if you don't hit him with a special move as he's doing a special move, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, and it's the nature of that fight. It kind of makes us the joke about how developers watching speedrunners, because in Remake you could actually put Rufus to sleep. So and the strat was to actually put him to sleep in phase 2 in the Remake fight, and then from there you would hit him with Braver, and then you would basically just finish the fight off, and you wouldn't have to deal with a lot of the dodgy jumping around mechanics. In this game, he's actually immune to sleep. He's not able to be put to sleep.
Yeah,
which is why we had to figure out a different method to staggering him. And so what you saw me do there is when you're able to pressure him when he's doing reload, you want to dash in, cleave, and then you just do a full combo. And then once you finish the combo, which is usually identified by the it's hard to describe the action, but Cloud kind of does like a
So
like a
overhead,
wide,
over shoulder slap down.
yeah, it's
slash.
like an over shoulder like wide slash attack. You trigger the Braver there, and he'll always reload right as the Braver is about to land, and you'll always get the stagger. So the what I did in the beginning, like in phase 1, like the fight itself is the actions are consistent if done in you know properly.
Yeah, the only thing that's not consistent is whether how long he takes to get to the reload, basically. Because if bullets hit you, it like invisibly reloads his gun. There's a lot of little weird mechanics under the hood. Basically, only attack him when you see reload, and that'll make your life a lot easier. Interestingly enough, in remake, you can also stop him, but if he's in stop, the Braver stagger doesn't happen. You can also do a really fancy one in New Game Plus Hard where you triple slash. You let him push you away, and then you dodge his laser counter, and then hit him with Braver from there, which is really funny. But sleep is by far the easiest and most consistent way to deal with him.
Actually, funny thing in this game, they actually made it where the stop materia actually freezes the, and maybe it was like this in remake, I just never used it, but the stagger bar is frozen in place when you stop an enemy.
Yeah,
so it
if
allows
an enemy
you
is
to
staggered,
extend
it stops
longer.
the bar from. It stops the stagger bar from decrementing while under stop status. It's 16 has a similar mechanic too. If you freeze an enemy with Shiva while they're in staggered, it does the same thing where it stops the bar from decrementing, so you can extend the stagger a little bit. The little system mechanics and how some of the things interact in the game that you may not think interact that way. It shows that there's a lot more thought put into the game development than you may think at surface level. This game has a lot of very minor interactions that just show a lot of thoughtfulness in the system mechanics and game mechanics.
It is time to head to the point of no return.
Yeah, man, I really love the end game of this. It gets better and better the further you go. Although I think, like, we'll talk about it later, but I think this has like one of the best final bosses I have ever fought.
Oh, I love the final boss. Yeah, so at this point in the game, casually, this is kind of like the point of no return. So this is kind of where the game, when we get to the end here, the game is going to essentially tell us that it's like, hey, you're not going to be able to return for a while. So this is kind of where, if you're playing casually, you're cleaning up your side quests, you're doing some more side quests, because some of them weren't able to be unlocked until after the Corneo fights.
Yeah,
we're speedrunners. We don't need to do that stuff. We want to move on.
there's a lot of cool side quests, and they lock out one of the side quests, so you can't even finish it until this last chapter. You can always come back after this and like reload your save, and you can move to any chapter. So you pretty much. This won't stop your save file from progressing unless you start like a new game or something. You can just cycle back a chapter and go back to the start of that previous chapter.
I'm gonna warn you, I'm gonna be doing something very different, so don't be surprised.
Well, that's just impossible because I'm a simpleton. No, a lot of this endgame area, we have a lot of enemies, and there's about a ton different ways to handle any of these fights. There's a lot of very interesting stuff you can do here. Windstorm is very strong in these areas because there's large groups of enemies, so Yuffie can pull them in. Wind Magnify is very good at clustering enemies. Cloud still has his cleave where he pulls enemies in with that spin move, and then he can like finish them off with the power cleave. There's a lot of options here, and it requires a lot of like thought to kind of make this work. This last area, there's a lot of like not really like dissension, but like everybody kind of has their own thing, and there's certain parts of the route that everybody individually uses here. So everybody kind of has their own way of approaching this. Really, this fight is the most important at the end of the day. There's going to be 3 enemies to our left, a second-class soldier, and then a spec ops soldier at the end of the area. We need to kill all 5 of these almost immediately. If we do this right, what happens is we clean these 3 up. We'll get a stagger out of this on all 3 of them. Now we have a limit. We can limit the operator here, and then Tifa can just finish off the special force ops. And normally what happens is enemies spawn in from both sides of the arena and come towards you. But if you clean up the fight quickly like that, you can just proceed. And that's the strat that I used to use until we switched over to the arrow raw method that pulls them into Cloud. But either or, that fight's really cool. The power cleave hits in such a way that you get a stagger off all 3 of the enemies, so you fill your limit immediately and kill all 3 of them. And then with the limit, you have enough damage to kill the second-class soldier, which is normally way too tanky for that nonsense. This room is also pretty interesting, too. You just want to get these guys grouped up, so that's why we did a couple of normal one attack into a finisher. That's also why we walked across the room, because we wanted to get behind the shield troopers. Normally, you would attack an enemy that's far away and then roll to try and get around them. But if we bounce off the shield, we're going to be kind of stun-locked no matter what. We can kind of go wherever we want. We just want to hop down here, so as long as we go up the wall. Oh, that's cute. I didn't know you could go around that.
What, the gate?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't think it saves too much time, but that's interesting.
I mean, you don't have to wait for the animation of the door opening.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I don't know, I've always done it that way.
It's just another one of those remake-itis where I'm like, must go down obvious direction they want me to go, or I won't get to progress. So we are skipping one last weapon upgrade here. The Slipstream is a pretty interesting weapon, and it has counterstance on it. Initially in Remake, counterstance was something used a lot for endgame, and it's still very good here. But because we can use Punisher and then cancel it with guards and a few other things, we really don't want to bother with counterstance. That and the Slipstream Saber really isn't that good. Ingenious is what we're going to be rocking to the end of the game. It used to be, I don't know if it ever was for Woadyb, but it used to be that we would take Ingenious off halfway into the final boss fight and put the crystal back on so that we had slightly higher magic. But after doing some routing with the Bravery and Berserk, we realized we didn't need the extra magic attack. It would be nice, but not necessary, so we cut that menu out.
I actually have never done that strat. I've always just did Igneous for the finale. Because what I do is, if you saw, I don't know if you saw earlier, and when I put the Igneous on, I did add the magic plus 20 that is attached to that weapon to give it a little bit more magic for the fights that involve Spellblade, or like where.
Oh, so you're going plus 20 attack, plus 20 magic instead of limit bonus?
There's no plus 20 attack for... No, I have limit bonus, but there's no plus 20 attack. It's just plus 20 magic and limit bonus.
Actually, I can answer this question by just looking at my own notes. Okay, yeah, I'm misremembering. You're right. Yeah, I think everybody puts the plus 20 magic on. Because there's no reason not to. Because I don't think any of the other equipment's good.
Well, some of these saves having to do that menu.
Yeah. Some of these weapons just have the raw numbers that are needed. Like, we could pick up an upgrade for Barrett's weapon here. The, what's the name of it? Or whatever. There is a better quote-unquote weapon for Barrett here that gives him Turbulent Spirit, which is a really nice ability that massively increases his ATB building for a short period of time. And the gun would technically be better than the high caliber rifle, but the truth is it's better than the high caliber rifle for a single boss fight. And then the high caliber rifle hits a break point in levels and becomes stronger again. It's actually kind of funny the way that the break points on some of these weapons work, where they level up one more time and they get enough stats to be better than the other options.
Yeah, I just didn't think it was worth picking up and then menuing, because I don't do any more menuing at this point.
Yeah, no. Initially, it was just something that's like, oh, well, I'm right next to it, maybe. And then when I looked at the stats later, I realized I was like, oh, wait, this literally isn't even better. So we could use Arrow Magnify here, but since there's so many enemies, that's not exactly the best. Windstorm is also a way a lot of people used to deal with this fight. This is an interesting method, but I wouldn't say it's slow. That's definitely different, though.
Thank you for your seal of approval.
I mean, it's not like you need it. I'm intrigued seeing something new. I'm like a small child with a shiny bauble. So this fight right here, we want to get our Berserk and Bravery up at a certain point here, but we've got to be careful with how quickly we put it on. Otherwise, we'll do too much damage and not stagger the boss properly. We also want to power cleave the head here so that we can get the boss into a quick stun state, and that way we can use Focus Thrust to push, or actually Blizzard to push a lot of stagger here. The boss is being very, very annoying right now. Ugh, but you just fireball, dude. Man, the red dragon has just said no. All right, we had to do that in a really annoying way, unfortunately. Normally, you want to break the head there so that you can Blizzard the body instead of doing all this nonsense. So we kind of had to improv on the fight. One of the things we need to do is we want to get the stagger high enough. It's going to miss. No, don't do it, Cloud. One of the things we're trying to do here is get enough damage to push the phase, but also not stagger the boss. And the dragon is being very rude right now. We're going to have to just power cleave to win here, unfortunately. Yeah, we were a little bit short on damage. The downside, too, is we unfortunately lost our Bravery from Sonic Boom, so we're going to have to reapply that at some point. Luckily, with this phase, we just start with a normal attack with Cloud, and then we can use Sonic Boom to stagger the dragon out of the air. But from there on, we need to pile drive the damage on, or else the dragon is going to jump away and actually do that flame attack you just saw, and be a real pain in the butt. Unfortunately, we can't really get the Berserk thrust in before he jumps. If you're really cheeky about it, you can actually use a power cleave as it flies up into the air at the very beginning of the fight. But it's not the safest thing to do. We made it through, though. It was a very, very rude dragon. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do to guarantee anything. You start the fight off, you want to get a couple of Punisher counters to build your ATB up, and then you basically wait for it to put its head down. And the dragon, more or less, refused to do as such.
Yeah, I mean, there's some timing. It's a little iffy at times, but you can sort of time, after certain actions, a Braver to kind of land right on the head as it, finishes. It might attack you, and then as it goes to lean over, you time the Braver to where it actually, crushes the head at the same time. The timing is a little funky on it, but it's doable.
Yeah, because normally you just go with a power cleave, but you can't get away with that because you're charging it. But if you input the Braver, it's instantaneous to some extent. This fight's another really annoying one where we really don't want to be dealing with the shield troopers if possible. So grouping the enemies together like this isn't the easiest in the world.
Oh, what the hell?
But That is exactly what I was talking about earlier, where Tifa just kind of dive kicks nothing. So I think what happened there is the AI got the line with the enemy, and then something flipped it to the other side of the pillar, so Tifa dive kicked at him through the wall and just basically kicked some boxes. The AI does what the AI does, and that's what you get.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to be careful when you trigger something like that, because yeah, sometimes the AI will perform the action in the middle of like nowhere. So there's slightly more like efficient ways to prevent that from happening.
It can be pretty cursed. Sometimes it's better to finish things off yourself. But if you learn enough that you can avoid stuff like that, but it's one of those things where like you have to read the situation perfectly almost instantly and be like, oh, Tifa's in a weird spot. If I dive kick here, she's gonna dive kick nothing. But like the 0.5 seconds you have to like finish that thought process is pretty rough. But one of the interesting parts is this entire final dungeon, we spend most of it split up. At the beginning and at the end, our parties kind of reconvene. But it's very well balanced in the way that they design these individual areas for Cloud, Tifa, and Barrett, and Aerith, Yuffie, and Red in mind. Honestly, this is a pretty strong party because Barrett's very good at staggering. And because of the way we have him set up, he's very good at buffing/debuffing. And since you can normally just switch to him on, overcharge, get 1 bar, and then burn it on whatever buff you want, you're in a good spot. Also, it's very funny that those, you would think you can't run through those wind things immediately. Well, yes, you can. And also this one, if you do the movement right here too, you can run through it. Although if you try to run into it too soon, you will get hit. So a lot of these enemies are kind of bulky. The machines are very rough. The spin to win will work on like humans, the spiral slash, but the slug rays, it's merely a suggestion that you that they come over to you for sure. Ooh, an extra mega potion, nice. You can get free items from the boxes, if anybody was wondering, but a lot of them don't have guaranteed drops. So in a lot of instances, you're just rolling the dice, bothering to hit crates. Unless you accidentally hit them in an enemy fight, you're probably going to lose time, and you're not going to get what you wanted out of them.
And we're not dying for items anyway, like there's not a necessity.
Yeah. Just more so like a clarification point, just in case anybody is wondering. Boxes do give items, but for the most part, they're completely random. This fight's always fun. There's a couple of ways to do this fight, and they all involve Cloud getting mauled.
Apparently, I overassumed the what was going to happen in the fight, and I kept trying to skip the cutscene.
Do you normally counter there, or do you just power cleave like that?
No, I just power cleave through it because it baits them to attack you, and then so you just club them.
Okay, that makes sense.
I used the counter, but then I found that the countering kind of like moves them around, so I dash in. Right, I dash in, I do power cleave, they all try to hit me, and then it pressures them, and then I dash in, and I do it again, and unless Tifa like perfect blocked or did something that knocked them away, they go back in for another one, and then I usually queue up a dive kick, they stagger, Tifa will either get them really weak, or she'll kill them, and then Cloud just cleans up with like triple slash.
Checks out, logic makes sense.
And I hit the wrong button. So here in the Aerith section, so the gimmick is we have to basically collect these items, these kind of like little like glowy orbs to life stream. Yeah, we have to collect the life stream orbs in order to fuel these kind of like vessels, because the place is kind of like disfigured and everything's kind of like messed up and all that, and so we have to open up pathways. So what you'll see me doing is I'm going to be walking into I might walk up to some rocks and break them, or like that fight we just did where we took out the frog and the Pantera. Like, that's not a required fight. We do it because the goal is to collect some of the green orbs because we need to collect a decent amount to activate the next 2 vessels in order to progress the story, which is why, you know, we attack this to minimize on animation. After we pray, you'll see I do a hop, and every time I attack, I do a hop because it cancels the end lag animation of the pray and attack. And then we also kind of min-max the amount of praise by standing in certain spaces because there's a little bit of a range that allows you to kind of collect most of these at once. Like there, I was just quite off by a little bit, so I didn't get this in that one pray, so we had to do a second pray, but you'll see kind of a mix of that here and there.
Yeah, unfortunately, these aren't skippable cutscenes, so we have to kind of sit through them. One of the other important things too is we want to keep faith, not necessarily for like the next segment, but we would like to go in the boss with it. Aerith can get both barrier, M barrier, and regen as well, but we don't really need that. We just want the faith. So at this point, we're just trying to get enough in so that we can get where we need to go. And the noise you heard earlier was Woadyb wiggling the thumbstick. Because yes, the faster you rotate it, the faster it absorbs or sends out life force, whatever you want to call it.
Life stream. That came out. That came on the microphone.
Yeah, I could hear it on the first wiggle.
Fair enough.
I mean, to be fair, you have to like really be pretty rough with it, which is always frustrating to me, having to beat up my thumbstick for this.
I mean, you know, if you're familiar with OG Mario Party, man, that infamous tug-of-war mini game.
Yeah. Friggin'
Pour
Mario Party Palm or whatever it was. Okay, that's going to be good, though. We want to make sure to take out the frogs, if possible, ASAP. They're the biggest risk factor because they can and will turn you into a frog, and you can and will be unhappy about that turnout.
And we don't exactly have any maiden's kisses to fix it either.
Mm-hmm. More or less, if you get frogged, you're just going to have to deal with the result of your inability to kill a frog.
Yeah, you just have to croak about it.
Yeah. So normally the game wants you to move a couple of these throughout the course of this area. We're just going to move this one and then the second one, and that's going to be that. So the first one that's supposed to like half build the bridge doesn't even matter because we break everything with the next one. Like I said before, the upgraded weapon for Barrett is right next to us here, but it's not as good as high caliber rifle. It would only be stronger for this fight and the boss fight after it with Rude and Reno. As of right now, it really doesn't make that much of a difference. Barrett ends up not contributing a terrible amount damage-wise.
Talk about Iron Lad.
Yeah. So
or Iron Chad, as we call him.
Yeah. So Iron Giant's a very weird fight that doesn't really kind of fit the mold with everything else. The whole point is we need to stagger Iron Giant here to drop that box off the top of the pillar. Yep, Reno. Oh, okay. I thought that was a 2-for-1. Well,
nope.
So here's the thing. We could reset, but we'd have to spin the thing again. What we're looking for here is we just want to do most of the damage while we're waiting for Iron Clad to do Sharpen. And then once Sharpen is activated, what happens is it will go into pressure and then start hitting a lot faster and a lot harder. But basically, we really can't do a decent amount of stagger until after this happens. So we're basically just trying to build stagger here and slowly but surely building up ATB with the other characters to try and do this quicker. But because we got tagged and killed Cloud's ATB went to pot, so that was unfortunate, but we can make this work.
Yeah,
If Condemned had hit both...
Totally fine.
Yeah, if Condemned had hit both Tifa and Cloud like I thought it was going to, we'd have been in a real rough spot.
Yeah,
Luckily, it wasn't
just
that
cost
bad.
us a little bit of ATB, but we're fine.
Yeah, and, you know, ATB being a renewable resource here. Normally, like, you just, like, power cleave once there, but our damage was low. Luckily, this stagger multiplier kind of fixed it. But yeah, we didn't need to get the other box because we're gonna break stuff.
Yeah, because the big thing with the Iron Giant fight is that it is like kind of time gated because you have to wait for sharpen. So until like enough time has passed, you won't do it. Is kind of another big factor. It's almost like it's close to like 30 seconds.
Yeah, if there's a fight to die in, that's the one you probably will die in. And as long as you die early enough, it's not a big issue unless you want your Phoenix Downs for some reason. The only
Which we
the
don't
only
really
negative,
need.
Yeah, the big issue is more so healing out of that fight. But I go out of my way to get some Giga Mega Potions, which Giga Potions heal all of your party. And the Mega Potions are 1,500, so everybody gets 1,500 HP leaving that fight.
You mean mist? The mist is what
Mist
AoE heals.
potions. Yeah. Mist megas. There's a pair of mist gigas there in that chest we just passed too. But yeah, I grab a couple of mist potions to simplify healing in certain spots where you face tank a lot of damage. So we got a couple of normal enemies here that Reno and Root are fighting. There's a couple of different ways to do this fight. You can make it a little bit easier with Arrow. Tifa? Yeah,
She's a
so...
frog.
Yeah. Hey, you're a frog too now. This is why Arrow can be nice here, because you can... The
Probably
game
the
is
most
being...
aggressive. I would say this is probably the most aggressive frogging that I've seen.
This is very rude. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I've ever got chained.
You good?
I'm dying from all this frogging, dude. I literally can't physically stand it. Oh boy. Oh my.
It's fine.
Yeah.
We prosper.
So now we're on to the actual boss. We want to get Berserk off the bat here before they jump in. Drop a power cleave as they land. Throw in a sonic boom for the damage bonus if you want, or you can just use Braver. So we just want to hit another power cleave here. Reno might jump out of the way. Looks like that's not the case, though. Nice. So from here, we're just going to power cleave to victory. It'll be enough to stop Reno. We'll get him staggered, and then probably weave a Berserk in there for some extra damage and just keep following up with power cleaves. Rude's a little bit more difficult. He will have his block move, which will prevent enemies from, or prevent him from getting hit too hard. But if we hit him with special moves while he's guarding, we can actually force him to pressure. But it's basically like, it depends solely on how he decides. There we go. We should be fine. Oh, never mind. That's not the move I thought it was. All right, yeah, we're just going to have to power cleave him manually. Okay, there we go. So you want to see that guard move. If you hit him, it'll put him in like a downed guard, which basically puts him in a pressured state, so we can clip through him pretty quick. There we go.
Yeah, we just didn't get a good pattern with Rude, which is kind of what led to a slightly awkward, kind of like second phase there.
The frogs were more trouble than the boss.
Yeah, if anything, yeah, the frogs were the big problem.
So, normally I grab Crystal Shuriken because it has better physical magical damage. Yeah, I don't know. I felt like I said that wrong, but I think I said it right. What we're actually using is the Savage Dagger, which Yuffie comes with. It's higher magic. And we're going to be using a lot of her magic here, so there's not no real reason to grab the Crystal Shuriken if you're not routing in Art of War. Though Art of War can be pretty nice, so I tend to grab it because it's not too far off the beaten path. Though the Savage will give us enough magic damage to get what we need done. the downside is like we don't really have a lot of high grade magic materia at this point. Most of our materia is like level 2 max. So we really only have access to raw spells, and the only way we can get access to Ga spells is add the level boost materia on it, which is actually on Aerith right now. So she has access to Thundaga. So Yuffie is going to be magic based. Windstorm is magic. So are spells, obviously.
And
So
Fox
depending,
Flame.
yeah, Fox Flame too. So most of the stuff that you will do is magic based. But Art of War with its damage buff is super nice. So yeah, we're gonna absorb a couple extra faiths here. The routing on faith here can be a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for here? Fluid. Some people choose to pick up different things. As long as you get enough to go into the boss fight with faith, your life will be a lot easier. These guys are really weird, actually. They'll start with Reflect Up, which will prevent our Spellbound Blast from doing damage, and will reflect any spells we use on them. So you're probably thinking, why don't we just use Subversion to Breach? Huh? What? What just happened? For whatever reason, Bio or Poison takes precedence over Reflect. So if we use a hazardous material here, we break their Reflect and poison them. I don't know why it works, but I love that it does.
Well, that's just how they're coded. So it was just made where if you cast poison on them, it pressures them. And so hazardous material cast poison.
Actually, no, that makes sense then. Because the same thing happens with Specimen. Because Specimen puts up barrier or whatever. And as soon as you pressure Specimen, the barrier goes away. So it's an effect of pressure removing the reflect rather than the poison. Because I was thinking more in line with like the way the old games worked, where it's like, well, if you're berserked, you can't be silenced. That kind of weird stuff, which is like not the way that works anymore. So we could be using a few more spells with Aerith here. Really doesn't matter. Remember, Spellbound Blast will be siphoning MP off the character that she's using it with. That was a very unfortunate wombo combo.
Oof. I know, right? I got put to sleep and I got stopped.
One of the interesting things is you may notice that we're using Thundera Alpha. There is a thing in the folio that says it powers up your magic spells, and that actually isn't really true, at least not damage-wise. The skills in the folio that say they increase the damage of a magic spell, they don't increase the damage. If they increase the stagger, that might be possible, but it definitely doesn't increase the damage. It might increase like your cut and keep so that you don't get knocked out of it. It also gives you a non-MP like elemental spell that doesn't actually do damage. It's kind of weird, hard to explain, but yeah, the spell bonus things don't actually benefit us in any significant way. So if we do this right, we can pretty much set the next phase up for a freebie. If we do this correctly, we can actually just hit both of them with Thundaga at the same time, because they're going to be more or less right next to each other. Hitting multiple enemies with a Thunder spell is usually very difficult. It's only like the tier 3 spells that are usually have a wide enough radius to hit 2 enemies at once. And then we can also... Blizzara has a pretty wide explosion radius, so that should hit everybody. Nice. Good setup. Now we just Spellbound Blast to win. And then we can follow up with any spells we would like to. Of note, Sung is weak to lightning, Elena is weak to wind, Rude is weak to fire, Reno is weak to fire, Rude is weak to ice. They all have their own weakness.
And now time for more plot developments.
Yep. The hallway of depression, as I call it. Oof.
Yeah, so what they do with the Temple of Ancients in this game is they have all the characters kind of go through some sort of like trial where they kind of face essentially like their trauma.
Yep.
Or something in their lives that, I mean, trauma is probably the most accurate way to put it. And so here we're going to be playing as every character. Now there's no combat in these sections, it's just literally running through them. But we'll be basically doing that for every character.
Yeah, some of these hallways are a dead end that you don't have to go down normally. I think there's like an AP up in one of them, and I want to say another one has a high ether or something like that.
Yeah, I remember I remember going after this segment was done, going back through like quite literally every room to see if there was a chest or an item in them.
Exactly the same thing. Yep. Luckily, it's just the short dead ends, I think, for the most part.
Here we're doing Red's trial. Kind of showcasing when he was first kidnapped, and then like his experience with Hojo.
Yeah, it's basically like most everybody's backstory, or filling in like the blank parts of the story where we like heard a thing happened rather than like seeing it. But this whole area is just like feel bad. .exe.
This part here, we don't actually have to interact. We don't actually have to hold the buttons or anything to resist. It will just move us along naturally on its own.
If anything, it's faster to not touch anything.
Yep. Because if anything, when you hold the button down, you're resisting the pull from the enemy or from the Shinra soldiers. And now Tifa gets to roam around Nibelheim.
Yeah, so we're fastly coming up to the end. There's not very many normal enemy encounters left. More like mid-boss or pseudo mid-bosses for a lot of these encounters at this point. But since we have a chance, like we were talking about kind of vaguely early on, the final boss is a really long gauntlet that lasts for a fairly significant portion of time. And all the dialogue options and stuff we took across the game were intended to organize our characters in a very specific order. Because depending on whether they're first, second, third, fourth, fifth, in the affection values will determine which parts of the fight they join. So we have it routed out to get characters at very specific points, because sometimes we need like a specific elemental spell, other times we need a lot of physical damage, So there's a few points where like it's extremely important to make sure that it's done correctly, because like if we need a Aurora and it's on like say Kate Sith, and we messed up the order, which like that would be impossible because Kate Sith has like no affection compared to everybody else right now. And it's like equipped on Yuffie, well, you're in a real bad spot because there's no easy way to get in the menu and fix that. So we go through the hoops of making sure it's the same exact order. Luckily, actually getting the right order in the final boss fight is fairly simple once you understand how it functions. And it's a very low impact, unless you're like routing for a specific date, like for an event or something. Normally you can just, and you don't really have to think about it. The only place where it like would really actually be an issue would probably be New Game Plus, because your save file might not have the right amount of affection to get the characters in the right order. But for New Game,
you can fix that though. Like you can replay the chapter, pick a different dialogue choice, and I think it adjusts the values.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that. I have to like check it out because I haven't gotten to the point of routing it yet. Because I know I have like 3 different save files, so one of them's got to be right. I hope. Maybe I'll just get lucky. But
Thank you for the good luck, Nikki.
yeah, we're just kind of going back through the back history here. We've pretty much taken out all the bosses in the area. We got one last one to go. There is a really cool movement tech before the last boss of this area. We've been kind of like showing it off throughout the course of the run, but I'll talk about it when we get there before we get to the boss fight. But unfortunately, a lot of this is just story, more story, more story. So things are going to slow down a bit for the next 5-ish minutes still. Luckily, there's actually a really cool fight skip, but I'll be danged if I think it's consistent. But yeah, pretty much everything we have is all we need right now. We'll just have to make... You said you don't do any more menus, yeah?
Nope.
Yeah. Most of the time, your menu is pretty much cemented on the way into this chapter. Honestly, a lot of the time you end up having it... Yeah, I'm looking at my notes here, and not in 14. I only do like one at the start of this chapter, yeah. Because luckily, you don't have really a lot of tools, so there's really not a lot of complex menuing to be done. It's just more so existing.
And the needles? Would you get better there?
In regards to the whole affection thing, so Kate said you actually can't get affection on anyway, so he is routed into fights specifically. So some of the phases, I mean, talking a little early about this, so in these phases,
oh yeah, you're right,
the game has designated, like, okay, you're gonna have character with affection level 1 and character with level affection 4, and then you're gonna have like Kate sit and character with affection level 2 and 3 or something. It'll make a lot more sense like when we get there, but they're pretty epic fights. I'm personally big fans of both of the 2 final boss fights and just kind of their presentation style. I know there's some mixed feelings when it comes to like cutscenes in the middle of the fight, and like having to like watch things like, as you know, it's almost like a Final Fantasy 16 boss fight. Not as long when it comes to some of the cutscenes, but like it's kind of in a similar style.
If there was anything that even slightly frustrated me, it's just the tutorial pop-up, and that's about it. Like, but I'll discuss that a little bit when we get there. I'll do my best to keep up with the boss fight. Is your chapter 14 more or less your creation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
Well, I minimized as much exposure from other runners when I routed this.
Okay.
And I
okay.
Couldn't tell you.
At least that way I won't get flat-footed. Because if it's like, oh no, I just used route crystal as, okay, I know exactly what's going to happen. I'm certain that you're probably going to do some of the same things, like carrying stagger with power cleave. There's no reason not to in some of these fights.
Well, I mean,
also, moving through here is cursed. There's like 2 or 3 invisible walls if you're too close to the platform, and you'll just get stuck on them. So you have to stay a little bit out, unfortunately. Dude, this segment is such a heartbreaker. The Shinra Trooper just dead ass, just staring at her mom dying, and then being like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go do something else." This makes me so sad every time. Wow, your item route is very tight. Oh yeah, that's right, because you said you don't use heal or cure here at all. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I'm so used to not having access to items, it's like not even a thing that I consider most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, it works out. I mean, it does well for what I'm doing. And sometimes if I happen to just eat too many hits, then I might end up overhealing, and then it maybe gets a little awkward. But for the most part, like I've got elixirs to fall back on. Like, I mean, I've got things to fall back on because I've only got to get through what, like 3 more fights.
Yeah, you're pretty much done at this point, or at least close enough. Worst case scenario, you could. We've gotten through a lot of the game for the most part here. Really haven't bothered picking up any new armor, so we're more or less dealing with early game armor. In easy though, enemies don't really hit hard enough to really care, but it is a somewhat decent defense deficit. This fight skip is really weird. So if you can get to the door here, the game doesn't want you to skip this. So what'll happen is it'll like to catch you there. So you hit the door, you come back, you skip or reset the fight. The game goes, okay, spawns you on the other side. Now, I would say this is a soft lock, but you can't go back anyway. So it's no more a soft lock than coming into this dungeon is anyway. But it's a really cool skip. Luckily, from what I understand on New Game Plus, it's just faster to kill the enemies than try to skip them.
Well, yeah, because the reason why is because you have to run to the door, trigger the mandatory trigger that the game forces you to make the fight happen. Like there's like that I talked about earlier in chapter 11. There's an invisible trigger that you have to hit first. The game has to make the fight happen. You retry, and then when you do it again, you get close to the door. You let it go. You let it darken to red, and then you go back in and trigger the fight. And then when you retry, you spawn on the other side.
Well, that's interesting. I didn't realize there was a 100% required trigger there. I just thought I was bad.
Yeah, you never noticed with every runner we have to retry the fight.
I didn't really check like a bunch of VODs over that one specific skip, but
yeah, that's normal.
I guess
that's
it makes sense now that you. Yeah,
that's how the skip is done.
No, that's important information. Now I can get less annoyed because I'm gonna get this skip here. So we got an Airman and a Planet Protector here. We want to get rid of the Floating Death ASAP. That's nice. Depending on how you want to handle the fight, though, you can take care of the Planet Protector first. I tend to go after the Airman because he's really hard to finish off otherwise. It's really rough to get enough physical damage in because it'll always put this mana shield up. If you deal damage fast enough, you can put it to the point where like a single spell will kill after the mana shield. But I usually use Tifa Cloud Aerith here because I don't, or Cloud Tifa Yuffie rather than Aerith, just because it's not worth swapping my party. I give up my Aerith party for Yuffie so that I have more control in some of the multi-group fights.
Yeah, Aerith's ATB was just kind of against me there, so that's why it wasn't as clean as it could have been. But for her ATB, it started a little bit higher. She would have had Thundaga a little bit quicker, so then I could have done it a little bit sooner than what I ended up actually doing.
Oh, I see what you're aiming for. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because if I do a Spellblade, Braver, and a Thundaga, it kills the floating eye. Under Berserk and Sonic Boom.
Yeah, since I usually have Yuffie there, she's not going to be able to do any damage anyway, so Spellblade's a moot point, but you were using Spellblade to fill her ATB. Yeah, that makes sense. So we got a fight here with another Planet Protector and a big old turtle. We want to get a Blizzara off to get the turtle more or less staggered, and then from there we're going to want to... The easy way to deal with it is to follow up with a limit, but it depends on the way the fight's set up. Everybody kind of does these final fights their own way. It really depends on what their end game setup is for the final boss fight, and that'll determine how they deal with these fights. So there is a bunch of vendors here and stuff, but we're not really too worried about those. We could pick up some items here if we really, really wanted to. But really what we're worried about is killing the turtle here. The limit should do the majority of the damage here. Yeah, that final hits like a truck. So this area is very interesting. Normally, you're supposed to walk very, very slowly down this hallway. But if we get up on these side platforms, these animations are set in speed. And as long as we do the movement right, we can just hop all the way across. This is where it starts getting rough, because if you get in the wrong segment, you can kind of get sucked into the wall instead of on top of those pillars, but that went perfectly. It feels so good when you do that right, and it feels so bad when you do it wrong. We're gonna get a berserk here and just power cleave this guy to death. We can get a sonic boom in here at some point. There we go, and then power cleave. So we get extra. The upside here is we get extra ATB on Tifa, so we can throw out dive kicks every once in a while to supplement damage. Surprise! There's 2 of them. But you saw how fast number 1 went down. Number 2 is not gonna have a much better chance. Basically gonna stick with the same thing. You really don't want to go with any other route here, because the power cleave keeps putting us in a position where we have so much keep that they can't knock Cloud down. So if we try and use regular attacks, the stuff falling from the ceiling is very likely going to hit you and knock you off your feet, so you can't keep attacking. So that's why we're doing this fight in what looks like a really silly way and not bothering with the damage, or not like min-maxing our normal attacks and stuff. It's because we're aiming to do the fight in a very particular way so we don't get knocked over. GG.
Thank you.
Eat
Yeah,
power?
the Demon Gate has a weird thing where when it should die, it basically like doesn't. It does like a final thing attack to cave in the room, and so you have to like wait for it to finish this action, and then you can kill. That's why like both of them have like 1 HP left, and we had to like wait a little bit to finish them off.
Basically anything to hit the one on the other side, and then you use power cleave to whap it as soon as it's done with its death throw, or whatever it is, final
throws.
So power cleave is not the culprit that causes that. In easy, a lot of your moves have very high keep value, which is like more or less super armor, which is the more colloquial term. In easy, a lot of your moves basically can't be interrupted outside of very specific things. In normal and hard, you can't get away with that. You can't just power cleave through it. You actually have to dodge the rubble. It's just a symptom of easy, making it so that getting interrupted is a lot harder. But if you play it in normal, hard, or in dynamic, your moves will get interrupted. The hard fights are pretty interesting because you have to stick and move. But this just simplifies it. Honestly, like Demon Wall is not difficult in really any of the categories from what I've seen. Every fight with Demon Wall kind of turns into that, which, you know what, is fair after what I have seen Demon Wall do to regular Final Fantasy VII runners. He didn't deserve a second chance. Demon Wall has been a criminal for years. Fun fact, I know I mentioned it earlier, and I don't know how much the viewer base has rotated, but for anybody that did come in here, if you do like Final Fantasy VII, they have found a pretty massive skip that skips all of the Rebirth segment in OG. You can basically skip from exit Midgar all the way up to Temple of the Ancients. So if you haven't seen that, you might want to check it out. With your local Final Fantasy VII runner. I think Zeal's been working on that category too, as well as a lot of other people. So it's a really cool skip. However, we have not figured out how to skip that yet. Oh, you know what it is? Don't turn on Rebirth. That's how we skip that. So we got a little bit of a date sequence here where things just kind of progress. Doesn't really matter what we do as long as we select an option as soon as we possibly can and skip as soon as possible. Fun fact, I had a PB die here because the game crashed right before it saved at the start of the next chapter. I was not happy. Was very much not happy.
Okay, you two. Smile.
Yeah, disc one, skip.
For the camera now.
Or so the next big thing is the last big thing. We have one hard-ish fight and then the final boss. The final boss is a very massive multiple wave fight that we've been prepping for the entire game, learning a couple of abilities and mainly making sure that our affection levels are at the correct value for everybody. So this area is a little bit weird. We only have to get rid of A, B, and C to get to the next one, E and D to get to the next one, and then from here, we can just leave. We don't actually have to finish off G and F, which I can't believe I didn't realize that sooner, but man, is it funny. Is it faster to do aerial movement there? I never even thought about doing it that way. So luckily we're already set up for the end game here. There was an older route where some runners would use Crystal Sword because we're going to need more magic to do magic team attacks. Oh, yeah, that's right. Wait, that's literally just a wait? Crawling doesn't do it? Oh, that's cute. Great.
Yeah, there's no point to crawl. It's just a time-gated
Timer.
sequence.
Okay. Got it. So we got to save load here a few times, one for each party member, because each one of them wants to talk to Cloud. They'll start talking once we pass a certain trigger. Save load, and then we'll save a little bit of time here so we can actually get moving at a faster speed. Much like any other dialogue skip. It's actually kind of funny because we can hang to the left here and get a bit of a jog going, so we can save a little bit of time.
Is it just me?
So we got to deal with the white whispers coming up here. These ones are a bit bulkier. And kind of function a bit different than the ones that we had to deal with in Remake. The ones in Remake were really kind of magic, weak to magic. And as a result, were kind of annoying to deal with because magic wasn't exactly the most accurate in Remake. These, however, have like a completely different gimmick in the way that you have to fight them. Basically, what we want to do is just let the first one exist, because the first whisper will like summon a little zone that will cause a status or a buff to occur on everybody. And if we just leave that first one alive, we'll just get bravery for free. So we can chew through the rest of them a lot easier and not have to worry about Sonic Boom or any of that. Berserk is about the only thing we may want to use. And this is about it for our movement. At this point, it's just all gas, no brakes. So the whole game, we've been manipulating our entire party's affections so that they're in the specific order for the final boss. Funny here, the game automatically gives you Tifa and Barrett and says you can't change your party, but you actually can. I don't know why it says you can't change your party, but whatever. Yeah, so we want to get Berserk and just pretty much cleave away. Power cleave, braver, whatever we want to do. We just spam. So, right now we have, like I said, we have that bravery, so we're getting extra damage out. Oh, that's annoying. That's unfortunate. Faded Tempest is a little annoying to dodge, so letting that happen is a bit unfortunate. Alright, we're almost there. Unfortunate. Yeah, we lost out on the Braver because we killed the first Whisper there. Or Bravery, so it lose the stat bonus. Alright, now it's time to go. We do get one last opportunity to buy stuff and heal and all that nonsense, but we really don't need anything.
Yeah, we're not going to do it.
Yeah. I mean, you can buy things here, but if you're in that situation in an easy run, something has gone catastrophically wrong, and the fact that you've gotten to the end game is more surprising than the fact that you need to buy items here. The only like things you could or might consider would be like Enervate, which we won't. More often in Power would be the one. Getting Bravery or Faith on some of the characters can be beneficial, but not strictly necessary. The routing of the final fight really is dependent on that.
We're on pace. We're on pace.
We're on pace. Taco's
Sorry, they
pace.
asked the question. I was trying to find an opportunity to answer it.
But, yeah, we gotta head into the final fight here.
Yeah, it is time for the finale with these last two fights. So we've got a little more, kind of final walking as the Whispers try to kind of keep us from getting close to Aerith here, because Cloud still, unfortunately, is a little bit kind of not thinking straight right now. As you'll kind of see here, looks like he's about to perform an attack on somebody. But luckily, this is one of those fake moments of we don't actually have to mash L2 and R2. We can just sit here and just wait it out until the cutscene starts, and then we're off to the races.
Yep. So we start here with Genova Life Clinger. The party comp is based on the affection values, like I've been saying. The start here is going to be a couple of power cleaves and Red's limit to chew through the HP to push the boss into the next phase. We use a ranged attack there to break that thing immediately so that the boss will continue to start proceeding immediately. We have to wait out a couple attacks here no matter what, so we just tank them so we build a little bit of limit. It's not really a big deal one way or the other. He's going to force reject Tifa and Red here, and then we're going to wait for the enemy to become vulnerable, use Sonic Boom and Braver, and then we should be really close to... Yep, there we go. The one thing is you got to be careful with that Braver. If you get greedy and use it too soon, you'll hit it while the enemy is still in HP lock, and you're going to have a bad time.
Or it teleports away from you.
Oh, God, that one's the most frustrating.
Sometimes it will, after it expels everybody, it will warp behind you. It will warp around, and so that messes with like some of the hit landing.
So right here, we're going to be reestablishing Berserk and then just power cleaving to win. We want to keep the stagger bar full without staggering here, so the next time we get in direct conflict with Life Clinger, we can just immediately follow up. So we're just hammering out a bunch of damage here and then trying to just make sure we don't stagger. Luckily, we can avoid staggering by switching like that between characters. Once again, the power cleave, if you use it yourself and then switch off the character that's using it, it will never stagger the boss. However, if one of the AIs is trying to hit and you switch to that, it'll count you as punching the enemy so you can accidentally trigger the stagger. These phases are pretty straightforward. You have a couple of different options. You're going to lose the limit anyway, so we kind of smoke them if you got them situation. Just make sure to get an Omni Strike in there and then follow up with a limit. Same thing here. We get free limit with Barret and Red. We already used Red to clear phase 1, so we'll be using Barret's limit here shortly after we get the overcharge in. This phase is a little bit harder to hit the damage threshold. mainly because of this. No matter what you do, you usually end up getting hit by the laser and having to kind of wait. Unfortunately, Barrett's damage is not too fantastic here, so even with his limit, this phase can take a little bit longer if you don't get enough damage in and a Sidewinder really easy. This phase right here, we want to be ready to go. We need to kind of min-max the damage with Cloud here, get enough Spell Blades in. We can also use Yuffie's limit, but we also have to remember that she doesn't have Crystal Cross here, so her physical is kind of trash.
So, fun fact about this fight, because it was common about the Jenova mix. When you do the fight, it starts off as an Aerith's song, Aerith's theme, and as the things go on, it slowly blends into the Jenova song until the full fight is happening.
Yeah, it's similar to the one in Remake, where it kind of starts off with Jenova and then doesn't really drop until the Quickening. They do a really interesting work through of like the Jenova themes and slowly bring it up when they're doing it. So because we micromanaged our stagger in the previous phases, this phase is going to start with the bar pretty much full, so a stiffed Breeze is going to stagger Jenova at this point, which just gives us GG easy here. We can fire off some limits if we want, depending on how we're feeling. That works too, yeah. So, interesting thing, the way that this phase works is everybody starts with limit except for Cloud for some reason. So right here, we're going to be using the Punisher counter to build up a bunch of ATB and get some attacks in. We're constantly canceling it with the guard ability over and over again, so that we're constantly getting the first few hits of Punisher in over and over and over, which does a ton of stagger and builds a ton of ATB, which really speeds things up here. We can do some additional attacks with Cloud here while we're attacking with... or additional attacks with Zac, but while we're attacking with Cloud here. We want to make sure that we leave this phase with Faith and Berserk. We're going to need Blizzara. Well, actually, it depends on the way you do this, but there's a few different ways to
I do
break
differently.
Yeah, there's a few different ways to break the bulb here. Some of us use Blizzara, which works. There's more than one way to skin a cat. Some of these phases, it's just 6 to 1, half dozen to the other. The downside of using Blizzara is that means you have to have Ice and level boost, or you have to have a level 2 Ice spell here. But basically what we need to do here is we need to break the bulb at the bottom here to get the phase to push. So that's really all we're aiming for here. Most people opt to use Ice because our ATB will automatically get filled at the end of this phase, even though it looks like we don't have max. It'll give us max as soon as we start this phase. So you can kind of handle it however you want.
I'm not backing down.
If you try to run in too soon, the body will push you back over and over again with some move that forces you back. So you have to wait for that. The other option is to use Blizzara twice, and then you can counter as he's slapping you with a wing to get some extra ATB. It really isn't that big of a deal one way or the other. If you're going to do it physically, you just have to be aware of the fact that you're going to get pushed back by Sephi there if you try and get too frisky. So this next phase is going to affect the Zac only phase that we're doing. So we can kind of defer and set up some damage and start filling the pressure bar here with Cloud if we want. Or we can just fire off the limit immediately and just push the phase instantaneously. It really depends on how you want to handle things. If you can do that, take longer here to set up the Zac phase and make the Zac phase a little bit easier. or you can take the more time with Zach. It really depends on how you want to do it. Personally, I think spending less time with Zach is better because his kit is very convoluted and not the easiest thing to execute, especially since there's very few opportunities to play with Zach to the point where learning his gimmick is very difficult. This phase right here, we get Tifa Barrett, Kate Sith. We're going to set this up to basically do a lot of heavy lifting with Tifa. The Omni Strike looping is going to be in full effect here. Barrett's going to be in the back line, providing a little bit of support on purpose, just to get the focus shots and a couple of other things going. He's not going to be the end-all, be-all, but basically with him, we can set up a stagger on Bahamut and make this a lot easier. And then the Bravery will help increase damage. So, like I was saying before, the uppercut spam got nerfed pretty heavily. So, change things there. Luckily, an Omni Strike will more or less pop a wing, so easy peasy. More or less, a Omni Strike will clear the wing there. And we're basically like min-maxing so we can get rid of the Bahamut Arisen Whisper immediately. It's just like Remake. We need to get rid of the Arisen or the Bahamut Whisper ASAP because it will cast Mega Flare or Giga Flare, whichever, and that will do a ton of damage.
I believe this one does Giga Flare because it's the upgraded version.
Yeah. In a casual run, that can ruin your day. In a speed run, it doesn't get even close to that happening. Luckily. So the Zac phase is going to take a little bit longer since we fired off a limit immediately on Cloud's phase. It's actually kind of hard to build stagger with Cloud because Ingenious Saber hits very hard. So you can get maybe 1-2 focus thrusts in. Zac, however, has the Chain Slash ability, which is pretty decent at building stagger. Unfortunately, his high damage move, High Braver, requires charge level 3, which is really annoying to get. Braver is not a bad play. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, normally we need to quick charge. The way that Zac works is you have to attack and then hit the charge to quick charge. Unfortunately, if you're not actively attacking, your quick charge just drops off a cliff, and you need level 3 for High Braver. So it's really hard to get your quick charge, keep your quick charge up. And once you use High Braver, it will eat all your charge. The other important thing too is you need to.
That's unfortunate.
You need to time a few button presses in High Braver to get its full damage potential. And the other thing too is like the timing for the quick charge bonus is not as clean as you would hope it would be because it's just not as easy as like attack charge, attack charge, attack charge. The timing can vary a little bit depending on hit lag and some other things. And then if you get hit, you lose charge really fast. So Zac's kit is very weird compared to like Sephiroth's, where it's like don't get hit and you're good to go. Zac's is like don't get hit and be good. So right here we're going to be setting up to clear the wings ASAP. If the strat's the same as the one I use, we're going to be Fox Flaming for the most part, and then waiting for... Oh, okay, we're moving forward ahead of schedule. Interesting. Most runners go for Fire on the Ice phase next instead of Blizzara. It's an interesting way to handle it. But not slower or faster. But we need to clear the core here, and we just want to build up ATB to the point where as soon as we get done with the core, we can basically insta-stagger and then spam from there. Because the problem is we're gonna get Heartless Angel here if we let Sephiroth do anything. So we need to insta this. Luckily, we did. Now, between Red having his ability up and spamming Sidewinders and Yuffie using Art of Wars, we should clear.
Yeah, because we accidentally staggered Sephiroth in the Zac phase because the did too much damage before pushing the threshold. We staggered him, so we did more damage to Sephiroth, which meant that actually staggering here is going to hurt us time-wise because he's near dead for like a chunk of the stagger. Now we've entered the final phase of the fight. This is the finale part of it, so once this portion with Sephiroth is done, we'll be coming up on time of that. So we've probably like 2-ish minutes out, give or take. So
yep. This is why people used to switch back to Crystal because it has much higher magic. So the spell blades here with Aerith would hit a lot harder. Turns out Bravery, Faith, and Berserk is more than enough to compensate, but it will make the damage a bit tighter, and you have to execute a lot better. The Crystal Saber will lose you some time swapping it out in the middle, though, versus like just sticking with Ingenious and pushing through. So a lot of this is going to be, we're going to start the same way we did with the Zac phase and scam a bunch of Punisher counters off his first flurry here. Get a bunch of free damage, stagger, and ATB. One thing of note, Cloud does keep over the ATB pips that he gained for team attacks in the previous fights. So if we were really feeling froggy here, we could go for Fireworks Blade if we actually had it unlocked. But basically it's just Spellblade, go burr. It's going to do a lot less damage here, but it's not that big of a deal because we're going to end up hitting at least one stagger. We're going to wait, and that will put him in pressure. Use Focus Thrust here to finish it up. Use a Thundergut for some extra damage. Get Berserk on. Braver into the limit. Oh, no, limit? Okay. Actually, it probably is better to hold on to. Makes sense. Just trying to get him low enough so that the limit should finish up here on his final phase. That's just in time, too. There you go.
And time.
GG.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sephiroth is a very rewarding fight after all that setup. Because you get to absolutely maul him if things go right.
Yeah, now those last two fights, man, they're a lot. They're fun. They're pretty intense at times. There's a lot of finesse to them and just like particular executions. Thank you all for the GGs. Very much appreciated. It was a fun time.
Huh. It was a blast. Thanks for letting me commentate. Whew.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I hope I'm continuing my runs of this every Wednesday. So if you want to see more of this, of course, come check it out. I mean, yeah, it's kind of all I got. If you're interested in running the game, I mean, we're always happy to have some more people kind of poke their head into this run and everything. And here, I'll skip the cutscenes so that people who haven't seen the ending can not be spoiled too much on it. Yep. But yeah, thank you, RPG Limit Break and Questing for Glory for allowing me to showcase this run. Still pretty new run, hasn't had many opportunities to be featured in marathons. But yeah, it's exciting. Thank you, my commentator as well, for hanging out with me for these last 6 hours. And that's my my goodbyes there. I'll leave it if you want to finish off anything.
Yeah, I'm probably going to start picking up running this again tomorrow around the same time. I'll be doing 16 if anybody's interested, which even I'm not interested. But yeah, what is it? You got this for GDQ, right? You want to show it off there too, right?
Yeah, yes. For shameless plugging. Yes, I will be. I will be running this in GDQ this coming January at the in person in Pittsburgh. So should be fun. Very excited for that as well.
Oh, I'm good.
All right, let's take us out.